It's been over 3 years since we had a nice long cabin horror stories compilation. So here's one that's 6 hours big, and all you gotta do is kick back near the fireplace and enjoy the terror. This is Unexplained Encounters. Enjoy. Mafia House. From Anonymous. I was on a church retreat last winter up in Pennsylvania. We stayed at a sort of campsite. Nothing fancy, just a big cabin with 20 rooms, a living room, kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. I unpacked my things and met my roommate. He was pretty chill, and we had a lot in common. That day, I heard a couple of my friends talking about the Mafia House. As it was my first time on the retreat, I had no idea what that was. I joined in on the conversation and asked about it. They said the Mafia House was a haunted house just up on the hill away from the cabin. I looked out the window, and there it was. An old abandoned 3-story home. It kind of reminded me of the house from The Conjuring. They told me that it was rumored that they kept all the dead bodies up in the attic. I then said, "Why don't we explore it?" They looked at each other and we all agreed. We got 4 of my friends and my roommate together to go explore that house. I had a power LED flashlight and so did my friend. I wasn't expecting any trouble though. We'd be going the following day, and when that day arrived, my roommate and I walked around the house trying to find an entrance. The front door was locked. The back door was no use either. The last door, which was the basement door, opened without any trouble. I called my roommate over, and we both looked at each other. Eventually, he said, "Well, let's go tell everyone else." We headed back to the cabin and told our friends we found a way inside. They all backed out when they heard we'd have to go through the basement. My roommate and I were pretty disappointed, but we agreed we were still going to explore it. The following day, which was the last day of the retreat, we played a game of basketball, and in the middle of the game, we acted like we were going to take a break. But actually, we headed up to the Mafia House. My roommate paused and stopped. He just kept looking at the place. Eventually, he just said to me, "You know, why risk it?" I gave him a confused look. He went on, "We might get in trouble, we might get possessed, we might die." I gave an angry look and yelled at him, "You're just gonna back out now?" He looked disappointed at that, then replied, "Yes, I guess I am." I shook my head, irritated. "Fine, I'll go by myself." I half ran, half walked toward the house, not even looking back in my anger. I got to the basement door, grabbed the handle, and pondered for a moment. I ignored every thought, most of which were telling me don't do it. But finally, I budged the rusty metal door open. Once inside, I shut the door behind me. I know it was a bad idea, and I still regret it. But I didn't want anyone getting suspicious, seeing the door open like that. My mission was to make it to the attic, to see if the rumors were true that there were bodies stashed up there. I turned on my flashlight. The basement was laid out oddly. There was a boiler in the side of the room, with pipes stretched across the floor. Not too creepy so far. I walked through the basement slowly. I saw piles of junk like cloth, food, beer bottles, etc. Atmospheric, sure, but not creepy yet. The place also reeked of an odor that almost made me throw up. I had ventured deeper into the concrete basement. I soon found another pile. This one was made up of children's toys, like 20th century looking baby dolls, old toy cars, and wind-up toys. My heart started racing, and thoughts played in my head that I needed to leave. But I didn't listen to them. I moved on. I stopped again when I got to the stairs that led to the first floor. I didn't even get to the first step before I heard a creaking noise above me. It sounded like someone was walking around on the first floor. But whoever they weren't walking in a straight line. It sounded like someone pacing back and forth. I stood there still as a statue, and I turned on my flashlight. I could hear my heart nearly pounding out of my chest, and I could barely hear the footsteps anymore over it. I waited for the steps to stop, and about 2 minutes later, which felt like forever, they finally did. Still, I stood there. It was so quiet then in that basement, you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, I heard a door creak open and slam from above me. I didn't stay there any longer. I ran away from those steps, tripping over one of the pipes. I fell and dropped my flashlight. It clicked off as it fell. I began to scour the floor in the dark with my hands, looking for the flashlight. Then I heard footsteps again. This time they were in front of me, in the basement. As luck would have it, I quickly felt my flashlight, picked it up, and ran for the door, barely finding the door at all. When I made it outside, I ran all the way back to the cabin. My roommate was still there and saw me running. I told him everything that happened, along with my other friends, and none of them believed me, still to this day. As we left that camp, I looked back at the house and I saw a figure. I tried to make them out as best I could. It appeared to be a figure of a man. I turned away for only a moment, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. I never went back to that house, but ever since I explored the Mafia house, I've been hearing weird noises at my own place. I hate this summer camp. From Moon. One year, as summer drew near, my mom sent me away to camp so that I wouldn't be a bother. I wasn't a stranger to this camp. I'd been going to it for the past 4 years. But as an older kid, I had to prepare myself mentally. This was a horse camp, so I knew all the younger kids who made up the majority of the place would be screaming and fighting over the prettiest pony. Now, this camp was old as bones. The lodges we stayed at were made of wood with tarps as roofs and cots as beds. That year I was paired up with 2 little girls, named Lizzie and Callie, as well as an older girl named Rose. On the first night, before I went to bed, I visited my horse named Bonzi. Bonzi was a white Arabian. I remember brushing Bonzi that night, completely alone in the barn. Suddenly nearby, I heard this clattering sound, like someone had dropped a brush. So I put my own brush down and exited the stall to see what fell. But I didn't find anything weird. I shrugged it off and re-entered the stall, and as soon as I did, I looked up to see Bonzi completely whizzing out. She was crying and trying to escape with this terrified look in her eyes. Eventually, I managed to calm her down. Then I calmed down the other horses who had gotten scared from her being scared. After that, I locked up and booked it back to my lodge. As the day came to a close, I sat on the porch of our lodge. I knew something was wrong, though. Not just what happened with Bonzi either. Because, usually, I felt at home in these woods. But so far, I felt so tense being out here in these woods. Like it wasn't the same forest anymore. On the 3rd day, the anxious feeling hadn't gone away. At the end of the day's riding lessons, I swear I saw something vanishing into the woods. I had turned my head to see what it was, and in that instant, Bonzi's big ol' horse hoof slammed right onto my foot. I was forced to skip out on some activities, but nothing else happened for the rest of the day. Then came the night of the 5th day. It must have been around 1 or 2 a.m. I was awakened by Lizzie and Callie, who needed a light for the way back from the bathroom. I told them I would just sit on the deck with my flashlight on and wait for them. So they were off and I sat on the deck. As I sat there, I felt a chill creep up my spine. "Hello?" I called out, feeling as if I wasn't alone. It was a stupid question to ask. I then suddenly heard rustling. I spun around and stared at the end of my cabin, just as anyone would fear, as if it was straight from a nightmare. At the edge of the cabin, peeking around the corner, was a face. I screamed then. This wasn't a normal face I'd glimpsed. This was a dark black figure with no skin and sunken-in white eyes. I dropped my light and ran back inside, knowing it was running after me by the sound of wood being slammed underneath feet. I turned back to see the door being shaken and rattled. I wanted to scream again, but all I could do was hold on to the door, too scared to let go. I then began to wonder, what would it do to me or Rose if it got in? I was crying then, my heart racing. Then I heard it. "Moon, open the door." It was just Lizzie and Callie. I swung the door open and pulled them inside. "There's a man outside." My heart sank. "Did he hurt you?" "No, I'm okay. Why are you scared?" "Because we saw him too," Lizzie explained. For the rest of the night, Lizzie, Callie, and I slept in the same bed. Nothing else happened until the last night, where the cabins were split up in a game of glow-in-the-dark tag. We tried to forget what happened in the previous night and hid in the barn. Big mistake. Lizzie and I had been hiding in there for a while. We were sitting up next to the hay bales, silently talking, when we heard footsteps. We smiled, thinking it was one of the campers coming to look for us. We peered over the ledge to see who it was, and our hearts sank. A tall, lanky black figure stood in the middle of the barn. It was hunched over. It had long claws. I slammed my hand over Lizzie's mouth and backed away into the hay. I could feel both our hearts pounding as we sat, waiting for what seemed like hours. It began to look around in the hay, standing over 6 feet tall. I could hear it making grunts. But eventually, it left. When I felt safe, I grabbed Lizzie and dashed out of the barn, running away. That was the last we glimpsed of that creature. I have no idea what it was. I don't know why it decided to just appear that year, but not during any of the years prior or after. I simply know that I'll be happy if I never see it again. Bathroom Paranormal Story from Anonymous. It was at the start of my 6th grade year. My whole class would be going on a 3-day trip to learn about caring for the earth and whatnot. It was the first night there, and the girls were split into 2 different cabins, if you could call them cabins at all. They were more like wooden tents with broken fly screens for doors, which made it the perfect spot for mosquitoes. It was only the girls that had to sleep in these wooden tents, because the boys apparently got actual cabins with working doors and air conditioning. The camp guides, or whatever you call them, gave us thin mats to sleep on, which by the way were extremely uncomfortable. Come nighttime, all the girls were outside of the cabins complaining about which cabin was the quietest, and in my opinion, none of them were. While half of the girls were outside complaining, my friend, Jamie, and I were inside caring for some people who happened to get a cold due to the freezing tents we had. We thought it was kind of fun to play doctors, and we felt like we were invincible to the dreaded cold everyone else was getting, even though eventually Jamie did catch the cold. Later that night, as all the girls had finally stopped debating, one of them knocked my water bottle over, spilling the water all over my sleeping bag. I was a little bit annoyed, but I knew I wasn't really going to sleep that night anyway. Around the middle of the night, most of the people in our cabins were asleep, except for Jamie and I. Around that time, our friend, Maddie, woke up. She told us she was going to the bathroom, so she put on her glasses, got her water bottle, and left to go to the bathroom. From our tent, the bathrooms were about a 3-minute walk away, and you can see them from the tent. After about 5 minutes of Jamie and I talking, Jamie brought up Maddie and asked if maybe we should go check to see if she was okay. I told Jamie that she's probably fine, but if she does take too long, we can go and check on her. 10 minutes later, Jamie brought up Maddie again, and that maybe we should go check. So Jamie went up to the bathrooms whilst I stayed in the tent. I went to steal Maddie's sleeping bag because mine was soaked, to find that Maddie was still in her sleeping bag. She had never left. She had the sleeping bag over her face. I'm not sure how we didn't notice that. I was very confused because we never saw her come back. When a confused Jamie came back from the bathrooms, she saw Maddie there and looked just as bewildered as I was. Maddie explained to us that she never went to the bathrooms that night, that whoever they saw who got up and went to the bathrooms was not her. But Jamie and I were right next to her. We were absolutely sure it was her, and we recall the exact same thing. It wasn't a surprise to Maddie, as she very frequently experiences the paranormal. Even to this day, we never found out who or what that thing was. The Closet. From Anonymous. This is a story from my father. It takes place over his Mormon mission to the Philippines to teach people about the gospel and other things like that. This will be told from his point of view. It was late one night in the rural areas of the Philippines. I was in the men's shared house, the hut shared by the male half of that area's group. The sort of cabin wasn't anything special, only about 1 or 2 rooms, and it was mostly only used to sleep and get dressed in. However, it was difficult getting to sleep that one particular night. I had stayed up much later than the rest of the hut. As I tried desperately to pass out on my sleeping mat, I was greeted with a loud knock at the front door. It woke up most of the other guys, so we went to answer it. We found the entire woman half of the group at our doorstep. Every one of them looked as if they had just seen some ghost. We asked what was wrong. They hysterically explained that they were sitting in their house just talking and starting to try and get some sleep. Then, one by one, they all felt as if they were being watched. They agreed that they no longer felt alone in that house. The bad feeling got so bad, they all ran out of the house, slamming the door closed behind them, and hurried over here to us. Now, being the leader of the group meant that I would be responsible for these kinds of situations, so me and a few others went to help. 5 other guys and I followed the girls back to their house. To give you a bit of context, the women's house was much fancier than ours. It wasn't some rudimentary living space cabin type of thing. It was a very old house, built around 2 centuries before by some colonizers. It was on stilts that rose a foot or 2 off the ground so that the house wouldn't be tilted on the rocky terrain. It had 10 to 12 rooms in it. The owner had lent it to the Mormon organization to use as housing. But before he left, he had stated to our superiors that a few decades before, a few kids that were playing around crawled under the house. They'd found an old hand grenade from the war that had happened a couple of years prior. They began playing with it, but it went off, killing all the children that were still under the house. We arrived at their fancier cabin-like home, only to find that in their rush to leave, the girls had left their keys inside, locking themselves out. We checked the front door, the back door, even the windows, but everything was locked up tight. We began to argue as we returned to the big wooden front doors. I was so frustrated with the situation that I walked up to the door and kicked it so hard it fell in. We entered and, in small groups, searched the house. Nothing appeared to be out of place, other than the fact that there was one closet that was locked, and the girls had no key for it. We dismissed it as nothing, and we told the girls that we'd spend the night in the house and the girls would sleep in the hut. After all, I'd already broken the door down, and it could no longer be locked. The girls left and us guys stayed up, playing cards to pass the time. Eventually, we all got very drowsy after a while. And just as we were about to fall asleep, a deafening noise came from the closet. It was as if a massive box of heavy books was just dropped from several stories high, or actually, as I wondered about it, it sounded a lot like a muffled explosion. My partner, who I would go on daily routes with, immediately sprang up out of his chair and began pounding furiously at the door, yelling, "Open up!" I joined him in banging on the door for a few seconds, then stopped. The entire house was dead silent. I walked outside and looked for a window, and even under the house's stilts, trying to find some way to enter the closet, but came up with nothing. To this day, I still don't know what made that noise, but I can't help but think maybe it was the sound of that tragic event with the children replaying itself. I've always loved summer camp. The friends, the fun, just getting away from reality. Well, I did enjoy it until about 4 years ago at my church camp here in North Carolina. It was only a few days into the first week of that camp when we were all settled down in our cabin for bed. I kept hearing something from outside the window, like a wild animal or something of the sort was in the woods right beside us. About an hour later, everyone was asleep, but my curiosity was so strong, I literally snuck out of the cabin. As I walked outside, it was so silent, it gave me chills. I walked around for a while, looking for what in the world was making that noise. I think I was hoping to see something like a fox or a deer. Suddenly, I jumped as I heard a snap from the woods right behind me. I turned around slowly, calling out, "Hello?" But I received no answer. I made the very dumb decision to walk towards it. I looked into the deep darkness. My heart stopped as I saw an outline. I kid you not, it was almost like, well, this may sound crazy, but it was like a lizard with the body of a man. I saw 2 red eyes staring back at me. All of a sudden, that thing began to run towards me, letting out a loud hiss. I screamed and ran as fast as I could back to the cabin. I was in such a panicked hurry that I woke up everyone else in the cabin. Our counselor practically jumped out of his bed, demanding to know what was wrong and why in the world I'd been outside alone. I explained everything to him. While I'm sure he didn't really believe me, he did go outside with a flashlight to make sure everything was okay. When he came back, he said he didn't find anything weird. He explained I was probably just hearing and seeing things in the dark. But I'm telling you now, it seemed so real. The very next day, I told my mom to come pick me up. It was pretty late when she arrived to take me home, and as we were leaving, I looked back in the woods, and I swear on my life I saw that same figure again. I screamed at my mother to look, but by the time she looked back, it was gone. I've done lots of research about what this could be. I did find one thing that is well known around the Carolina area. They call it the Lizard Man, but whatever it was, I just don't want to see it ever again. Structure in the Woods. From Anonymous. I need to give a little context before you know the rest of the story. My cousin and I were having fun for spring break at my cabin. She was 9 and I was 12 years old at the time. That day, my cousin and I were finished eating at a local restaurant near to the cabin, We were then told by one of our aunts that there was a swing set behind the place. We were excited, so once we were done eating, we went through the back door entrance of the restaurant. We walked down this path, wondering where these supposed swings were. Eventually, we found an old, dirty, and very ripped up couch sitting by this tall pine tree. We kept looking, and there we found it, a swing set along with a slide. At that point, I no longer felt like swinging. I suddenly had a feeling of dread wash over me. I looked around as my cousin got on the swing, and I saw it. This mutilated monkey bar thing with a large black cord wrapped very loosely around the top. A yellow cord was also hung from it, with a light fixture on the end. Hanging by its neck from a black cloth was a baby doll. A few feet away from that was a human-sized doghouse, much too big for a dog, which gave me an even deeper sense of, we need to get the heck out of here. I told my cousin, and she walked over to where I was standing. Then she gasped. "I think there's someone in the doghouse," she whispered to me, which made a chill go down my spine. We then heard this distant, high-pitched whirring sound above us. That was enough. The two of us turned tail and ran. Suddenly, my leg decided at that moment to cramp up, so I was limping after my cousin as fast as I could. We tried to tell my aunt, but she ignored us. We decided to keep the story to ourselves. I'm 15 now, and I'm still afraid of going back to that place. Summer Camp Creature. From Anonymous. This story happened about 2 years ago. My friend Zach and I were on our way to a summer camp where we would spend a week. We were both pretty excited about it. We soon arrived at the campground, and our parents signed sheets of paper I assumed were for some safety things. Once all the parents had left, we were assigned to cabins and camp leaders. My cabin had 8 other boys along with Zach and I. Our camp leader was a man named Peter. To be honest, Peter creeped me out a bit. He had long, black, greasy hair and pale white skin. He was in his early 20s, but he didn't seem like the outdoorsy kind of guy. The first 2 days there were great. Zach and I went canoeing, rock climbing, and swimming. Typical camp activities. We met 2 girls named Jessie and Erica, too. It was Wednesday afternoon around 5:30, and Erica and I were talking by this amazing spot by the river. She told me where she was from and what sports she played. I told her the same. She began to tell me about her grandparents' cabin nearby. That's when I noticed someone standing just a little ways up the path we took to get there. It was our camp leader, Peter. He was just standing there. Awkwardly, I waved at him, but he remained motionless. Erica noticed too and got creeped out, asking if we could go somewhere else. I agreed with her and we left, looking back as we walked away. I could still see Peter standing there. The dude gave me chills. Later that night, we were in the lodge with our cabin mates eating dinner. I asked Zach if he knew where Peter was. He said no, and I told him about Peter staring at me and Erica. He thought that was weird too, but didn't think much more of it. He told me to forget about it, to just enjoy the rest of the night. I then started thinking maybe I overreacted. He might have just been doing something else, I thought. But a part of me was wondering if he was doing something else, why didn't he wave back at me? Why didn't he move a muscle? Why was he just staring? Just then, Peter walked in and sat down across from me. He talked to some of the other boys, and I felt too uncomfortable to make eye contact. That night, when everyone was sleeping, I awoke sometime late in the night with the urge to use the bathroom. We weren't supposed to go alone to the bathrooms, but everyone else was fast asleep. So I got up and threw on my flip-flops and went to the bathrooms. These restrooms were disgusting. but I did manage to find a clean-ish stall, so I did my business. I was startled when I heard someone come into the bathroom, but I thought it was someone from another cabin. The person walked down the aisle of stalls and stopped right outside of mine. I could see his legs and feet. I was so creeped out, I didn't have the courage to ask who it was out there. He moved away from my stall then. I thought he walked towards the exit. I started to ease up a bit. But then, the lights to the bathroom shut off, and the door slammed shut. I couldn't believe what was happening. I heard footsteps walking closer to me, then they stopped. I called out then in a trembling voice, "Is anyone there?" I then felt a cold hand suddenly grab my leg. I screamed so loud, I kicked the door open and ran as fast as I could out of there. I looked behind me just once and saw the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. Peter was chasing me, wearing one of my shirts and my underwear. I ran all the way to the lodge, which I was so relieved to see was open still. 2 of the camp leaders were inside talking and eating chips. They asked what was wrong, and I frantically told them about Peter. They called somebody up on the phone and told me to sit with them. They said I could stay in a spare room at the lodge. My parents came to pick me up early in the morning. The camp must have told them what happened. Either way, I was relieved to be leaving. A week later, Zach told me Peter never returned to the cabin. He wasn't even found on the campground. I didn't care. I was just happy that I was out of there. I won't be staying at an overnight camp ever again. And if you do, be careful. Wendigo in Southern Virginia, from Scared Monkey 99. I lived in Florida back then. I experienced this years ago. I was around 16 then. To set the scene, I'll tell you that I've always been a believer of the supernatural. In my free time, I would often study monsters and stories of encounters with them. On top of that, my mother is pagan and practices witchcraft, the good kind. Back then, I lived in a small wooded area on a gravel road with only one streetlight, and even that was halfway up the road from the house. The property was about 1.6 acres in total, but that doesn't include the woods. There were maybe 6 houses in my area, but you couldn't see most of them from our house, just the next door neighbors. There's a cabin just up the road about 500 feet from where my house was. We had some family friends living there that were paying rent. One night at this cabin, they were having a small party/get-together type of thing. My 2 older siblings, my parents, and a few other relatives were up there playing loud music and drinking. My little sister and I were at the house. It was sometime around 7 p.m. It had just gotten dark and my little sister was inside watching a movie. Rather, she was asleep on the couch with the movie on. Now, for some forgotten reason, I was outside. I don't know if I was just letting the dog out to use the restroom or if I was just bored, beating things with a stick like I've done before. But I heard something in the woods then. It was over near where we usually had our bonfires. It was about a good 100 feet into the woods in a cleared area, and the tree line was another 75 feet, give or take, from where I stood. I couldn't see that far due to how dark it was, and the trees, but I heard something moving around in there. Now, this isn't what bothered me. I'd lived out there for my entire 16 years of life. I'd always heard things out in the woods. It was usually either a coyote or a fox, but this time it was different. This sounded heavier. I knew that there were no bears in our area, and the biggest thing out there was going to be a coyote. But this was far too heavy to be a coyote. I could hear it from the side of my house. I was a little scared then, so I began to slowly make my way towards the front of the house, keeping an eye on the woods and the direction of which the sound of movement was coming from. As I reached the corner at the edge of my house that led to the front yard, Still closely watching the woods, I saw them. 2 glowing pale discs that resembled eyes peeking out from the tree line. Now, as I mentioned earlier, my mother is pagan and practices witchcraft, so I began to wonder if she'd set up some sort of protection spell around the property, because the thing could move no further than the tree line. But then, I swear it began to talk. It had the most bone-chilling voice I'd ever heard. It was this low, raspy, harsh sound, like it was being forced. It was calling to me.
Come here. I don't want to hurt you.
I stood there motionless. It had spoken my name. How did it know my name? Every last instinct was telling me to run back inside the house, but I was terrified. I couldn't move.
Come here, Kai.
It said in a harsher tone.
Come here, come here, come here.
Realizing that it would not move past that tree line, I was able to find the strength to begin to move again. I had an idea of what the thing was. As I mentioned before, I always loved stories of monsters, and as I said, I've studied monsters and the like on the internet. I believed it to be a Wendigo, or a skinwalker. That's when my fear was overtaken by cocky 16-year-old confidence and anger. It also happens to be the moment I made a huge mistake. I picked up a nearby rock, about half the size of my fist, and I yelled at the creature, "Get out of here!" And I threw the rock at it. I don't know if I hit it or not, due to how dark it was. But immediately after, the thing screeched so loud it shook my eardrums, and I nearly soiled myself when the rock I'd thrown moments before whizzed past inches from my head with such force it was lost in the woods on the opposite side of the house. I ran to the front door, rushing inside where my little sister was rubbing her eyes after waking up. I couldn't let her see the horror on my face. I couldn't let her know of the thing in the woods. I walked quickly to my room where I drew the curtains closed, and I hid in my bed until my family got home. After my family made it back and settled in, I went to my mother and hugged her, thanking her and telling her that I loved her. She asked me why I was thanking her like that, and I simply said, "For protecting the family." I then told her I didn't want to talk about the rest of it. She only found out about what happened that night just recently, when my family was home discussing the supernatural. My 2 possessed China dolls. From Everything Girl 238. To begin, the larger one of the 2 of my China dolls is one I got when I think I was 11 or 12. My best friend Kay at the time gave it to me for my birthday. My grandmother told me that China dolls like that are not very cheap. They're meant more for decoration, not play. Granted, I didn't have many toys and stuffed animals. I never was interested in them that much. I had some, sure, but I could possibly count them on 2 hands. Most of them I gave away to kids in the family when I turned 13. The smaller of the 2 I got when I was a little older. I think it was an Easter gift. My sisters got one too, but I believe they lost theirs. I've had these dolls for at least 9 years now. I'm 22 as of writing this. During those years, I've got a few short stories involving them. Some recent, some a little older. The first story involves when I lived at the old log cabin house. We'd been there for about 2 or 3 years then. This was when my sisters first moved in. It was also around the time they began to say the doll unnerved them. Granted, at the time, I'd had that doll for a couple of years. Never once had I felt anything off about it. My more spiritual friend says they might like me. However, upon seeing my dolls, My sisters always requested me to push the hat down on the larger one, as that was the one I kept in my bedroom on the dresser near my bed. This would cover its eyes, so it didn't have to look at you. Though once or twice I do remember that I'd find days when the hat would be lifted, even though I hadn't touched the doll. For context, for those who don't own China dolls, they're mostly for show and not play. The only thing one would find off, physically wrong with the large doll, are the fact its eyelashes fell off due to wear and tear. That's about it. Maybe its hair is a little off as it tends to fall out when I try to get the tangles out of it. The next story is from my little sister. At the time this happened, I was away in Florida for the summer. I was spending time with some aunts there. Now my sisters and I shared one large room in the cabin house. It could fit 3 full-sized beds and still have room for a futon, TV, and even 3 dressers. So yeah, it was pretty big. But back on track. My sister was coming up the stairs to get something from the room. She suddenly noticed the doll. Before I'd left, they had specifically asked me to turn the doll to face my bed with the hat down. Something I definitely did, mostly out of amusement as I thought it was funny they were so afraid of it. My other sister, the middle one, swears up and down that before this, she even put the doll on my bed under the covers. In fact, I remember finding it being there when I got back for the school semester. But as she climbed the stairs, she turned her head to see into the room from the banister, which had a clear view of my bed and the dresser. There, sitting on the dresser, hat up and facing her, was the doll. My sister, needless to say, didn't get what she needed, and instead bolted straight down the stairs. She didn't come up until later, making sure to bring my middle sister with her. They then put the doll back under the covers of my bed before going back down the stairs. The next incident took place about 1 or 2 years ago, in the new house. I was away at college at the time. One morning, my grandmother woke up to hear knocking sounds from my room. She said it sounded like someone taking their fist and banging on wood. Oddly enough, at the time, I would sit my dolls on a wooden bookshelf near the door, and there's a wooden box near that also. My grandmother thought it was coming from my mini fridge, but once she got to the room, the sound stopped. This would happen on 2 more occasions before I got home. When I got back, she asked me to check on it. I looked around my room, finding the fridge was running smoothly. No leaks or anything inside that could make such a sound. After that, I went to relax for a bit. At some point, she said she heard it again, but from the time it took me to walk from the den to the living room, which is under a minute, it all stopped again. I never got to hear it. My grandmother refuses to say that it's a spirit. The last event is small, but a family friend wanted a picture of the doll because of the things my sisters had said about it, that it was possibly haunted or possessed. She snuck into my room without me knowing, lifted the hat, and took a picture. She swears up and down, the eyes flicked over. The doll at the time was staring at her from my desk in the corner. She took the picture and got the heck out of there. I guess my dolls don't like people snooping in my room just as much as I don't. My grandmother is also known to snoop as well. I still have the dolls. In fact, not too long ago, as of writing this, there was a loud noise from that direction behind me. On occasion, I swear I see the smaller one's eyes looking at me. But I don't get a malicious intent from them. Maybe they know I'm typing about them. But luckily, they do seem to like me, and I hope it stays that way. Maybe as long as I take care of them, they don't seem bothered by me. After all, they say you should never break a China doll, lest the spirit inside might take it out on you. Halloween Werewolves from XWB. In 2020, we all know there were some global mishaps, and an event affected my graduation that year, which was a bummer. It affected our high school seniors the most, it seemed. There were people who had to take online classes and didn't participate, so they didn't graduate. I felt really bad after all that happened. It was nearly Halloween of 2020. I thought to myself it'd be pretty cool if we all got together and had a lot of fun to make up for the awful year. So I thought of an idea to have a party. I knew it was against regulations on the social distancing stuff, but honestly, I didn't care anymore. Now, I didn't want to have a party in my own house, because the last time we had a party there, we had problems with some of our stuff being missing or stolen. But the problem was, I didn't know where to go. So I opened up to my girlfriend Leanne, including my friends on Discord, asking them all some suggestions to a few places. One of Leanne's friends, Sam, said, "Why don't we try that cabin or outdoor home that your third cousin has?" I asked Sam why she even wanted to go. She said she was off work, it was Halloween, it would be a blue moon, on a Saturday, a lot of good points. "Alright," I said. So I gave everybody the address and where the party would be. Now, another thing to note. My third cousin, Lance, moved to California for his new job as a high school music teacher. So I asked his husband, Francis, if I could throw a party at their cabin. He answered, "Sure, as long as you guys don't drink alcohol." Now, I don't keep any promises. So on Halloween, I grabbed snacks, soft drinks, and my costume and headed out to the cabin. I was the first to arrive there. I quickly put on my costume. In case you're wondering what I wore, it was a steampunk plague doctor. Fitting, right? After a few minutes go by, my friend Cameron arrived with one of those glowing purge masks, which also makes sense as well, due to the lovely peaceful protests that were going on at the time. He brought over some angry orchards in a variety of flavors. Then Leanne arrived, dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. Sam arrived after that as an anime cat girl. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Finally, another friend of mine, Adam, arrived as a Call of Duty Zombies character. I think it was Dr. Edward Richtofen. After my friends arrived, we partied, drank, and played some games. Then we watched some of the Saw movies, all together having a good time. Now, something you should know is that I experienced something of a cryptid sighting here before. I truly believe at one point that I saw a werewolf at this cabin. You may have heard the story before. Narrator's note, if you want to hear the original story, it was featured in the episode titled 4 Horrifying Creatures Hunting People in the Woods, which was episode 278 of the Unexplained Encounters podcast. Now back to the story. I had shared this story with this group of friends, and Sam especially was inquisitive of it. At this point in the night, Sam kept demanding that we go outside into the woods to find this elusive werewolf. Having been terrified of the creature before, I thought this was a terrible idea. So I replied to her, "You know what? If you want to go out in the woods in the dark all by yourself, then be my guest. If you get attacked or even killed by that thing out there, I'm not coming to rescue you." I said this not to be mean, just to scare her into thinking it would be a bad idea. But I was wrong, because it backfired. Sam immediately headed towards the door and left. Not a very big brain move of me. Leanne noticed that Sam headed out on her own and demanded we should try to find her before it was too late. If she wasn't going to be attacked by a werewolf, she might be attacked by a bear or coyotes. She could get lost. With a sigh, I agreed. Adam wanted to stay in the cabin because he was a bit afraid of the stories I've told. He was also scared of the typical wildlife out there. I can understand that. As silly as this may sound, the three of us grabbed our flashlights. We went out into the woods with our costumes on, looking for a friend. All the while, there might be some sort of monster on the loose. It might sound silly, but I can assure you this legitimately happened. Stupid? Yeah, we can agree on that. We were walking along the wooded road, and it wasn't long before I noticed that something was wrong. I turned to my right and didn't see anything weird, but I swear I heard something. Then it clicked. The noise, the position it came from, it was the exact same as 2 years ago. The only way to prove this was to do exactly as I did before. I told the guys to stop walking. And just as I predicted, the noises nearby stopped too. We were being followed. I whispered to them, "Do you have any weapons?" Cameron replied, "Yeah, I've got a pocket knife. Will that work?" "Are you kidding me? No." Well, I wasn't expecting to be stalked. Suddenly, we heard someone running behind us. We turned around, horrified, only to see Sam, petrified. Leanne immediately exclaimed, "Sam, thank goodness you're okay." Sam replied right away, "No, I'm not okay. Do I look okay?" "What happened?" She answered as I looked around, making sure the coast was clear. "I just went out to walk, wondering if I could see the same thing that Javier saw. I heard something behind me and I'm sorry, you were right." I looked over to Sam then, confused. "So, you saw it?" She nodded rapidly. "Yes, huge tail, snout, everything." As soon as she said that, my heart dropped. If she hadn't been the one making the noises near us, then what was it? I looked down the road, and I saw it, the same creature that I stared down 2 years ago. We were reunited, face to face, only this time it was nearly 5 or 6 feet away. Holy crap. "What?" Leanne asked, then looked over and saw what I was seeing. She was speechless then. Before long, we all saw it. The creature before us made a loud growl. Then we began to hear branches breaking around us. There was more than one of them. I'd always believed there was just one. Leanne clinged on to me, and I wondered if we were about to die. Then, as if by some miracle, a gunshot was fired in the distance. These creatures scurried off in a hurry. "What just happened?" Cameron yelled out. I looked out to where the cabin was, and I answered, "Adam happened." We headed quickly back to the cabin, where we found a zombie target with a bullet hole in it, and Adam was sitting on the front porch, holding what looked to be a hunting rifle. He'd been doing target practice, and just happened to possibly have saved our lives. "Hey guys," Adam said, "you look like you saw a ghost or something." Cameron took his mask off and asked, "Where the heck did you get that gun?" "I brought it with me in case we wanted to do some shooting practice. Is that a problem?" No, I think you saved our lives." We told Adam we'd explain tomorrow. For the time being, we went inside and had some drinks. The effects of Ouija boards are real. From Kim Visible. I've always been enthralled with the macabre. The darker, the better, as far as entertainment choices are concerned. That being said, I have never witnessed or been a part of any type of paranormal encounter. That would change the year I turned 25. I was at a college football camp. My brother was on the team. He, along with myself, my boyfriend, and our oldest brother and a few friends, were all in a cabin together. We had rented it near the summer training camp. It was in a lush and woodsy area a few hours away from Phoenix. We wanted to escape the torturous, brutal desert sun for the week. My younger brother had told me some intense stories about him and a few of his friends, and what unfolded after a few sessions they had on a Ouija board. My little brother is one of the most level-headed, honest, and rational people I've ever known. I was fascinated by his tales of this experience. So when we were all hanging out at that cabin one night, after the team was done for the day, someone suggested we try a Ouija board. We didn't have one, so I took it upon myself to literally make one out of a piece of cardboard. The planchette was also something I hastily and essentially generically fastened out of cardboard. My little brother was down to watch, but he was adamant about not wishing to participate. So it would be me, my ex, his best friend, and my oldest brother. We started to move the planchette around, and long story short, after a while, it really started to go. And by go, I mean it was moving around in no particular order or design, but it was definitely moving. My ex's friend was annoyingly skeptical He kept doubting why it was moving, as if one of us was faking it. However, we all hardly had the faintest of one fingertip on the board, and as this thing hauled quickly around the janky bent piece of cardboard I crafted, it was so clearly being moved. At times, my jaw would be on the floor, and my boyfriend would have to remind me to keep a fingertip on the planchette. We all began to ask questions one at a time. And when my ex's friend's turn came up, since he was the most skeptical, I told him to ask only something that he would know. He asked the name of his childhood dog when he was around 5, about 20 years before I met this dude. It spelled out the unique name of that pet. I asked it the name of the one brother who wasn't with us was, and that was accurate too, though it was an easy question. So I said, okay, what is the name of our soon-to-be sister-in-law that brother is marrying? It spelled out her name too, though it wasn't exactly perfect. It was a common name with a common spelling. I was like, sure, close enough, but the planchette moved to no, and then it went through and spelled her name correctly this time. We continued to ask questions, getting lots of specifics, and after a few hours we ended up just giving up and going to bed. I remember feeling so shocked that it worked. I looked at my little brother, who had this intense expression on his face. He asked, well, what did you expect? Fair enough, I thought, but I literally did not expect it to so blatantly work. But I do wish I knew one thing, how to properly say goodbye and end the session. Because ever since then, I feel there's some dark energy, something that we let in that night, which affected my life in particular. I suppose if there is a moral to the story, it would be not to play with something when you don't know the rules. There could be unforeseen consequences that are not worth it in the end. North Carolina Wendigo. From Boo Mc20. This happened in July of 2022. I live in the Uwharrie Mountains in North Carolina. We have goats and chickens in a large fenced-in area. One night I had gone to grab something out of my car when I heard my goats making distressed noises. I could hear them running around in the pasture. I went inside my house, grabbing my AR-style rifle. I then jogged out to the pasture they were supposed to be in. When I got to the fence, I opened the gate and walked in, and I began to check on the goats, counting them all. After I counted all the livestock, I started walking around the fence line. I got to a point where the fence drops off to a valley or a ravine. Just over the fence was this creature. Whatever it was, it had this grayish-blue skin, almost like ash, and it looked like it didn't have a nose or lips. It had 5 fingers and they looked like claws or long nails on each fingertip. The thing's eyes were this blue-gray color, almost the same as its skin. I locked eyes with it for a few seconds as I slowly clicked the safety off of my rifle, bringing it to my shoulder. As I did that, the creature let out this almost human-like scream. It sounded a lot like a woman yelling, but distorted. As it screeched, it stood up and turned away from me. I swear that thing stood about 7 or 8 feet tall. It looked back at me one more time before it took off back into the woods. It moved so fast, it looked like it almost vanished. I stood there dumbfounded for a minute, then I turned and ran back to my house. When I made it home, I locked the doors and let my mom know what I'd seen. I really don't think she believed a word of it, but I did insist on it. She noticed how scared I was. I talked to my dad about it too, and he told me to never go in the woods after it gets dark alone. Since then, I had a few weird things happen. In September, I was with my friends walking in the woods since we had a cabin close to my house. Some of my friends stayed behind, looking at some old housing structure about maybe a half a mile from the cabin. A few of my friends and I went ahead and it started to get late, so I turned around and headed back to where they were. As I got close to them, I heard my name being called in a distorted version of my friend's voice. to this day, I'm not entirely sure what I saw or heard. I almost think it was a Wendigo, but the area I live in doesn't really match what folklore I've heard. Then again, there is a Native American burial ground close to my house. If anyone can help me figure it out, that would be great. Hunted by a Werewolf. From Eli A. I've never felt like I was enough. It's the same story you've probably heard from so many others before me. When I was presented with what I wanted to do with my life versus what I should probably do with my life, I decided to go the route of joining the rat race because it meant food on the table and the slim chance of having enough income to fund what I really wanted to do. Too bad there's absolutely no sculpting work in Cheyenne, Colorado, which is where I'm from. Being enrolled at the Laramie Community College with an accounting major certainly isn't something that's filling the missing part of myself that seems to keep growing every day. Neither is being stuck driving for Uber to pay for it all. Knowing that money could go towards materials, a promoter, or fees to have my work featured at expos over in Denver, but is instead going towards tuition, books, and whatever new software program my professors make us buy, which are only ever used for one semester and never touched again, it kills me inside. Especially if it means dealing with all the nonsense I face every day at work. Whether it's rude customers, unprompted 1-star ratings, or people leaving garbage in my car. I question why I decided to make driving strangers my means for getting through college in the first place. For every pleasant conversation or good joke, I get about 30 of the aforementioned instances and then some. One night, no matter how much ZQuil I took, it was impossible for me to sleep. I guess I once again threw myself into another one of my existential spirals, where I began to ask myself over and over if I would ever be where I wanted to be in life. I know we've all had those moments, but mine seem to get uglier and uglier the older I get. For those of you who don't know, when you drive for Uber, you're given the option of participating in a promotion each week. For instance, if you make 50 trips, you're given $200, or if you drive 70 trips, you make $300, and so on. That night, as I lay awake in bed, knowing I was only a good 5 trips away from making an extra $350, I figured I could get up, get those rides in, and maybe even take a few days off. Lord knows waking up at 4 a.m. every morning makes you appreciate those on a level you never had before. With that, I grabbed my keys and headed out to work. Fast forward 3.5 hours later. I was in the middle of taking my last customer of the night to his mountainside cabin, having picked him up from Denver. On one hand, I hated these trips because they always took you far out and away from literally everywhere else. On the other hand, they were always a guaranteed hefty fare. Plus, usually there was a darn good tip. If only I had half the dough these cabin owners had. Plus, they were great for turning your brain off and enjoying the drive, since you wouldn't be on the busy city streets. But tonight, that meant another existential crisis in the form of picturing everyone from high school being in better places than me, actually having moved on and out of Cheyenne. Thank God the trip was almost over, so I could try and blast some music to drown out my thoughts. I dropped off my customer, who generously gave me a $30 cash tip. Upon receiving it, I had to promise myself not to blow half of it on lotto tickets again. I said goodnight and put in the directions back home. That ZQuil may have kicked in later than it should have, and it may have been 3 a.m, but at least I made my promotion, and I had a tank's worth of gas money in my pocket. I looked out the window at the full moon, then below at the city lights in the distance, and at the miles of woods that surrounded me. I thought to myself, if I had to be stuck in some backwoods town with a 4-digit population, at least it's one as gorgeous as this. Driving down a mountain when your eyelids feel like they're 100 pounds each, it's a position you don't want to find yourself in, unless you want to unintentionally give in to that urge to jump when you're standing on the edge of a cliff. But a roll of the window is always just the trick for me. I look down for literally 1 second to find the window switch, and crash. I screamed from the sudden noise and the simultaneous thud. I saw a large mass roll away from the front of my car at immeasurable speed, stopping in the middle of the road. I took a second to collect myself. At that moment, I thanked my lucky stars that I had full coverage on my car. After taking a second to breathe, I came to the realization that whatever I hit was probably dead. judging from its lack of movement. Figuring leaving a dead deer in the middle of a downward mountain road could mean life or death for a different driver, I got out of the car to drag it off the road. After briefly analyzing the damage to my bumper and hood, I turned to move the deer to the side of the road. At about 30 feet away, I thought to myself, good thing I'm moving this guy. I can barely see it from here. As I walked, I took notice of something. This deer looked to have black fur. Nothing unheard of, I thought. Nothing I'd ever personally seen before, but surely it wasn't an impossibility. At 20 feet away, I began to understand that this was not a deer. This animal was absolutely massive. Judging it from that distance, all splayed out on the ground as it was, it could easily clock in at 7 or 8 feet in length. Is it a grizzly bear? I wondered to myself. A really dark-furred grizzly bear. That had to be what I hit. I've never once heard of a grizzly bear encounter in Colorado. 10 feet away, I could see scraggly fur and pointed ears. This wasn't a bear either. So what the heck did I hit? Then I saw it move. I stopped. This creature got up as if from waking up from a long nap, showing no physical evidence of getting hit by a 2,000-pound vehicle at 30 miles an hour. It stood up on its hind legs and faced me. I know I'm not crazy. The full moon was out on a cloudless night. This was not a case of me seeing things. What stared me down was 8 feet tall, with blood-red eyes and teeth and claws that would put a grizzly bear's to shame. My heart felt as if it stopped. We both just stood there, frozen in time. Then it hit me. There's no way in the world I was looking at what I thought I was looking at. If what I was thinking was true, I began to wonder how we were treating these things as mere legends all this time. I refused to believe that what I was looking at was actually there. But that didn't change the fact that it was. There were so many unnatural things about this creature. From standing on paws like a wolf, but wielding arms like a man. But above all else, the beast looked so demonic. The crazed look in its beady eyes and the way it snarled, with a twisted face, an expression of such malice, it just made it seem like something someone would only see in hell itself. I instinctively uttered, "Jesus Christ." The beast instinctively blinked. I foolishly wondered if, perhaps like with demonic possession, the uttering of Jesus' name would be enough to ward off the creature. Just above a whisper, I say, "Jesus," again. I had visualized what would happen so easily. It would grimace, shake its head, then just run off into the woods. But I was dead wrong. Instead, I swear that thing smiled at me. The most hideous and deranged smile I've ever seen or ever will see, as if it was amused by the name. Slowly, I took a step back, keeping eye contact. I'd recalled this from my time spent at summer camp when I was a kid. Keep eye contact and don't break into a run and panic. The creature mirrored my actions, taking a step towards me. I took 2 steps back. It took 2 steps forward. Then I got an idea. I took a step to the side and 2 steps back, but the creature just took 2 steps forward, drool dripping from its fangs. Then I gathered the courage and took 1 step forward, and the creature didn't move. Then I turned and sprinted to the car, hearing massive footsteps sprinting behind me. What happened next only took maybe 3 seconds to transpire, but it felt as if an eternity passed. As I was 20 feet away from the car, its steps were loud and powerful. I could feel the earth shaking beneath its feet. At 10 feet away, the power in its step was cut in half, but its speed had tripled as I heard it drop from 2 legs to 4. 5 feet away, I stick my arm out to close the car door, which thank God I left it open. I could feel hot breath on the back of my neck. I forced myself to ignore the sense of smell with the strong stench of carrion protruding from behind its teeth. I jumped into my car, slamming the door shut and locking it. But the beast was so close to me, I slammed its muzzle before closing the door. And it didn't like that. Not one bit. I only realized the true terror of what happened next later on. The creature tried to open my door with the handle. The fact that I was facing a creature with such strength, speed, and senses, now paired with the sentience of a man, would later make my blood run cold. It punched its massive clawed fist through the window, breaking it. I shifted into drive and floored the gas pedal, almost causing my transmission to slip. I screeched away from the creature, more shaken up than I've ever been my entire life. I've had to hide in my cellar from tornadoes when I was a kid, and I've had a close encounter with a child predator, but nothing has left my core as brittle as this. As I sped away, I thought I was safe, but I was dead wrong. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw 2 glowing red eyes following me. This monster was still chasing me. On all fours, it had no problem keeping up. I pressed harder on the gas, going 60 now. I flashed back to hearing about a classmate in high school who died in a crash after going 50 on a downward mountainside road. The beast went from directly behind my car to right next to me. I was going 70 then. I sped up to 80, and it still showed no difficulty keeping up with me. It was so close to me now, with no glass window any longer to offer even the most pathetic and ineffective barrier between me and it. I saw those red eyes up close. I'm not sure if it was anger, hatred, or hunger that was behind those eyes, but whatever it was, I was sure it was evil. I knew I had to focus on the road. Going down a mountainside at 80 miles per hour was practically guaranteed death, so I knew I needed to focus. I was cautious and crept up to 90, but the beast kept up. Granted, it looked like it was taking an effort to do so, but nothing that wasn't doable for this monster. The trees and the rocks were flying past me then. I swear if I had let this monster startle me in any way and have my arms twitch in reaction, I would have flown off the edge of that mountain. The road began to curve to the left. I had to slow down. If I didn't, I would certainly die. I had no choice but to push down on the brake. The beast caught up again and began to snap its jaws through the window, its viscous drool flying into my face with each chomp. Then, a miracle. Before I had time to even mentally process that it was there, an 18-wheel semi-truck appeared. It was passing through the oncoming lane, previously hidden by the curve of the mountainside. The beast noticed and moved away as much as it could, but we were both going so fast it could only go so far. It slowed down and moved a bit to the right, but the truck hit it. I watched it launch into the air like a rag doll. I gave a nervous laugh of relief. If given more time to actually let everything that happened sink in, I would have cried. I thought to myself that this would make a heck of a story to tell, a story that, little did I know at the time, had hardly begun. A few minutes passed, and while I may have lost the creature, I was still driving way too fast down the mountain to avoid any chance of it catching up. Unfortunately, I had forgotten about a really deep-looking puddle that I remembered spotting on the way up the mountain. Before I knew it, water shot up from the sides of my car, and any control I had was lost. I crashed into the metal barrier, and by some work of God, I was going slow enough that I didn't end up catapulting myself over the edge of the mountain. After collecting myself for what felt like the millionth time in the past half hour, I knew that my car was definitely screwed now, judging by all the warning lights that went off. I got out of my car and didn't even bother to look at the damage. I took out my phone, screenshotting my coordinates, and figured I'd call my insurance company tomorrow. I looked at how far away I was from my house, and to my surprise, I was only a 5-mile walk away from my own place. I lived right at the edge of the woods that I was standing right in front of, so I made the decision to walk home. I just wanted to keep moving, get home as soon as possible, rather than wait around in my car for a tow truck, playing with the chance of that creature finding me again. So into the woods I went. 2 hours later, I had about a mile to a mile and a half left of walking before I had reached my house. I was still having trouble comprehending everything that went down on that mountain. Was I understanding this right? Werewolves are real. Why did it want to kill me so bad? Is that trucker that hit it okay? Questions I could only ask myself every 20 minutes or so. If I thought about them for too long, then every sound I heard in the distance would have my heart beating out of my chest all over again. I decided that what's over is over, and that I would focus my thoughts on literally anything else. So I began to think about which TV dinner I would heat up when I got home. Lord knows I wouldn't be able to sleep. As I walked, I noticed something. The crickets, owls, and every other woodland animal went completely silent all at once. The other takeaway I got from summer camp came crashing down on me. If everything just went silent, there's a good chance that means a predator is nearby. Then I heard it. The sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life, the loudest, most unholy howl echoed through the woods. This was nothing like any wolf howl, or even those found in your typical werewolf movies. This sounded so unnatural, so pained, almost as if the beast had taken a spear to the heart. I stopped dead in my tracks, feeling my heart sink into my stomach while doing so, because that howl didn't sound very far away. I stood still for a moment. Then, without thinking, I just took off into a run. Back on the mountain, everything happened so fast and so suddenly, I didn't have time to process everything that went down. I was numbed with the adrenaline combined with fight-or-flight instinct, but now that I'd calmed down at least some, and I knew that it was approaching, my mind began to run along with me. It had found me. It had survived a hit from a semi-truck, and it found me. It must have caught my scent and went out of its way to hunt me down. Another howl, so much closer then, even with thick woods to navigate through and an infinite number of low-hanging branches to dodge. This monster was making serious ground at an alarming rate. 1 second I was running, the next I was on my back, blood dripping down my face. It took a second for me to comprehend what happened in the haze I was in, but I quickly figured out I'd run straight into one of the lower hanging branches. I slowly got up. Things were quiet, but not as quiet as before. I looked to my side. There was a waterfall, maybe 30 feet in height, about 10 feet from me, and a rather rapidly flowing river at the bottom of it. For a second, the broken silence calmed me down. Then I heard a deep and guttural growl. If pure malice and malevolence could be brought to life through sound, that's exactly what I heard. And it wasn't a short growl lasting a second or two. No, this went on for what felt like minutes, growing more and more aggressive. I knew that running was no longer an option. I only had 2 realistic ways out of this: jump down into the river or climb up the tree that just knocked me down. I had no idea how deep the river was, but if it was too shallow or if I jumped and landed funnily, I knew 30 feet would mess me up bad enough that I would have no chance of making it out of the woods alive. With that, I jumped as high as I could, grabbing a branch above the one I ran into and pulling myself up. Immediately after doing so, the beast leapt out and would have tackled me on the spot if I'd waited any longer. I started to climb the tree, praying all the while that this thing wouldn't follow me up. How wrong I was. With absolute ease, the creature began climbing, following me up the tree. It moved slower when climbing, so I did have more of a chance of getting away, but it was still way faster than I could go. I looked down at it and saw it was closing in on me. I saw bits of fabric hanging from its teeth and prayed that that wasn't from the trucker. Out in the open with no car, flight was no longer a viable option. Then I sprouted quite possibly the craziest idea I've ever had. With no more than a second's worth of planning, I jumped off the branch I was on, pulling my knees in as close to my chest as possible. Then at the last second, I shot my legs out as straight and as fast as I could, right before I would have landed on the creature. Somehow, despite it outweighing me at least 3-1, I was able to knock it out of the tree. The thing tumbled to the ground and rolled right off the cliff into the rapids down below. Miraculously, I was able to grab onto a branch after kicking it to avoid the same fate, getting my hands covered in tree sap. The water below was moving so fast, I only caught a glimpse of it being swept away in the distance. I let go of the branch, coming down much harder than anticipated, hard enough that I felt it in my stomach. But my only goal was to get the heck out of there as soon as possible. So that's what I did. I pressed forward, traumatized to the point of mental and emotional numbness. The beast may have been gone, but everything about it was still haunting me, right on down to the darkest, deepest corners of my psyche. Every sound I heard was a howl, Every little reflection of light was those ungodly eyes. Even the memory of the reek of its breath had made permanent residence in my nostrils. After what felt like an eternity to my feet, yet only a minute to my mind, I made it out of the woods. And there it was, home. Even the immovable feelings of misery and dissatisfaction that plagued me in that house during the waking hours of the day were completely non-existent then, and in their place stood sanctuary and safety. The fall from the branch from before left my ankle sore, so I shambled into my house as quickly as my injury allowed. Now, there's a field between my house and the woods that stretches about a half a football field. I was maybe 3/4 of the way there when I felt it. At that point, it was unmistakable. In hindsight, maybe I had heard footsteps before, but I'll never know for sure. When I turned around, there it was, standing on its hind legs. I saw how heavy it was breathing, even from that distance that I was at. It was then that I knew that this creature did not seek me for hunger, but out of hatred. Just as before, we just stood there, only for a moment. This time, it made the first move, dropping onto all fours and running as quickly as it could towards me. I still believe when writing this that the adrenaline that exploded inside me at that moment was enough to suppress the injury I sustained not even an hour ago, and it was nothing short of divine intervention. I ran to my back door. The beast was practically on top of me in no time. I knew my door was locked, but I also knew where the key was hidden. I ran up to the door and picked up the potted plant next to the door. I know it's not the smartest place to keep your spare key, but in a small town like this, there really wasn't much need for top-of-the-line security. I knew I wouldn't have time to unlock the door, so I did something which may have turned out to be a mistake. It was either be torn to pieces or get mad, so I chose the latter. I took the pot and threw it straight at the monster's face. By then it was only 10 feet from me, so it was by no means a lucky shot. It definitely wasn't expecting it. It whipped back after impact. I used the precious seconds I had now while it was stunned to get inside my house. I turned around, beginning to close the door. I got it just 3 inches from closing when something began to push on it from outside. That creature was far stronger than me. It was able to inch the door open against me. I knew that I couldn't win this. I took the chain lock, and right in the nick of time, I was able to latch it onto the keeper, stopping the door from inching any farther. The beast, however, wasted no time. It used the entire mass of its body to bang against the door. The first hit shook the dust from the top of the door frame. The second one made the keeper on the wall loosen. Between that and its next hit, I closed the door and locked it. It hit against the door a third time, but nothing happened. Fourth hit, nothing. After a fifth and unsuccessful hit, the onslaught stopped. I dared not look out the window to see if it had given up. The mere sight of me just seemed to anger the creature. I made my way upstairs to the second floor to peek out the window behind the curtains of my bedroom. Halfway up, I nearly had a heart attack. A loud crash penetrated the short-lived silence in the air. The darned thing must have burst through my kitchen window. With no time to recover from the fright, I ran up the stairs and into my room, where I kept my .38 special revolver for home defense. I made it to my room, closed and locked the door. Then I hurried to my bedside table drawer and pulled out my gun. After turning off the safety, I checked, and it was loaded. I heard all sorts of furniture crashing and glass breaking downstairs. I figured if that's keeping it content for now, so be it. But of course, it didn't. It came for one thing, and that seemed to be me. I heard it slowly stomp its way up my stairs. I could tell it was on its hind legs then, judging by the speed and weight at which it was moving. Memories of me cowering at the very thought of the boogeyman when I was a kid came rushing back to me as I now hid in my room, trembling on the verge of tears and fear. It broke down the door to my study room, trashing it much like it did downstairs. Then the bathroom door was broken. It knew I was up here. I knew that even with all 6 rounds, a creature that big and that ferocious would not easily be taken down. And with the way it seemed to just brush off getting hit by a car, launched by a semi-truck, and falling down a cliff and into rapid waters, 6 little bullets at best could briefly incapacitate it, I guessed. I knew I was dead. This thing was going to knock down every door to find me. If I was lucky, I'd get in 4, maybe 5 shots before it ripped me apart. Then I remembered my room was directly above the steel cellar doors outside my home, but if I did what I had in mind, there truly would be no other option left. All I could do after that would be to pray that this beast had had enough for the night and simply go away. As it knocked down the door to my storage room, I tucked the revolver between my belt and waist and opened my bedroom window. I stuck my feet out first and dropped myself to the ground. That burst of adrenaline from earlier had long gone and my already messed up ankle got hurt even further. I stumbled to my cellar doors and opened them. I looked up, seeing the beast sticking its head out my window, sniffing around. It stopped, then looked down, spotting me. With a grisly snarl, it brandished bloody teeth. I almost froze then. It went back inside, and I knew it was then or never. I closed the cellar doors and locked them shut. I could hear from outside the creature burst through the window, crashing down on the ground in front of the cellar. Once again, it began banging against the doors. This cellar was meant to withstand Category 4 tornadoes, but even those monstrous storms were natural. I wish I could tell you how many times that thing bashed itself against the cellar doors, but I honestly lost track after 40. By then, the doors had already begun to bend. That memory acts as my idea of hell. A creature with nothing more than a hunger for your blood to be spilled, slowly breaking its way into where you're hiding, afraid, knowing that it's a matter of time, not a matter of if. Suddenly, there was a pause. A minute passed, and after having a second to figure out what to do with my fear, I decided to heck with it. I've never felt as if I'd done enough with my life, and I decided then, for once in my life, I was going to take control and prove to myself that I had it in me to not let something keep me down. I would take this quiet moment to catch the creature by surprise. It seemed as if one of us had to die for this to end, and I was going to do whatever it took for that not to be me. I burst open the cellar doors, raising my gun, ready to aim and ready to fire, but the creature was gone. I frantically looked around, even back up at my bedroom window. It wasn't there any longer. Then I noticed the dawn had broke. Sweet, sweet sunlight had started shining over the tops of the trees, overtaking the dark of the night. A sight I truly never thought I'd ever see again. I tumbled to the ground, crying with relief. I had survived. That day, I took care of my car, filing a home insurance claim too, referring to the incident as a break-in. I checked myself into a hotel about a mile away from my house. My house would be under repair for the next week, so my insurance company provided free lodging while repairs were underway. At the front desk, the person working there asked me if it mattered where I stayed, and his question made me wonder. I asked if I could be put into a top-floor room. After assuring them that my ankle injury was nothing more than a sprain, that I would have no problem getting up there, I made my way to my room, where for the first time in years, I had no trouble throwing myself in bed and going right to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. I got up and looked out the window. Despite the long distance, I was almost certain that I saw a dot moving around my house. I shrugged it off, knowing there's no way to be certain what it was from that distance. Before I turned away, I heard what could easily be mistaken as a train whistle, but I knew in my gut what that sound was. That was a howl, and almost as if to reassure me that it was a howl, as soon as I heard it, the dot made its way back into the woods behind my house. That was enough for me to start looking at cheap, out-of-state apartments, hopefully where this monster won't find me. Inside, it waits. From Miro F.K. I spend a lot of time hiking out there in the wilderness, just me and nature. The natural world, undisturbed, pure, a weird sense of wonder. So when my wife, June, had to move for work, she sold it to me that we would have a little cottage to ourselves in a nearby forest for hiking. We never wanted kids, happier to have a few cats. It was a great commitment until you leave the house for another home. The cats prefer the old place. I'm not exactly proud to say we have left a trail of houses across the country with new owners having to put up with cats. After about 3 weeks, we're settled in and somewhat unpacked at the new place. The morning of, I was excited to head off into a new forest. June was excited for me. She could tell I was eager, made obvious by the silly grin on my face. I'd spent the night before packing, checking, double-checking, and checking again. She did the usual recall of must-have items. Water, food, first aid, all that stuff. I get the silent look as she nods to the closet. The gun. I always carry while hiking, just to be safe. She's never been a fan of guns, understandably, really. Then she asks, "Is the weather forecast good for the day's hike?" "Clear skies and mild winds," I told her, adding, "It isn't my first rodeo." With a smile, a little tradition we have. June never really liked hiking. She hates sweating, bugs, and way too much walking. It's not a bad hobby to have. She's probably glad that I'm not a drinker, gambler, or sports fanatic. I guessed she was hoping I would find a friend here that I could go hiking with, so she didn't have to come along. Kissing June goodbye before she headed to work, I set off in the car. It's about a 30-minute drive out of town up the local national park. I arrive well before noon and park. There are only a few cars there as I pull in. A family was unpacking their things for a picnic on the nearby benches. Some kids were running about the playground. I geared up, checking everything again. There was a small cabin by the car park. A park ranger who was outside smiled away, giving a few friendly waves. Just to the right of the cabin is a display board showing the available routes, color-coded for the difficulty they offer. Each had an estimated time, terrain grading, elevation, wildlife that roamed the area, and waypoints for camping or facilities. I took a quick snap of it all with my phone, ensuring the picture was decent quality. I zoomed in and out to make sure I could read the map correctly. The park ranger offered me a map. I accepted it and thanked him. Then he asked, "First time here?" "Yep," I say. "Just moved into town. Been itching to head up here since we arrived." "Welcome," he says. "Have you much experience hiking?" "Yeah, I've been at it a few years." "Good to know. All I ask is you stick to the trails. We don't need anybody getting lost up here." "Will do. Have a good one," I say. "Have a good hike," smiles the park ranger as I head on in. I picked the most difficult-looking route. It had steep inclines, rough terrain, and the longest trek. It was estimated at a 6-hour round trip. I'm happy with that. Plus, that route gave me an opportunity to look down over the town and surrounding area. About 3 hours in, I stopped at one of the waypoints. There was a small camping area. No one was around, so I figured I was the first one up, or else it was just a quiet day for hikers. I used a restroom that was available, had a snack, and hydrated before heading on up the steepest part of the hike. I take in the songs of birds, random rustling of bushes as I go on. As I made it to a certain clearing, the one that allows you to look over the town, I paused for a bit. I took a picture and I sent it to June, writing a message with it that said, "Reached the top already. Piece of cake." I clicked send and waited for a reply. After a moment, there was no reply, so I assumed June was busy at work. I took another few pictures along the way, of streams and birds and places where the sun shone through the trees in a certain way. Picturesque, you could say. As I rounded the peak and began my descent, I spied a small break in the shrubbery. The sight of it was very tempting. No more than a few meters in, I tell myself, then right back out, never losing sight of the trail. I picked my way through, being cautious with my steps. The high grass and brambles made it a bit of a challenge, but I faced worse. I came to a point where the sun didn't touch. The density of the trees above wouldn't allow it. Then I felt a small wave of something. It was hard to describe, but it felt like entering a room, and you can't remember why you even went in there. I didn't feel like I was lost or confused, just unsettled. I was unsettled by the silence too, because just before, there had been noises, but now there were no birds tweeting, no rustling. My mind goes to defense mode. There must be a predator nearby, has to be. I flicked back through my memory of the display board. There weren't any real predators that it mentioned. The largest animals out here were listed as foxes. I fumbled my phone from my pocket. Still no sounds. I unlocked it and saw that I had a message from June.
"Where are you?"
I replied,
"At the top."
I pocketed my phone and turned to head back onto the trail. My head was on a swivel just to be sure. I made a quick mental map to where my gun was, left hip. I reached, to be sure, and for some reason it was on my right hip. "That's weird," I muttered. "It's strange because I'm left-handed." I paid no mind to it. As I meandered back onto the trail, a wind flew in at me, mild at first, which is to be expected. But it grew, and it grew fast. Small white flakes came in too. What? I asked myself. Snow? How? Before I could make it to the trail, a swirl of snow came spiraling in at me. Flaky at first, then heavy and relentless. I edged to the trail, now covered in knee-deep snow. The sky above was gray now and thick with clouds. Only a few minutes ago, a few puffs of cloud lazed through the sky. This doesn't make any sense, I thought. It's summer, my wife's month, June. I peered through silted eyes to my left and right. I knew the trail led back down to my right, but it was now blanketed in snow. How could this be? I kept wondering. It didn't make any sense. There was no reason for it. The wind and chill cut deep, and I moved back into the small break to shelter myself from the wind. It felt warmer in there. It was a weird contrast between howling white and warm greenery. So I decided to move farther back into the tree line. Before I knew it, it felt as if the wind and chill had abated, but the darkness still lingered. I figured it would be best to wait out this unexpected blizzard in a warm spot. I guessed it would be warmer even farther in, and it was. The high grass and brambles seemed easier to deal with. I glanced back as often as possible, keeping a close eye on the way out. Again, I checked for my gun. Left hip. Wait, no, it was the right hip. But why? I spotted a clearing up ahead. It was a little overcast, but had no snow. This was nonsensical. I moved on just to get a place with a better source of light. As I neared the clearing, it began to darken. There were a few flakes at first, but as I stepped into the clearing, the snow got heavier. What in the world is happening? I checked the weather before coming here, I thought. I saw a line of trees that veered to the right. I followed them, and the gray sky moved quickly into dark. It happened so fast, my eyes didn't even have time to adjust, like walking into a dark room. I looked back. More darkness. The pathway seemed thicker than it had been when I went through. My footfalls and breaks in the long grass weren't visible. I was freezing at this point, arms huddled around myself, teeth rattling. This was so weird. What was even weirder was the swirling snow that made no sound. Despite the speed of the wind, the tall trees around, too. There was no sound coming through. Nothing. I rounded into deeper grass and snow, and at a certain point, I can't be sure when, the fall of snow stopped. The wind died away, and I was left in an open space of white. Kind of. Until my eyes adjusted, and I saw what was ahead of me. A log cabin. A small mercy until I realized it was surrounded by a wire fence and barbed wire. Each corner post of the perimeter was higher than the fence and topped with floodlights. I could feel my face numbing to the cold, but the snow had stopped and the wind was gone, but the chilly air remained. What struck me as odd, besides the fenced-off cabin in the middle of the woods and the unexplained blizzard, was also the fact that I could not see my breath. It should have been coming in clouds, but it wasn't. The cabin sat about 100 meters inside the perimeter of the fence. I made my way closer, hand on my gun, not drawn, but glancing about. The cabin had a light on, a steady plume of smoke flowing from the chimney, and the door was open. Maybe someone had just stepped out to get some more wood for the fire. The thing was, the snow around the cabin was undisturbed. The lure of the heat beckoned me towards the fence. I saw something on the fence that I didn't expect. Signs that read, "Do not disturb," "Stay out," "Trespassers will be," and one crude sign looking nothing like the rest. Written on a piece of cloth in some kind of brown paint, it read, "Don't." Now, I'm usually one to obey the rules. but the cold was encouraging me to ignore the warning signs, despite how well placed and blatant they were. I fished my phone from my pocket. The screen was the same as before. I sent a message to June, then cursed myself and called her. The dial tone told me there was no service. I peered down at the screen, no bars, no internet, and 2 new messages from June.
I love the view.
And
Call me, please.
I sent a message back.
I'm okay, babe. Found a cabin, gonna stay until the snow clears. That blizzard came out of nowhere. Love you.
The message, of course, didn't send just yet, but right at the moment I needed some shelter. I took a look around, still no sign of life, no sounds or anything. All that I could see were the tracks I'd made this far. I put my phone away and I told myself, screw it. I began to climb the fence, happy to get out of the knee-deep snow, if even for a few seconds. I landed on the other side, sinking into the snow. For some other unexplainable reason, the snow on that side wasn't as deep. I looked to the cabin and saw that the door was still open, smoke still puffing away. Then something caught my eye. It was just off to my right. My hand flicked to my hip, then realized once again my gun was still on the wrong hip. What I saw sent a wave of fear up my spine. The perfect outline of a man facing me, all dark, unmoving, and extremely sinister. He was at the far corner opposite me, and to make things even creepier, he was on the snow, but not ankle deep in it like me. Hey, I called out like an idiot. Just looking for some shelter. He or it didn't respond. It just remained still. No matter what I did, I couldn't make out its face from there. No features at all. From this distance, its skin didn't look like skin, it looked more like leather. I made a sidestep toward the cabin, and that silhouette matched my movement. I paused, and so did it. I began to breathe rapidly. I stepped forward, and it mirrored my step again. Then I reached for my gun. I got a gun on me. I yelled out, an implied threat. The silhouette remained still, even without eyes that I couldn't see. I could feel it watching me. I stood still for a minute, and it did too. I took a slow step, and it did the same. I glanced over at the cabin and back to its owner, guard, whoever it was. I drew my gun then, pointing it at the ground, but making it obvious what I was doing. I'm gonna go on in. Still, nothing. I took another step towards the cabin, then a step back. It did it again. It really didn't want me to be in there, and I couldn't stay out here. I held the gun steady and slowly sidestepped again, then forward like an awkward chess piece. I estimated in about another 20 steps we would be face to face. I somehow began to sweat, pure anxiety and fear. I don't want any trouble, I screamed one last warning before I bolted for the door. It matched my pace stride for stride. As I neared the door, and as it neared me, I pointed the gun one-handed, waiting for it to come close enough. To my shock and delight, as I dove for the door, it slowed and stopped. Inside, I landed on my back, spun around, gun pointed shakily as I kicked at the door to close it. I saw something that made me scream. The thing outside was now joined by exact copies of itself. There were about 4 more of them huddled in behind it. I jumped forward as the door slammed shut. I pressed against it and swung the extra latch into place. My breathing began to slow as I felt a tiny piece of calmness and safety. I glanced out the window, but due to the brightness of the interior of the cabin, I had to cup my hands around my eyes to get a good look. I couldn't help but feel that they might come towards the window and smash it, then try to pull me out. I braved it anyway, and what I saw through the glass was unsettling. They were lined up in front of the cabin, perfectly spaced out and perfectly still. I backed away from the window, turning to take in my surroundings. A basic cabin, in a sense. A bed, a back door, 4 windows, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. There was a door to the left, a bathroom I assumed. A small table and chair set next to the bed. There was an old radio on top of the table, along with a lamp. In the middle of the room was a huge mat with a strange pattern sewn into it, Of course, another weird thing, no fireplace. Where was the smoke from the chimney coming from, I thought. I resigned myself to the idea that it was all a ploy, a well-placed piece of bait to get me in. Why would the things outside want to keep me out? More things that didn't make sense. Nothing made sense right now. I switched from figuring out what was happening to what I could do to stay safe and eventually get out of here. I checked my phone. No service still. Probably the weather. Could be the area, though. I scanned around again, then found my gaze locked on the wall. The one bare wall, because from that angle, I could see words scratched into the wood. I moved about to take them in and get a better understanding of what I was dealing with. At the right angle, I was able to read it all. Stay in the dark. Ignore the radio. Stay out of the bathroom. Give up. Praying doesn't help. You are not alone. The last few words were not a warning like the rest. They read, Jimmy was here, scared. Love you, Mandy. I know that song. I'll beat you. Gonna try and leave. Wish me luck. None of those words inspired promise. They could all be lies, too. After all, the smoke had been a lie. Why not this? I turned towards the radio. I doubted it worked. Could be a wind-up radio. I moved over towards it, and the little plastic dials lit up. Static came on from it full blast. I could feel the cabin itself reverberating. I couldn't help but cup my ears and drop to my knees, and as soon as it started, it stopped. I was in a state of panic then, and I moved over to the front door, my hand hovering over the door handle. The floodlights on the exterior of the cabin caused light to flow through the cracks of the door. A sudden sense of urgency set in. I kept thinking, I have to leave. I have to. I ran to the back door. As I made it there, a shadow blocked the light flooding in from the cracks. One of them, a silhouette. I turned and darted back to the front door, and yet another shadow crept over the cracks of light. These freaky things, I thought. I pulled my gun, popping 2 rounds through the door. There were no screams, no cries of pain, just the floodlights dying out and blood-curdling whispers. We cannot let him out. I continued to panic. I reached for my phone. I laid eyes on the lock screen, which displayed the clock, which was now jumping between different times. 1800 hours, then to 2100 hours, 1400. It cycled through times over and over. I winced and looked around. On the table by the bed was a piece of paper that I didn't notice before. I approached with caution. It seemed to be an index, which wasn't a surprise at this point. It showed the letters of the alphabet from A to Z in squares, and next to those squares was a number. The letter A was 1, B was 2, and so on. Something clicked and I checked my phone again. It was jumping in the same pattern. 1800, 2100, 1400, over and over. I realized 18 would be R, 21 would be U, and 14 was in. Run. What a crappy warning, I thought. Great advice. I began to circle the room, holding my gun in my right hand. It felt as if something was wrong with me because my left hand, which was dominant, suddenly didn't feel dominant anymore. I tapped my head, trying to think, but no new ideas were coming to me. I went to the front door, and in one quick motion, I opened it. Outside, I saw those 5 figures, and just as I opened the door, all 5 of them darted at me. They seemed to flicker to me instead of running. I saw them for what they really appeared to be. The dark skin they had wasn't really skin. It was dark and leathery like latex, stretched over jutting bones and joints. Every twitch they made as they tried to impede my exit showed a flicker of tendons underneath. They had no eyes, just a slit where the mouth should be, a ghastly smile of jagged green teeth underneath. I jumped back as they reached for me, and the whispers came again. He can't leave. It's too late. Hide. Then the door swung shut without me touching it. I was actually kind of relieved because I was now separated from those figures again, but once again terrified to be alone as well. I almost felt safer with those leathery people than I did on my own. Why was that? Did they reach to kill me or reach to save me? The radio started up again, even louder than before. I felt every pulse of that static. There was a message this time coming through. I could hear the words, mine, a break, followed by, now. I was staring at the radio in. I had been kneeling on the mat on the floor when the mat suddenly began to move. Startled, I jerked away and watched the mat squirm. I reached out and grabbed the mat, and the radio stopped. I pulled it back. Below it on the wooden floor was a perfectly shaped 8x4 rectangle, a sort of trap door. Then something hits it from below. I scurried back, finding myself by the bathroom door. I reach out and pull the handle down and flounder my way inside the bathroom. The bathroom was bright. I shut the door and waited. I could hear the sound of a heavy slam of wood and something rattling about. My mind went into overdrive. He can't leave. Was that message for me? At this point, I felt as if I was going insane. I got up and checked my gun. I checked the bullets, counted them. There were 12. Outside had gone silent. I breathed heavily, bracing myself. I heaved in a big breath and jumped back into the room, opening the bathroom door. There was nothing that had changed. The lamplight was still working. I looked around once more, my eyes drawn to the wall of warnings. Then I looked back to the flipped back mat. The gaping hole in the wooden floor flipped back. The trapdoor had been opened, and there was now soil scattered about. Suddenly, I hear a meow. There's a cat at my feet, swirling between my legs. I recognize it right away, a cat from my first house with June. It couldn't be. I knelt down and scooped him up. One arm holding Luna, the other my right hand wielding my gun, I walked about the room as the cat squirmed and hissed. Whispers outside came again, repeating the message that I could not leave. I did my best to keep my wits about me, trailing the gun from corner to corner. As I looked to the message on the wall, which had somehow disappeared, no matter which angle I looked at, then I heard another whisper.
You're not alone.
This had come from inside the cabin. Quickly, I scanned the room as I moved closer to the front door. I looked side to side, up and down. I peered at the gaping hole in the floor, but I still didn't know where the whisper had come from. Luna hissed again, and I tried to calm her. I needed to focus to make sure nothing attacked us. But then I lay eyes on it. As Luna lets out a wailing whine, I spot this shadowy creature clutched high in the corner of the room. It had no arms, just black tendrils that stretched back into the corners of the room. Its feet dangled like crow's feet. They flexed hungrily, waiting for something to clutch onto. They snapped in my direction. I darted for the door, dropping Luna as I did. I flung the door back and dove into the snow. I felt the grip of something grasp my backpack. I struggled to wriggle free. The leathery creatures outside moved in, and instead of attacking me, they went for the talons on my back. I cried for help as those leathery things began to tug me free. I scrambled up and sped my way to the fence, anything to get out. I looked back. How couldn't I? I saw those leathery creatures beat at the talons as they reached out through the door. Luna sprinted out between it all, and the talons seemed to melt down behind her. As I neared the fence, the leathery creatures turned and swarmed towards me. I unloaded my gun, headshots all around, Luna pouncing after me. The creatures dropped. I took the time to scurry up the fence, Luna doing the same. Now she clung to me, purring as I swung over the top of the fence and landed awkwardly on the other side. I got up with Luna clutched in my arm, and the gun pointed at the bodies of the leathery creatures as they floated upright to their feet. All at once they rushed the fence, teeth bared, whispering, "He escaped." To my surprise and relief, they didn't pursue me past the fence as I staggered away backwards, my gun still raised. I turned and hobbled my way back, the wind and snow howling at me. I holstered my gun and stuffed Luna into my jacket, moving as quickly as I could. I wasn't sure how long I was fumbling through the snow. I got that forgetful feeling again. An edge of panic hit me, and I reached for my right-hand side, but the gun was gone. I checked my left side. There it was. I used whatever energy I had left to run. Eventually, I emerged through the tree line onto a dry and warm pathway. The sky was bright and clear now. A group of people turned to me as I stood there, and they asked if I was okay. I reached for my gun, scared. Then I recognized one of them, the park ranger from earlier, who said, "It's him. Relax, son, we've been looking for you." "What?" I asked. He approaches me steadily, hands raised to show that he wasn't a threat. "Your wife let us know that you hadn't come home." I stepped away from him, using my free hand to grab my phone. The screen lit up. It vibrated. I read the date on the screen. 4 days had passed. There were over 60 missed calls, voicemails, over 100 texts, all from my friends and family. What? No, I was only in there for an hour, I think. Then the park ranger said something that made me break down and cry. "You've been missing for 4 days." Hearing it from him, the realization finally fully hit me. A few days after that, everything seemed to calm down. I spent a few days in the hospital. I held my wife close and tight when I got to see her. She asked me so many questions. I told her I would explain everything. She smiled when I showed her Luna. She was understandably baffled, telling me there was no chance that was actually Luna. I think she just went along with it though, as it may have been the only thing that got me through it all. On my last day in the hospital with Luna on my lap, June listened on as I told the sheriff about how I spent a day or two, maybe, in a small hollowed-out tree, how I rationed my food, how I attempted to kill small animals with my gun. It was the best explanation I could come up with to explain all the bullets being used. The sheriff nodded along, poking a few holes in my lies when he asked how I managed to stay so clean and well-shaven in 4 days' worth of being lost. I played the confusion card in those moments. June knew I was lying, though. She smiled and stepped in with, "It doesn't matter. All that matters is that he's safe and home." The local paper wrote of how a hiker went missing, how he was safely back with his wife. They asked me if I'd like to be quoted with anything. I just told them to thank everyone for their time and effort. Finally, I got home. At the door, I let Luna down. June and I walked into the kitchen, and she began to make some tea. She turned, face sad and scared, and asked, "What really happened?" I knew this was coming. I couldn't lie, not to June. She took her phone from her pocket. "You said a blizzard came out of nowhere and you found a cabin. When I told the park rangers about it, they laughed at me." I was confused, I lied. I had to. The truth would just make me sound insane. I really can't be certain. That part was true, because I truly couldn't be anymore. And in her loving way, she put her phone down and smiled. "Take your time. You're home and that's what matters." A few days later, I hadn't slept very well, as is to be expected. I kept waking up in the night sweating. I had so many questions. Those things, the leathery creatures, they wanted me to stay out, but once I was inside, they didn't want me to leave. And that thing that came from the floor, they beat it back. They saved me, didn't they? About a week after it all happened, I was pacing the living room one day as June was asleep in bed. Luna sat by the window. I couldn't stop thinking about that thing in the cabin. I was certain then that those leathery creatures were trying to keep me out and that other thing in. Stop sign encounter. From Glory B. I was a young mother living in rural Pennsylvania. My husband had just broken his leg in a terrible work accident and was on disability. We had just started building a log cabin home on some acreage at the base of a ridgeline. Our property was pretty far from the main road. You had to turn off the 2-lane road and onto a country lane, then into our driveway, which went through some trees and back into the deep woods where our home site was. The house needed finished, but we were living there doing everything we could to make ends meet. I had to get a job, and the only thing available at the time was a factory overnight shift, which started at 11 p.m. One Friday night, I eased out of our driveway onto the country lane, making a left onto the 2-lane road that led back to town. Winding around bends and curves until I got near the first intersection, it was a 3-way stop sign where another country road came down off the ridge. I've stopped here hundreds of times, always pausing and looking up that hill. But tonight, I saw taillights glowing in the darkness, blocking my way to the stop sign. The car in front seemed to be stopped a long time, but there were no hazard lights or signals to go around, so I stopped behind them, quizzically wondering what was wrong and why they were stopped. I watched, waiting to see if they would proceed through the intersection. They didn't, and soon the driver door opened and a large man got out. This man was a bit rough-looking, but not unlike the other hard-working country people I often saw around town. He began walking towards my door, and I rolled my window down a crack, waiting to see what trivial thing was keeping me from getting to my shift on time. He looked down at me through my dark window. It seemed like he was trying to assess me. He also glanced into the back of my car as if to see if I was alone. I still wasn't too frightened. My driver door was locked, and I'd only rolled my window down a few inches. As the man began to describe some kind of car trouble, I automatically began to tell him I wasn't able to help in any way, not knowing anything about cars myself. "I just need a jump," he said. This immediately rang an alarm bell in my head. His lights were on. I had seen the taillights from far off as I approached the intersection. He didn't have his flashers on to indicate any car trouble either, and if his car truly was dead and needed a jump, his lights would be off or faint or dying. Instead, they were still bright in front of me. Next, the man asked again for jumper cables, asking me to get out and look in my trunk for them. "No," I insisted. "I can't help, I'm sorry. I'm late for work as it is." The man became more assertive, insisting that I help them, but not in a pleading, begging way of a person truly stranded. This was a dominant, commanding voice that scared and irritated me at the same time. "I'm not getting out of my car," I asserted, raising my voice with a hint of fear and panic creeping in. At that moment, I saw a shadow move near my passenger door. I looked over just in time to see another man trying to open my door. That was it. I reacted the only way I could. I slammed the car into drive and pushed my foot onto the accelerator, jerking the wheel as I swerved around the parked car, driving blindly through the quiet intersection. My adrenaline was pumping as I looked into the rearview mirror to see what had happened to those men. I could still see their headlights fading in the distance as I roared my old car as hard as I could up the winding 2-lane road into town. My mind was going a mile a minute, and so was my car. I knew I had to get off this road in case they followed me. Once I was around a few bends and couldn't see their headlights anymore, I quickly turned onto another country lane that I knew wound around a golf course. It was a back way into town. I finally started to calm down once I began to see the streetlights and businesses appear around me. Then the reality of the situation hit me. I was terrified. I didn't know what their intent was. To steal from me? To take my car? To hurt or assault me? I have no idea. I found myself pulling into my job's parking lot, and once I parked my car and shut the engine off, I was racked with sobs and fear again as I broke down, holding my hands over my face, letting the tears flow freely down my face. A coworker noticed me and got me out of my car. They walked me into the building where I recounted my story to her and the manager on duty. They helped me call the police and report the incident. Then I was able to call my husband and tell him too. They offered to let me go home for the night, but I wouldn't go. I needed the money, and I wasn't enjoying the idea of driving back the same route again so soon. So I stayed. I took a trip to the bathroom to clean up and get my head straight, then I went to work. In the morning, I went home, hugging my husband and son close when I got back. I really counted my lucky stars I had come through this safely. I still drive that way to work over 30 years later, as do both my sons. By now, I've driven through that stop sign thousands of times. Most of the time, I don't think about that incident all those years ago. But I still tell this story so that maybe my boys and their families will be more cautious and safe on their travels. What She Saw, from Calvin Out. It was the summer after my freshman year of high school when my family decided to take a vacation to Yellowstone National Park. We'd rented a rustic cabin in the woods just outside the park borders. I remember clearly being excited to spend a week surrounded by nature and trees instead of concrete and cars. As an avid reader, I planned to spend most of the trip curled up on the cabin porch, devouring my books. The day we arrived at the cabin, the sun was high overhead, casting dappled shadows across the dirt driveway. My parents and my younger sister, Amy, piled out of our SUV while I grabbed our bags from the back. The cabin owner, an elderly man named Walter, hobbled over to greet us. After introductions, Walter led us inside the two-bedroom cabin. It was quaint, with wood-paneled walls, patchwork quilts, and a stone fireplace in the main living area. The musty smell inside reminded me of my grandparents' basement. Walter showed us around, pointing out the small kitchen, bathroom, and bedrooms.
"Well, I think that covers everything,"
he said, rubbing his wrinkled hands together.
"You folks need anything, just give me a holler. My house is just a mile down the road."
We thanked him as my dad handed over a check for the week's stay. Walter pocketed it and shuffle-stepped toward the front door. But before he left, he turned back to us with a strange look in his pale blue eyes.
"One more thing,"
he said in a low voice.
"I suggest you folks stay inside after the sun sets. These woods ain't quite right at night, if you catch my drift."
My dad chuckled uncomfortably. We're city folk, Walter. I think we can manage." Walter nodded slowly, his gaze drifting over each of us.
"Oh, I'm sure you can. Just keep the doors locked and curtains drawn after dark. You'll be wanting to stay inside, trust me. Well, you folks enjoy your holiday now."
With that ominous warning lingering in the air, Walter exited the cabin, leaving the four of us staring at each other. "What a kook," my mom said with a nervous laugh. My sister Amy looked uneasy, her brown eyes wide. "I'm sure he was just joking around, trying to scare us," my dad offered, though he didn't sound convinced. "Come on, let's get unpacked and figure out some activities for the week." We busied ourselves putting clothes and supplies away in the old oak dressers and cabinets. The odd encounter with Walter soon faded from my mind as I daydreamed about spending the week reading out on the porch swing. As the sun began to set, we cooked some hot dogs and beans over the crackling fire as I tore through pages of The Divide by Elizabeth K. The howls of coyotes echoed in the distance as we laughed and talked over the snaps and pops of the flames. Full and content, I said goodnight and retired to the room I was sharing with Amy. Amy was already there, curled up under the covers of the twin bed closest to the door. I quietly changed into pajamas, then switched off the bedside lamp between our beds. Moonlight filtered in through the curtained window, creating shadows that swayed gently in the night breeze. Somewhere out in the dark forest, an owl hooted. The call was soon answered by the forlorn cry of a coyote. I rolled over, closing my eyes. I felt myself beginning to drift off. But just as sleep was about to overtake me, a bizarre sound pierced the night. A sort of drawn-out wail or howl that seemed to waver and warble unnaturally. My eyes shot open, now fully awake and alert. The odd howling sounded again, even closer and louder than before. It clearly came from somewhere right outside in the woods surrounding the cabin. I sat up slowly, glancing over at Amy's bed. She appeared to still be sleeping soundly. I then turned my attention to the window behind me. I noticed the curtains there, were still partially open. I thought about getting up to close them, but a feeling of dread kept me pinned beneath the covers. The unearthly howling and wailing continued at sporadic intervals. With each eerie cry, a cold knot of fear grew inside my chest. I didn't dare peek out between the curtains. I was terrified I might see something peering back at me from the dark tree line. At some point during the chilling chorus of sounds, I realized Amy was no longer in her bed. How could I have not noticed her get up? Had I fallen asleep at some point? Heart pounding, I squinted through the moonlight at her empty, disheveled sheets. Slowly, I shifted my gaze to the center of the room. A small gasp escaped my lips. Amy stood there, staring blankly out the window through the opening in the curtains. I stared at her silhouette, my heart drumming loudly in my ears. She was standing unnaturally still, arms hanging limply at her sides. "Amy?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the ongoing wails from outside. She gave no indication of hearing me. I said her name louder, "Amy!" But she remained frozen in place, her gaze fixed on some point through the partially open curtains. The terrible cries rose and fell again and again, sending shivers up my spine. Swallowing down my fear, I slowly peeled back the covers, sliding my legs off the bed. The wooden floor was like ice against my bare feet. I took a tentative step toward my sister. "Amy, can you hear me?" I asked, my voice quivering. Still no response. As I crept closer, I could see Amy's face illuminated in the silvery moonlight. Her eyes were open, but glazed over and vacant. It was like she was in some kind of trance. I followed her stare out toward the woods, but all I could make out was darkness and swaying branches. The awful wailing erupted again, louder than before. I flinched, the hairs on my arms standing at attention. Fighting every survival instinct urging me to flee, I closed the remaining distance and reached for my sister's rigid arm. "Amy, say something, you're freaking me out." Before I made contact with her arm, Amy's head suddenly snapped towards me. I stumbled back with a gasp, her vacant eyes now piercing into me. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes, but then her head swiveled back around to face the window. My breaths now came in panicked gulps, my heart slamming against my ribcage. I knew I needed to get away from the window, away from whatever lurked outside in the dark forest, whatever it was that had entranced my sister. "Hey, come on, let's get back in bed," I managed to choke out. When Amy still didn't budge, I grasped her cold hand in mine. I gave her a gentle tug, and to my immense relief, she followed me without resistance. As we shuffled away from the window, the unnerving howls outside subsided, replaced by the normal night chorus of insects and owls. The knot in my chest finally loosened once we were back at our beds. I helped Amy get under her covers, glancing anxiously at her face for any spark of awareness. But her features remained blank, her brown eyes dull and unfocused. It was like part of her mind was still standing over by that window. "Just try to sleep," I told her as I tucked the blankets around her small frame. She said nothing, merely staring past me at the ceiling. Exhaustion beat at my mind and body, but I knew rest would not find me easily tonight. Moving quietly, I closed the curtain fully, shutting out the moonlight. The room was abruptly cast into inky blackness. I crawled back into bed, my icy feet seeking warmth beneath the sheets. Pulling the covers up to my chin, I lay there staring into the void, straining to hear any sound from Amy's side of the room. But besides the pounding of my heart, all was silent. Eventually, I drifted off into a fretful sleep, my slumber plagued by screeching cries and vacant eyes. I jolted awake just as the first muted light of dawn crept across the ceiling. For a moment, I just lay there, listening. But no wailing cries pierced the morning stillness, just a few chirping birds from the surrounding forest. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and sat up slowly, casting a cautious glance toward Amy's bed. Relief coursed through me at the sight of her sleeping form, blankets rising and falling rhythmically with her breath. The empty, trance-like stare from last night was gone. Her face was relaxed and peaceful. I wondered if she even remembered what happened. As I got dressed and prepared for the day, I mulled over whether to tell my parents about the bizarre events of the previous night. Would they just brush it off like we did with Walter's initial warning? Should I talk to Amy first and find out what she saw or experienced? In the end, I decided to wait and observe my sister's behavior when she woke up. If she seemed confused or scared, then I would tell our parents something frightening had happened. But if Amy acted normal, I thought it best not to rehash the unnerving experience. I sat on the living room sofa, watching the shadows retreat across the yard as the sun rose higher in the sky. The whole forest now appeared tranquil and inviting. It was hard to imagine the haunting sounds which echoed between the trees just hours before. I hoped that whatever occurred last night was just an isolated incident, that the remainder of our vacation would be peaceful and uneventful. I tried to act normal as Amy eventually emerged from the bedroom, hair a mess from sleep. She gave me a quizzical look as I watched her shuffle to the bathroom. "Oh, what?" she mumbled through a yawn. I shook my head, relief flooding through me. "Nothing. Sleep okay?" She shrugged absently before disappearing behind the bathroom door. When she rejoined us in the cozy kitchen for breakfast, I studied her closely for any signs of that vacant stare or unease from the previous night. But she seemed her usual cranky morning self, slumped over a bowl of cereal. So I guessed I wouldn't be mentioning anything about the strange events, unless she did first. After eating, Amy planted herself on the living room sofa to watch cartoons, while my parents discussed possible hikes for the day. I mumbled something about going for a walk, and slipped out the front door unnoticed. I brought one of Darcy Coates' horror novels with me, one of her many ghost stories. Can't remember which. The morning sun filtered brightly through the trees, warming the ground and raising the birdsong a few decibels. I followed a narrow trail away from the cabin, fallen pine needles and twigs crunching under my sneakers. The surrounding forest appeared perfectly normal, no traces of the ominous noises that pierced our dark hours. I wondered if somehow it had just been a bizarre dream, or a figment of my imagination. Then again, the vivid image of Amy's blank stare and rigid form refused to fade from my mind. Lost in thought, I didn't pay much mind to where my feet carried me until the trees began to thin. I emerged from the forest onto a deserted dirt road that stretched onward through the woods in either direction. Glancing back, I realized how far I'd wandered from the cabin. I considered turning around, but curiosity nudged me forward down the road. Around a bend, a weathered wooden fence came into view, with a crooked hand-painted sign which read, "No trespassing, private property." I paused, peering through the fence slats. There appeared to be a small, overgrown pasture on the other side. Deciding I wasn't technically trespassing from the road, I continued on. That's when I first noticed the trees. Every towering pine and spruce that bordered the pasture was marred with strange markings. It looked as though some massive beast had raked its claws vertically down each trunk, stripping away chunks of bark. I ran my hand over one of the gashes, feeling the sticky sap left behind. Unease trickled down my spine as I hurried farther down the road to inspect the other trees. All of them bore similar claw marks, with no discernible pattern or purpose. It was as if something had wandered through the forest, indiscriminately shredding every tree within reach. I backtracked away from the disturbing sight, skin prickling as though I was being watched. When I was once again surrounded by undisturbed nature, I left the road and pushed deeper into the dense forest. The sunlight barely penetrated through the clustered evergreens, blanketing the ground in murky shadows. Every snapping twig made my heart jolt as I forged ahead aimlessly, until suddenly I stumbled into a small clearing. I froze. Makeshift wooden structures encircled the area, fashioned from twisted branches and some sort of cord. Crude symbols and shapes adorned the structures, though I couldn't decipher any meaning from them. In the center sat a small altar-like pile of rocks, topped with bundles of feathers, beads, and bones. The entire bizarre scene exuded an aura of dark, primal energy that seemed to hum in the air and tingle against my skin. Suddenly, I felt like an intruder, trespassing on something ancient, something malignant. I backpedaled from the clearing, urged on by the suffocating sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Only when the strange structures were far behind me did I stop to catch my breath. I leaned a palm against a sturdy pine. A shudder passed through me as I imagined what sort of twisted creature, or person, could have constructed those things. The normal forest sounds of bird call and wind seemed muted, replaced by a heavy silence. I couldn't shake the certainty that something uncanny lingered out here, just out of sight. I arrived back at the cabin winded and on edge, hoping I appeared less unnerved than I actually felt. My dad raised an eyebrow at my disheveled state as I hurried past him to wash up. Over lunch on the porch, my parents discussed visiting Old Faithful the next day. When there was a lull in the conversation, I hesitantly described the odd markings I'd found in the woods. My dad frowned while my mom suggested it was just wildlife or kids messing around. "Well, I think it's best if we all stay close to the cabin today," said Dad, tone casual but firm. I met Amy's gaze from across the table, an unspoken awareness passing between us. She knew the cabin grounds were no longer a safe haven. We both did. We were intruders here, and something ancient and watchful lurked just beyond the tree line, waiting for the cloak of night to descend once more. We spent the rest of the afternoon playing board games on the cabin floor, but I couldn't focus on anything besides the approaching nightfall. An undercurrent of dread flowed through our forced conversations and half-hearted laughter. As daylight gradually faded outside, our words trailed off entirely, replaced by strained silence. Once dusk settled around the cabin, like an oppressive shroud, my dad stood up to draw the living room curtains. I watched him check the lock on the front door twice before retiring with my mom to their bedroom. Back in our room, Amy and I lay side by side in tense stillness, ears straining in the dark. The comforting sounds of our parents preparing for bed in the next room gradually went quiet. I thought about asking Amy if she wanted to talk about yesterday, to see if she would open up about her eerie trance by the window. But fear kept me mute, words frozen in my throat. Eventually, Amy's breath slowed into the steady tempo of sleep. I tossed and turned restlessly, unable to silence my racing mind. Each minute that ticked by on the glowing bedside clock filled me with increasing dread as the witching hour approached. Around 1 a.m., an unearthly howl pierced the stillness. I jolted upright, my heart lurching. The wailing cry was soon echoed by another and another. The bizarre chorus rose and fell in erratic undulations, filling the night. My eyes instinctively flicked toward the window, but this time, the curtains were tightly drawn. I realized Amy must have done that earlier, while I was in the bathroom getting ready for bed. The awful sounds swelled outside, inhuman voices layered upon each other in a cacophony I'd never heard before in nature. I imagined hordes of creatures moving stealthily between the trees, features obscured in shadow as they crept closer to our cabin, called by some ancient rite. But nightmare suddenly became reality. A tall humanoid silhouette glided past the bedroom window outside, briefly blocking the scant moonlight seeping out from behind the heavy drapes. I froze, skin erupting in goosebumps. Something was right outside. The silhouette lingered by the glass for several heartbeats before slowly continuing past, its misshapen head seeming to turn toward the window as it slid out of view. Hot tears of panic welled in my eyes as the phantom shape faded back into the night. I slowly turned towards Amy. As expected, she was sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes round, filled with terror in the darkness. Anguished sobs racked her body, her hands clamped tightly over her ears. She was even so terrified, I could see her drawing blood from where her nails dug into her skin. Amy, it's okay, you're okay," I whispered urgently, helplessness and guilt swirling within me. She remained locked in her mute nightmare, writhing silently against some invisible demon. Swallowing down my own fear, I stumbled over to her bed and wrapped her in my arms. She struggled, head shaking back and forth, refusing to fully resurface into reality. I choked back tears of my own as I gripped her tightly. "Amy, it's me, your brother, I'm right here," I murmured like a mantra, rocking us gently as the hateful cries raged outside. Eventually, I think it worked. She went still, rigid in my embrace, no longer fighting. Even so, her small frame continued to tremble. We stayed huddled together as the wailing gradually faded back into silence. Exhaustion overtook me as the adrenaline drained away, and I gave in to sleep. I was startled awake sometime later at this rattling sound. Blurry eyes searched the room before identifying the noise. It was the doorknob to our bedroom, slowly twisting back and forth. Someone or something was trying to get in. Still holding on to Amy, barely breathing, I watched the old brass knob rattle ominously, but the door itself stayed firmly closed. After an agonizing minute, the rattling ceased. Heavy footsteps moved past our room, creaking down the hallway toward the living room. The front door groaned open, a winter chill spiderwebbing across my skin. The footsteps paused on the threshold. Then it left, disappearing into the night, the door remaining open. Only then did I fully comprehend how close we'd come to a horrible fate. Some sort of creature or intruder had made its way inside the cabin during the night because someone hadn't closed the door completely. Luckily, it found itself barred from entry to our bedroom. If that bedroom door had not been locked, I don't know what would have happened. Thankfully, my parents' bedroom door was locked too. Terrible visions of them being slaughtered in their own beds flashed through my mind. There would be no more sleep for me that night as I clung to my sister, grappling with the bleak knowledge that a flimsy door with an even flimsier lock was all that stood between us and this unspeakable horror that roamed from the woods and into our cabin. The next morning, a feeling of gloom hung over the cabin. We all picked at our breakfast in silence, eyes downcast. The cheerful morning light filtering through the windows seemed to mock the despair that had settled upon us during the dark hours of the night. As soon as the sun had risen, my dad went outside to start packing up the car. His face was pale when he came back in, but all he would say was that we were leaving as soon as possible. My mom fluttered around, tidying things with trembling hands before tossing the last few items into our suitcases. I could tell she was on the verge of tears, but was fighting to hold herself together. Amy sat curled up on the sofa, gaze unfocused. She had not said a word all morning. I wished I could comfort her somehow, convince her she was safe now. But the light of day did not feel like sanctuary anymore. There really was no escape from what happened last night. Within an hour, the car was loaded up and idling in the driveway. I took one last look around the cozy cabin that had become our cage, our fragile shelter from the darkness. Part of me wanted to beg my parents to stay, thinking maybe things would be better now, but I knew deep down that we were right to flee this place and never return. The drive home was solemn and silent. Amy slept fitfully in the back seat while I stared listlessly out the window. Now that we were away from danger, my mind churned with questions. What were those creatures that prowled the woods, making those sounds? Why did they target us? And what would have happened if it had gotten in our rooms? Worst of all was the vacant, tortured look in Amy's eyes whenever the creatures came and howled. I shuddered to imagine what nightmarish visions she must have glimpsed through that window. What evil did she see that had brushed her mind and left its claw marks on her sanity? Even away from that place, she was scarred in a way I could not understand. The next several days passed by in a haze. Amy stayed curled up in her bed, hardly eating or speaking, except for occasional violent nightmares that wrenched her from her sleep. My parents tiptoed around her, offering her reassurances neither they nor I believed. Our lives were irreparably ruptured. About a week after returning home, I was reading in my room when I heard the front door open and close. I looked out the window to see Amy hurrying down the street, moving with purpose for the first time since we got back. I dropped my book and raced outside. She'd made it a few blocks before I caught up, and by then we both were panting. She glanced at me when I grabbed her shoulder, but she pulled away from me and continued on. I followed at a distance. She wound through side streets and alleys. Eventually, we reached the outskirts of town, where sagging abandoned warehouses lined the train tracks. Graffiti spattered their gray walls beneath broken windows. Amy slipped through a hole in a chain-link fence and approached the nearest warehouse. I lingered by the fence, watching as she produced a lighter from her pocket and flicked it alight. In one smooth motion, she hurled the tiny flame through the nearest empty window frame. I don't know what the small flame hit, but somehow flames sprang up and engulfed the dry wooden interior. Amy's face seemed to glow in the firelight as she watched it burn. I backed away, frightened by this specter my sister had become. When the sirens eventually screamed in the distance, Amy finally turned away from the inferno and made her way back to me. Together, we snuck into the shadows and returned home. I didn't tell anyone what Amy did, because somehow it made her seem happier. She seemed to have purged some of that poison from her soul. In the following days, she seemed to come out of her catatonic state. She became more engaged with friends and family again, less prone to trance-like staring fits. I held out hope that the horrors of that cabin would fade to the past for both of us in time. But some deeper instinct warned me that the scars ran too deep for Amy. These fears were confirmed a year later when I walked in on Amy in the midst of a seizure. Her eyes rolled back, limbs flailing about. I tried to hold her still, yelling desperately for my parents. Suddenly, Amy's back arched up as she choked out a guttural scream unlike any human sound. When I looked down at her face, she seemed so far gone. Then her rigid body went limp, and she passed out. Later at the hospital, tests and screening couldn't determine what caused her episode, but I knew. Some sort of splinter of darkness, which had infested those woods, had burrowed inside Amy. In the years since, I've watched my sister struggle against that latent evil, fighting to keep it buried down in her psyche. I often consider urging Amy to discuss what horrors she glimpsed in the window that night, hoping that confessing it might offer some deliverance. But seeing the way her eyes cloud with dread at the mere mention of that time, I know better. Some memories are too dangerous to stir from their unquiet sleep, but too strong to ever fully cleanse. The only mercy I can offer my sister now is silence. Holiday Stalker, from Anonymous. This happened to me and my family on our summer holiday. I was on my holiday in Scotland. We have a big lodge there, which we stay in every year. You can walk to the hotel from there and use all of its facilities. So the thing we did every day was go swimming at the hotel. On the fourth day that we went swimming, however, we couldn't help but notice there was a rather suspicious-looking guy wearing goggles. He kept going under the water a lot. The man looked to be in his early 30s. To give you a better image of my family, there's me, my 16-year-old sister Mia, my other 10-year-old sister Martha, my aunt, and my parents. This guy started swimming underneath us and was uncomfortably close to us. My mom gave us the signal to stay away from the guy. However, he then began to swim towards us again, so we all just got out of the pool. When I got into the changing rooms, my heart sank as I saw him walk in after me. My dad had already left the changing rooms, so I got dressed as quickly as I could and walked straight out of there. When we all met outside the hotel, my little sister said she had to go to the bathroom. But as she started to walk towards it, we all saw the same man from the pool hanging around the girl's room. So my mom went with her as she was getting freaked out by this weird man. She said that once she was in there, a woman in her mid-40s walked in after her. She stood in a cubicle with the door wide open and just stared at my mom for about 10 seconds straight before shutting the cubicle door. After this, we all walked back to the lodge, but we noticed the same woman was following us just a few meters away. My family and her both went down different routes, but they all linked up eventually. We watched her from the lodge when we made it back. She seemed to just walk aimlessly between lodges. Then she turned around and started walking towards ours. After that, she walked behind the lodge next to ours. There was a large forest behind our lodge. She just walked straight into it, then was gone out of sight. Now, something I need to explain is that I've never seen anyone go into those woods behind the lodges, because I'm pretty sure they're off limits. Later on that night, we were watching TV. My older sister was in her room, when suddenly she heard a loud knocking on her windows. A quick note, her room was facing the woods. She came and told all of us what was happening, so I came over and opened the curtains for her. It was pitch dark out, and so I couldn't see anything, other than the faint silhouettes of trees. We then all checked outside with torches. Before long, my aunt swore she had found 2 sets of footprints, walking away and disappearing into the trees. When we called it a day, my dad and I went back outside to check one more time to be safe. We were shocked to find that other people in other lodges had opened their curtains and were now looking around outside too. Suddenly, we heard the sound of a helicopter overhead. It was a police chopper, and it was circling really low around the lodges. If I had to guess, they seemed to be looking for someone. We all were. My dad and I quickly got back inside and locked the doors. We put a jar on top of the door handle, so if anyone tried to open it, the jar would fall to the ground and alert everyone. Skip to the next day. My family was getting ready to leave, as it was our last day there. The house cleaner came over and started to tell us about a break-in which occurred at the lodge right next to ours. However, in a disturbing twist, it was more than just a break-in, because the people who had been staying in that cabin had been found inside, stabbed brutally to death. She said apparently a man and a woman who had been watching the people staying at the lodges were actually deciding who to burgle. But if they were just burglars, why did they have to kill those people? My family and I, to this day, still wonder about that man and woman who seem to be linked together. And even if it sounds morbid, I can't help but feel happy and lucky that it wasn't our lodge they decided to burgle. Ouija spirits summoned a skinwalker. From Rude Boy Nuka. One autumn evening, my friend and I found ourselves in the midst of an adventurous night deep in the woods. My friend's family's cabin was a shotgun-styled house with no neighbors nearby for miles. There, we decided to engage in a chilling activity, playing with a Ouija board. At the time, it was between 11:30 and 12. The darkness enveloped us as we gathered around the board, seeking contact with the supernatural. To our astonishment, the planchette on the Ouija board spelled out the name Austin, the boyfriend of the friend I was visiting. The atmosphere grew tense as we asked the spirit what it desired. With each letter it painstakingly revealed, our unease escalated. The board ominously conveyed a chilling message. For whatever reason, it wanted to kill Austin. D-I-E, it spelled out, sending shivers down our spines. Hastily, we concluded the session and said our goodbyes. The unsettling event left us craving other supernatural experiences, and our curiosity got the better of us. We devised a plan to communicate with more spirits by slipping a paper message under the door of an unoccupied room in the house. Anticipation swelled as we hoped for a response. To our astonishment, we received one. Someone wrote back on the paper. Someone once again expressing hatred towards Austin. Alarmed by this, we decided to try to cleanse the place, in a desperate bid to rid the cabin of any malevolent energy that seemed to be plaguing it. Obviously, it wasn't a good sign that whatever spirit or spirits here wanted to hurt people. At around 3:15 to 3:30 a.m., I made the decision to leave the unsettling cabin behind. My friend escorted me out to my parked car. It was only about 30 feet away from the porch of the terrifying cabin. As I began to drive, I soon arrived at a crossroads, which was about 4 miles down the road. My phone suddenly vibrated. It was a video call from my friend. I answered. Their voice seemed to be trembling, and weirdly enough, they asked if I'd come back. No, I've been gone a while now. I'm already about 4 miles down the road. To my shock, my friend proceeded to inform me that at that very moment, they could distinctly hear my voice just outside the front door, asking to be let in. In a state of confusion and disbelief, I held up my phone to reveal I was indeed in my car at the crossroads, far away from them. In an attempt to validate their claims, they positioned their phone near the front door, allowing me to hear an unsettling imitation of my own voice emanating from the other side. The voice persistently pleaded to be let in, even saying there was some danger outside in a panic, that if they weren't let in, some sort of monster was going to get them. Beyond horrified, my friend adamantly refused to open the door. However, the imitated voice grew increasingly aggressive and menacing. Multiple screams erupted, echoing through the air. It was like whatever was outside had split into multiple entities. The deceptive voice then resorted to a sinister tactic, attempting to lure my friend into the foreboding woods, mimicking my voice still and crying out for help. I sat in my car, paralyzed, helplessly listening to the entire chilling conversation unfold through my car's sound system. Before long, the voice dissipated, leaving us all confused and terrified. To this day, we don't know what that was, but we believe it happened because we dared to mess with a Ouija board. Coraline Closet Creature from Jade H. There's a time in your life, at least once, when you feel terror. And I mean true terror, when your chest feels hot, yet also frozen on the last breath you took. Time seems to slow, your stomach becomes rigid, filling your throat with a silent scream. Maybe you run, maybe you freeze up, maybe you'll try to fight. But for those of us who have felt true terror, it becomes engraved in your bones so deep, it seems to change a part of your soul, a part of yourself. That being said, I want to tell you about November 20th of 2006. I grew up in a very Baptist Christian household, and at this time in my life, I was very young and susceptible to influence. When you're going to these kinds of things, there's talk about heaven and angels, and a lot of talk about the threat of hell, of damnation, eternal burning. That's kind of terrifying for an 8-year-old kid. Anyway, my family and I took a flight to Colorado. We'd gotten a small cabin high in the mountains, deep in the woods. We were so high up, my dad needed portable oxygen from altitude sickness. We were pretty secluded, other than the cabin next to us, about 3 acres away, though it was eerily hard to see through the snow-covered trees and foot-deep buildup of snow on the ground. Our first night was fun. We had a fire and roasted marshmallows and popcorn on long sticks. I had a good time. My 2 younger sisters and I even built a snowman. Now, the inside of the cabin was a very open build. There was a railless second-story loft with 2 twin beds, and under the stairs was our dad's bed. There was a little TV and an ugly blue floral grandma couch, which smelled like maple syrup. I slept on the left twin bed, closest to the edge and the stairs. My sister Bailey, who was 6 at the time, slept in the right, safer bed, away from the edge. Our younger sister Grace was only 2, so she slept with our dad downstairs. I slept pretty good that night. Probably the last good night's sleep I've had since, and I'm 23 now. It all started with some tapping. Early the next morning, I woke up from this annoying tapping sound. It wasn't like a pencil on a desk. It was more like the raspy clasp of something heavy and sharp, flicking its nails against the wooden floor. At first, I thought it was my dad. Honestly, I thought it could be bears too. I was a kid, and we were in the mountains after all. But I was wrong. The tap-tap-tapping, or ras-ras-rasping of that sound made me stay completely still in my bed. I had a habit of sleeping with the pillow on top of my head, so I knew I was pretty hidden. I made the decision to peek through the crack between my bed and the pillow. I looked toward the ledge, the part where someone neglected to put railing. I could see the straight drop-off to the living area and tiny kitchen. The massive windows without curtains really emphasized how alone we were in that cabin, how dark it truly is when you're miles away from city lights and protected by towering juniper and spruce. But there was something there, like a dark silhouette just on the overhang. It looked maybe like a blurred hand, just a few fingers, black in the darkness, gripping the ledge of the loft, tapping an extra-jointed finger. I froze. Nausea and chill froze my body. I held my breath. No, I thought to myself, there's no way I was seeing that. I slowly closed my eyes, and I faced away. It was going to be daylight soon. I usually woke up around 6 a.m., so there's no way I had to wait all night for Daddy to get up and sing loudly to us, "Good morning, girls. Demons can't be real. Monsters can't be real." That's what I told myself.
I mean, I was a God-fearing Christian. We sang hymns in the car every time we drove. We went to private Bible school, vacation Bible school. There's no way God would ever let that happen to me, one of his children, right? Again, I told myself this over and over, reciting Bible verses in fear, whispering words so silently they came out between breaths. Prayers and verses I thought would make it go away. In my mind, I even commanded the thing to leave me be. I didn't know any better, but I certainly do now. After what felt like hours, but was most likely a few minutes, I felt the air around me go still a bit, the tension dissipating. I got brave and peeked one eye open, as small as I possibly could. It was gone. That weird hand or whatever it was gone now. It had gone silently, and I hadn't even noticed. I breathed with relief and rolled over to face the wall beside me. There was a small wooden nightstand with an old oil lamp, but slightly hidden behind it was a small seam, like the outline of a tiny square door frame. At that time, Coraline the movie didn't exist, but now I'd say it's very close to the perfect description. The similarity to the movie in these events are astounding. This door was a dark old wooden brown, like the muddy brown color, with deep hollows dark from being burned or stained. Eventually, I fell back to sleep. Later, when the sun finally came up, I talked to my dad about the tiny door. My sisters and I hid downstairs while he investigated. Soon he called us up to come see it. It was a tiny room similar to a storage closet, with a few gallons of water and firewood inside. Nothing to worry about. Even Grace crawled inside, and Dad took a picture. The second night is where the story truly begins. I was worried about being scared again that night, so I asked my dad to leave a light on for me, so I could see during the night. He didn't like the idea that much, so instead he made a fire in the fireplace and put up the chain guard for extra protection. Then we went off to bed. The fire burned well for several hours. To be honest, I spent more time watching the shadow of the flames dance up the high triangular ceiling than I did sleeping. I wonder now, if I'd actually slept, would I have gone through any of this? Soon those flames dwindled down from sparks and embers to a mere orange hue. I turned away, now facing that ominous tiny door. As soon as I did, I was startled by a tap. That same repetitive sound drilling into my skull once again. But it wasn't coming from behind me, it was coming from in front of me, from behind that door. I thought it was a trick. I thought it was just me imagining something, a small branch shaking just the right part of the roof so that the door snapped. There was no way a monster could come after me. I was saved and protected. And monsters aren't real. Then there was silence. I peered through my cocoon of pillows and blankets, exposing my eyes. I felt I had to see it, to see if it was something or someone. I don't really know what I was thinking. As I opened my eyes, sharp, elongated fingers pulled back between the seams of the door and frame. It somehow melted through the tiny crack like an apparition. Suddenly, the door started to shake, and a loud scratching sound grinded across the other side of the door. It was so loud, even my sister stirred a bit in bed. I could hear her. Or I hoped it was her. The sound behind the door masked it, but I felt in my soul that there was some movement, some presence behind me now. It had to be Bailey. She probably heard it too, and was going to run and tell Dad. I hoped she would. Another scraping sound, the sound of talons getting caught in each of the layers of wood. Then the fire went out. All at once, the orange halo of light that outlined the edges of the room disappeared, leaving me alone in the dark.
Was my sister there? I swore I could hear movement. I convinced myself that sound was her. Then there was a bang. The door shook, and at this point I was so still in fear, my muscles cramped, and my breath was shallow. I was probably breathing in and out 20 times a minute. I tried not to breathe at all, though. Another bang. Something behind the door was knocking. It was hitting it hard, as if someone was hitting it with a fist. Bang each time I felt myself shrivel up, becoming stiffer and stiller, as if I could shrink myself. Bang, 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 bang. The loud thuds vibrated through the air. I could almost feel my heartbeat match its rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. Would you stop it? Bailey had finally woke up. Her words were followed by silence. I hear another shift, and my bed moves. Jade, would you... Her words stopped abruptly and were followed by a deafening scream. She screamed, but I didn't move. I stayed completely still. It wasn't her that had bumped my bed. It wasn't her who I felt sitting at the edge of my feet. Whatever it was, Bailey had seen it, and it was on my bed, and it had been in that tiny closet beside me. My tears overflowed, spilling down my face even though I forced them shut. I didn't want to see that door. I didn't want to see that thing. Bang, the door was pounded on with the force of a football player trying to break it down. The wood bowed and bent from the immense power of it. Bang, bang, bang. Something inside me, something I couldn't control, caused me to start reciting Bible verses again. Through shaky breaths and shock-filled tears, I prayed. More movement on my bed. Bang, bang, bang. Then stomping came from the stairs, followed by, "What's going on up here?" My dad. My prayers had worked out, but I couldn't sigh with relief yet. I continued my desperate pleas. I couldn't keep my body completely still anymore. I was shaking. Every muscle in my body contracted at different times. I felt as if I was vibrating from fear, from the pain of my stillness, from that thing that had now slowly made its way to my side. Its claws had kept getting caught on the knitted quilt above my thick comforter. I'd felt it pull away at it a few times. Another bang. My heart sank. After that last bang, there was a change. A pop or a click. I couldn't figure out what the sound was. I looked. 2 deep, sunken-in eyes, hollow and black, surrounded by what could have been a face, but it was too pale, maybe just white. A face that seemed to have no blood flowing through it. In that moment, I believed it was a demon, that the devil himself was looking me in the eye with an overgrown or maybe cut-out mouth, making it curve all the way up to the high cheekbones beside its eyes. I knew it had teeth. I could tell, and I knew they were sharp. Whatever it was, the thing smelled, and it was thin. Behind its head, I could see some sort of black hair-lined sash or coat that had been decaying over time. But those eyes, they were like craters, with dark spiraling layering in the middle. 2 once human eyes, bloodshot with cat-like irises. Not in the sense that they're slit, but more like the red-yellow flash they make when you shine a light into them. In a split second, it leaned away from me, taking one last pause before zipping across the room. It sounded like it leapt to the floor, but I couldn't tell. I was stuck there in shock. My eyes stared forward, just as they had been when it was there. But now that it had moved, that tiny door was in clear view. It was open, not too wide, but enough to see inside. There was a loud scuffle. My sister and dad screamed. I still stared at the opening behind the door, and out of the darkness, 2 shining eyes peered back at me. My dad grunted and yelled. I could hear a thud downstairs, followed by the front door crashing down. Apparently, whatever that thing was, it had tackled my father, clawing a gash across his chest before tumbling off the edge of the loft, to the floor below. The creature busted out of the door. My dad had fallen with it and was knocked out. Bailey wailed and cried. I could hear Grace downstairs in bed screaming, babbling about, "Daddy, wake up," or "Daddy, oh no." I could feel the freezing winter air blowing through the cabin, but I didn't move. I didn't blink. I stared back at those eyes. We were there for hours, Dad still unconscious, and Bailey had somehow managed to grab the radio or a phone and call for an emergency response. We were so snowed in by then, the national park nearby had to plow the road twice to get to us. One truck had somehow stopped working. They blamed the cold or maybe battery issues. I don't remember. By the time the second snowplow had made its way to our street, my two sisters had crawled into Bailey's bed with all of what was left of the blankets. They'd kept themselves going with hot cocoa powder, Cheez-Its, and a jar of peanut butter. A 2-year-old and a 6-year-old left to fend for themselves with a half-conscious dad. And there I was, their older sister, still frozen in the same exact place. I never looked away. The park rangers came in, taking off their jackets, trying to wake up our dad without much success. But he was still alive. They started a fire and placed the door in the open doorway on top of a small pile of snow that had accumulated there. When the police and ambulance finally arrived, there were helicopters flying above us. I could hear the blades chopping the air, making the tree branches snap and shake. The last thing I remember was being pulled onto a stretcher, my gaze torn away from that thing in the dark. My family and I never talk about that cabin. We don't discuss what happened that night. Now, as an adult, I'm not so religious anymore, but I still celebrate the earth and practice spirituality. I have a few ideas as to what it could have been, but it doesn't really matter. Sometimes, I still see those long, clawed fingers curled around a door frame before evaporating away. Maybe one day, I'll really find out what it is. Full moon brings the winged things. From Erica V. It was the summer I turned 16. That's a fact I won't forget due to the freaky stuff that happened at our family's cabin in New Mexico. We used to go there every year. My parents, me, my older brother, and sometimes my aunt, uncle, and their kids too. It was this kind of double family staycation in the woods for about a week. Normally, it was just super chill. We would fish, roast hot dogs, play board games, and we'd always come home with stories of silly cousin drama or how many fish we'd caught. But that particular summer, it was totally different, like goosebump-inducing different. And I think the fact there was a full moon for 3 nights in a row might have been important. Anyway, I was living in Arizona at the time, still do actually, and that year was just not good for me in school. I'd had a falling out with a close friend, and I was feeling pretty down about my weight, just my body image in general. To be honest, I wasn't super excited to go on this trip, because I wasn't really excited about anything at the time. But Mom and Dad insisted that fresh air would do me good, so I figured I might as well tag along and just mope in the woods instead of at home. Little did I know, mope was not exactly what I'd end up doing. The cabin is in the northern part of New Mexico, tucked away in this heavily forested area near a small river. It's cozy, not super fancy. There's no cell service except for a spot near the edge of the front porch. Really just enough to get a text out every now and then. We arrived in the afternoon. My aunt and uncle and their family weren't there that week, due to some scheduling conflicts. That made the place feel a bit quieter than it usually is. My brother and I helped Mom bring in groceries, and Dad started to set up the grill. We played a bunch of board games that evening. Scrabble, Cranium, even Uno, and surprisingly, I was having a good time. It felt kinda nice being disconnected from everything else. The next day, Dad took us fishing down by the river. My brother is all about fishing, but me, not so much. Still, I tagged along, walking around taking pictures of random trees and trying to clear my head. That day was a beautiful day, sunny and warm with a cool breeze. After we got back, we roasted hot dogs outside. The moon was already looking huge even before the sun fully set. I remember joking with Dad about how bright it was going to get. Eventually, everyone trickled back indoors, but I stayed out a little longer by the fire pit, enjoying the quiet. My dad is a big teddy bear. He came over before heading in and told me how much I meant to him. He kissed my forehead, even though I was a teenager then, and I rolled my eyes. It felt sweet. He told me he would always be there for me if I needed to talk. It was one of those moments that made me feel safer than I had in a while. He went inside after that, and I just sat there scrolling through my phone, attempting to send a text to my friend back home. That's when it happened. First, I felt this weird hush come over the forest, like all the nighttime insect sounds and owl hoots just died out. Then I heard this whoosh, but it was above me, not around me, so it didn't blow my hair or anything. It was like some huge gust of wind had cut through the treetops, which freaked me out because all the leaves and branches started rustling in a wave, almost like a wave of silence rolling across them. It gave me goosebumps. I sat there totally still, heart pounding in my ears. It sounded big, heavier than any bird or even some raccoon scampering about. And after the thud, there was this clicking sound, really loud clicking. I was so creeped out. The first thing that popped into my mind was that it sounded like echolocation. That clicking went on for a bit, echoing through the quiet forest. I couldn't see anything because it was so dark, though the moonlight helped a little. But the thick canopy overhead didn't let me see the actual shape. After a while, the clicking just stopped. Then, steadily, the normal forest sounds started creeping back. I was about to quietly step back toward the cabin when another whoosh came. This time it was followed by a heavy thud on the ground, maybe 20 yards away from me. Then there was this high-pitched squeal, like a rodent or something in agony. It freaked me out so bad that I stood up, ready to bolt away. But I looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of this huge bat-like thing flying away, and it was holding something in its claws, something that was squealing. I ran inside so fast, I nearly tripped over the porch steps. Dad was still in the kitchen getting some water, and my brother was sprawled out on the couch with some old VHS movie playing on the TV. I probably looked like I'd seen a ghost, because Dad's eyes went wide and he asked what was wrong. I told him that I'd heard something. I saw something out there. My heart was racing so quickly I could barely get the words out. My brother paused his movie, and the two of them stepped outside with a flashlight. They were out there for a good 15 minutes or so, but when they came back, they said they didn't see anything. Well, except they did find some blood on the grass near where I heard the thud. They came back in looking a little concerned, but also kind of like, well, maybe it was an owl that grabbed a rabbit or something. The next day, my dad, my brother, and my uncle, he came by just for the day, decided to go hunting. They were gone for hours, so the ladies, as they called us, just stayed around the cabin chatting, watching TV, and eventually, my aunt, who had also come along with my uncle just for the day, taught me how to make Grandma's old French silk pie recipe. It was fun, and I felt more relaxed. Sometimes being busy in the kitchen is the best distraction, and my aunt is the kind of person who's always full of funny stories and cooking tips. When the guys came back, they'd gotten a decent-sized buck. They were very, very proud. My dad and uncle took it behind the cabin to skin it, and I remember hearing them talk about burying the remains in a deep hole maybe 25 yards from the cabin to keep wild animals from sniffing around too close. They quartered it up and stuck the good meat in the freezer. Then they grabbed shovels and went off to do the burying. The rest of the evening passed without anything weird happening. We had a big family dinner, watched some random TV shows. Then, after my aunt and uncle left, we headed to bed. I was sharing a room with my brother in the cabin. My brother's 19 years old at the time. I was awakened in my bed from him suddenly shaking me. It was around 2 a.m., and he whispered, "Hey, wake up! You need to see this." I was super groggy and instantly grumpy, but he insisted that I look out the window. So I stumbled over and peeked through the blinds. Sure enough, there was something moving around near the spot where they buried the deer remains. The moonlight was bright enough that we could see pretty clearly. Something had dug up the hole, like easily dug it up, and as I recall, that hole was about 5 feet deep. It was pulling out chunks of the deer's innards and feasting on them. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. It appeared to have leathery skin and these folded up wings sort of hunched behind its back. I could make out weird, jerky movements as it tore at the remains. My brother whispered, "Is that the thing you saw last night?" And I just kind of nodded. We both stood there, freaked out but quiet. We didn't want to make too much noise. My brother didn't wake Dad up yet, said that thing would take off the second it heard a door open or footsteps. So instead we watched. I had tried to grab my phone to take a picture, but my camera was terrible in low light. The whole shot came out almost entirely pitch black, no matter how hard I tried. I remember feeling so frustrated, thinking no one's gonna believe this, but mostly just terrified that at any moment it would look at us and see us. Eventually, it must have heard something or sensed our presence. Heck, maybe it got done. It stiffened up and then took off in this clumsy hop and flew away into the trees. The next morning, we told Dad everything. My brother was all pumped up, saying we should stay up that night outside to try and spot it again, maybe even shoot it. Dad wasn't exactly thrilled with the plan. He's a big, sweet guy, but he also hunts, so he can handle a rifle. Still, he's not the type to go out guns blazing on a wild animal. And yet, he didn't want my brother doing something stupid or dangerous. So eventually, he relented. "Fine, I'll stay up with you two, just to keep an eye out. But if it gets too late or too sketchy, we're done." We agreed. That day was super weird. I kept glancing up at the trees, expecting to see something, imagining it perched up there watching us. My brother was on edge too, or maybe just overly excited. He seemed super cool about it, but knowing him, he was probably anxious. When night fell, Dad, my brother, and I plopped ourselves outside. Dad had his rifle propped up against a chair, not in any aggressive way, but just to be safe. We sat around, listening and waiting. Honestly, it was kind of nerve-wracking because you start to imagine every rustle of leaves is some giant bat monster. Dad was starting to doze off around midnight, snoring quite loud, and my brother actually joked, saying something along the lines of, "He's gonna scare it off with all that racket. Only thing he'll attract is some female Sasquatch." I rolled my eyes and smiled. We were almost ready to head back in when something told me to stand up. Maybe it was just the stiffness in my legs, but the second I did, I caught a red glint up in the high branches of a pine tree. At first, I thought it was just a reflection from the cabin lights, maybe a raccoon's eyes. But then I realized the shape was way too big to be a raccoon. I nudged my brother and woke my dad up, pointing to what I was seeing. The figure was hanging upside down. Its eyes reflected red at just the right angle when you looked at it. I could see a leathery, wrinkled face, kind of pig-like with a snout. And when its mouth opened, I swear I saw small fangs glinting in the moonlight. It was at least the size of a very big dog, but with wings. They were all folded up, so you just saw bits of them around its body. Dad reached for the rifle, but he barely even moved it, and the thing instantly spread its wings, taking off in one powerful leap. I mean, it had insane hearing or some sense that we were about to make a move. We just watched it vanish into the black sky, and all three of us stood there in shocked silence. The next morning, we told Mom what we saw. Of course, her reaction was half disbelief, half, "Wait, you're serious?" But my brother and I, plus my dad, were absolutely sure. We talked about it the rest of the trip. And after we got home, it would be brought up at school sometimes. But people just laughed or said you watch too many scary movies. I know what I saw. My dad and my brother know too. We still go to that cabin every now and then. But never again has there been a 3-night full moon during our stay. Just due to random scheduling, really. But it does make me wonder if that is significant. That maybe this thing only comes out during full moons. To this day, we've never experienced anything quite that terrifying again. Nowadays, I'm almost 30, and looking back, I'm pretty proud of how my family handled it. Sure, it was scary and weird, but they believed me, supported me, stayed up with me to see if I was crazy or not. It turned out I wasn't. There's definitely something out there. I think it's a giant predatory bat. But part of me wonders if it's some unknown creature that only shows up when the conditions are just right. Like a full moon, as I said before. But I do know that it's absolutely the scariest and coolest thing I've ever seen. Not saying I wish to see it again, or wish someone else to encounter it, but at the same time, I kinda wish I'd gotten a good photo. An Icy Cold Haunting. From Drabbit. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to fully understand what happened that winter at the old cabin in Colorado. Afterwards, my wife and I decided to never go back. And that's saying a lot, as it had been in her family for decades. Normally, we'd all look forward to spending a week in the mountains, especially the kids. They'd get to run around in the snow and build snowmen, and just be away from school and chores for a while. But the year we went and the blizzard hit, I swear something unexplainable happened that still gives me nightmares whenever I let my mind drift back to the cabin. It all started when my wife, Melanie, said her dad needed someone to check on the old place. He was getting older, couldn't drive up there much anymore. And so the plan would be for us, myself, Melanie, and our 3 kids, Mandy, who's 14, Alex, who's 11, and Ezra, who's 7, to head up for a long weekend. We'd make sure the pipes weren't frozen, the place was in good shape, that kind of thing. At first, I thought it would be a nice getaway from the busyness of our lives in Denver. I was looking forward to teaching the kids some winter survival tips, building an igloo or at least a snow fort, showing them how to safely start a fire in the old wood stove. The drive there was okay at first, just your standard winding mountain roads. But as we got higher in elevation, the wind really picked up and the snowfall started to get heavier. By the time we got close to the cabin, we were basically crawling along in 4-wheel drive. The kids had their faces pressed against the car windows, marveling at the giant flakes swirling around us. I told them, "Just wait till you're outside. Gonna feel like you're in a snow globe." We laughed. Looking back, it was probably the last genuine laugh we had during the trip. When we finally pulled up to the cabin, it felt oddly lifeless. I know that might sound silly. Of course it's lifeless if no one's been there for months, right? But there was something more to it. It's a small 2-bedroom place with a loft, perched near a bunch of tall pines, and usually I think it's pretty cute. But in the swirling gray-white of that afternoon, the place looked kind of ominous. The roof was bowed under the weight of the snow, the windows partially frosted, the front steps slick with ice, We hustled carefully inside, cranking up the little furnace and starting to settle in. There's no TV up there, just an old radio and a couple of board games. Mel set about making some cocoa for the kids, while I dragged in these suitcases. The first thing that struck me as weird happened almost immediately. I noticed that the large carved crucifix that had always hung near the fireplace was missing. Instead, where it had been, there was now a small dark smudge on the wall, like it had been burned or something else. I asked Melanie if her dad had taken the cross down for whatever reason, but she had no idea.
"He's always kept it there. You know how devout he is," she said. It really didn't make sense, but I told myself maybe it had fallen off, and he took it home to fix it. It was an eerie start, but easy enough to brush off. That night, the snow kept coming down harder than I'd ever seen. We had dinner. Canned soup, as we didn't trust the old oven yet. We sat around playing some silly game with the kids. Can't remember what it was. Everything was mostly normal except the wind howling like a living thing outside. Either the place was old or it was getting bad, because the windows began to rattle. Alex asked if we could check for leaks, so I did a quick circuit around the cabin. The loft area was fine. No cracks in the windows or anything like that, but I kept getting a weird feeling in my gut. That uneasy sense you get when you swear someone is watching you. Later that night, after we'd all gone to bed, I woke up to the strangest noise. It was a distant banging sound, like something was pounding on the walls outside. At first, I assumed it was a branch slapping against the cabin in the wind. But when I sat up, I could hear a very different, deeper sound along with it. A low moan or growl. I glanced over at Melanie, who was still sound asleep. The kids were up in the loft, presumably sleeping too. I decided to check it out alone, so I grabbed my boots and my jacket. The second I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a hammer. The snow was practically up to my knees, and the wind was ripping across my face. But even through the roar of the storm, I could tell something was off. Every few seconds I'd hear that low groan, but it was impossible to pinpoint where it was coming from. With a flashlight, I did a quick walk around the perimeter of the cabin. I couldn't find any branches hitting walls, no animals or people scurrying about, just nothing. But near the back of the cabin, on the old porch rail, I found deep gouges in the wood. They looked like claw marks. We don't have bears here, at least not commonly, and these marks were spaced in a way that I'd never seen from any mountain lion or other critter. They looked almost too large. That was the first real shiver of fear I felt. I ended up going back inside, locking all the doors and pushing a couple of chairs against them, just for my own peace of mind. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I just couldn't shake the sense that something was out there. The next morning, I told Mel about it. She looked worried. "My dad never mentioned anything like that," she said, then joked, "Maybe what you heard was a ghost." But even as she smiled, I could still tell she was worried. We spent the next day shoveling some of the snow around the front door, trying to make sure we wouldn't get stuck there. The kids built a snowman, and I tried to bury my worries in normal stuff, stoking the fire and checking if the generator still worked. I'd almost managed to convince myself the claw marks could have been from an old raccoon or something that had grown big living off the trash. But that night, the real terror started. We were sitting around after dinner when the lights began to flicker. That's not unusual for a cabin in the mountains during a snowstorm, so I got up to check the circuit breaker. But the breaker was fine, no tripped switches. Everything was normal. Right then, we heard a loud crash from the loft.
The kids shouted down that something had fallen, so I rushed up there. Mandy said a shelf just toppled off the wall out of nowhere. She was shaken up, and Alex was helping Ezra back to his bed. Sure enough, the shelf that held some old family photos and knickknacks had fallen, scattering everything. I checked the brackets. They weren't broken or loose. It didn't make any sense for it to just collapse like that. We cleaned up, trying to keep the mood light, but there was a tension that none of us could ignore. Later, around 11 p.m., the kids had gone to bed. Melanie was reading by the fire and I was flipping through a magazine. Then, out of nowhere, the radio, which had been switched off, began to blare to life with static. It was so sudden and loud, I nearly jumped out of my chair. Melanie leapt up too, staring at the radio like it was possessed. I walked over, fiddling with the knob, and realized it shouldn't even have power at all at that moment, because we had turned off that particular outlet to conserve electricity. And yet there it was, hissing and crackling. For a second, it sounded like a voice came through the static. Just a hissed word or two, but it made the hair on my arms stand on end. I shut it off by pulling the plug, but even then, it crackled for another moment before going silent. Melanie asked, "Did you hear that? It sounded like someone said leave." I nodded, swallowing a lump in my throat. Not an hour later, we heard a scream from the loft. Rushing up, we found Mandy and Alex standing at the far end, pointing toward the corner. Mandy was crying, Alex's face was pale, and Ezra was under the blankets. They said they had seen a dark figure, tall and hunched over, standing there just moments ago. It vanished the second they screamed. I looked around, searching for any sign of a person or maybe a trick of the light. But that corner was empty. I tried to calm them down, explaining that it was probably a shadow from the firelight bouncing off the walls. But I didn't believe it. I knew something was wrong in this place. We all decided to sleep downstairs in the living room together. I piled extra blankets on the kids, and Melanie and I sat up, not really sleeping, just dozing in and out. Around 3 a.m., I heard the banging again. This time it felt like it was coming from inside the walls rather than outside. I got up with my flashlight, and I quietly made my way through the cabin. Every so often, I swear I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a dark shape seeming to move in the shadows. Twice I even turned with my flashlight, only to find nothing but an empty room. The whole time my stomach was doing knots. We weren't alone in here. Finally, sometime just before dawn, the storm eased up a bit, and I made the call. We were leaving. I woke up Melanie, telling her we should pack up. She didn't argue. We got the kids up and they were all too eager to get out. The wind had died down enough that we could feasibly drive back out, even if it meant tackling some pretty bad roads. We gathered our things in record time and headed for the door. As I stepped out onto the porch, I glanced back inside one time, and I swear I saw in the flicker of the dying firelight a humanoid figure standing in the hallway. It was featureless, save for glowing eyes. It didn't move, didn't run at us, just stood there. I slammed the door shut, my heart going crazy. We barely made it down the mountain, sliding around on the icy roads, but I felt an immense sense of relief once we were back on the main highway. The kids were freaked out but seemed to relax a bit once the cabin was out of sight. Melanie and I agreed we would explain everything to her dad later. But privately she told me, "I don't want to come back here. Ever." And I agreed. We told her father about these strange events, missing crucifix, possessed radio, Shelf falling, banging on the walls, the shadow figure. He listened quietly, his eyes darkening. He never did say he believed us outright, but I saw how his hands trembled a little, and he eventually admitted that his own father had experienced something evil in the cabin years back. That was enough for me. It's been several years now, and we haven't gone back, not even for a day trip. The kids don't even bring it up. I still wonder about the place sometimes, whether it's truly haunted or if something demonic lives within the walls. Maybe the mountain itself is cursed. Maybe it was a storm-induced hysteria. But every time I recall that final moment, seeing that vague shape in the hallway, I can't just write it off as my imagination. Whatever it was real, and it wanted us out. Well, it got what it wanted. As far as I'm concerned, that cabin can stay empty forever. If there's some dark force out there in the Colorado mountains, we sure aren't going to mess with it again. I hope anyone else who goes there is prepared for what they might find lurking in the dark. Because trust me, once you see something like that, your world never feels quite the same again. Not a Bear, from Far From Sloan. After quite the rough patch, I ended up in a rickety cabin out in the Ozarks. That's what happens when you lose your job, can't keep up with the mortgage payments, and your house goes into foreclosure. It was honestly horrible. My wife had passed away 2 years ago, and every day since felt like fighting upstream. Eventually, I just ran out of steam. After the bank took my home in 2014, I called in a favor from an old friend who owned a cabin in Arkansas near the edge of the woods. He said I could rent it for next to nothing, at least until I got back on my feet. I assumed it would be better than sleeping in my truck, so I packed up what little I had left and made the move. If you've never been to the Ozarks, they are beautiful, peaceful, but they can also make you feel like you're living in a different world. The cabin was off a narrow gravel road, lined by tall trees that seemed to lean in, like they were guarding some secret of their own. The place was small and run down, no TV, no internet, and the porch tilted a bit to the right. The nights there were pitch black, and the nearest neighbors were about a half-mile up the road. I told myself the quiet would help me think, help me process the loss of my wife and figure out my next steps. My first few weeks were uneventful enough. I spent most days sending out resumes from the local library. It was about an hour's drive away, though. And I spent my evenings tinkering around in the cabin, trying to fix leaks or shore up creaky floorboards. I kept to myself, really. I'd hear plenty of wildlife at night. Owls and foxes and possums rummaging through the garbage, but nothing that particularly freaked me out. Actually, I almost liked it. The sense of living with nature all around me never did feel too alone. Then, around the 3rd week, I started to notice odd things. One evening, I heard snuffling sounds right outside my bedroom window. It was like something with a short snout sniffing at the wall. This was a very distinct noise, wet and heavy breathing. At the time, I assumed it was a black bear, except that I'd lived in Arkansas long enough to know how normal bears should sound. And this wasn't it. Bears have this deeper, more resonant kind of huff, but this was sharper, with occasional grunts or squeals mixed in. I remember turning off my bedside lamp so I could look out the window without a glare, but it was too dark to see a thing. When I opened up the window to try and shine a flashlight, the sound abruptly stopped, like whatever was out there decided to run off. A couple of nights later, I found fresh prints in the dirt by the porch. They were large, but not quite as big as your typical black bear paw. And what really threw me off was the shape. The toes were very long, and there seemed to be more of a curved arch. This made my hair stand on end. Could have been some sick or mangy bear, sure, but something about those footprints were just wrong. That same night, I found claw marks along the side of the cabin, near the kitchen window. They were arranged horizontally, as if something had reared up on its hind legs and raked long, curved claws across wood. It didn't look like the usual bear scratch to me. I began to form a sort of legend in my head that some local variation of a black bear or some other critter was living out here along with me, and whether or not it was peaceful remained to be seen. I'm no zoologist, though. Every passing day brought more unsettling evidence that something unusual was nosing around. One morning, I woke up to find the trash bin flipped over, the lid half chewed, and there were these strange grayish hairs caught in the hinge. The fur was sparse, thin, almost patchy, and the strands themselves were coarse. It looked more like a boar's bristles than bear fur, even though they were too long to be from a boar. As the weeks went on, the nightly visits became more frequent, at least 3 or 4 times a week. I'd hear shuffling footsteps just beyond the porch. Occasionally, I would catch sight of a broad, hunched form loping between the trees, if there was enough moonlight. I never got a crystal clear view, but from the glimpses I managed, I saw that it had a heavy frame, a snout like a hog's, and patchy fur that looked like it had suffered from some disease. Seriously, it gave me the creeps. I tried to tell myself that it was just a black bear, a diseased black bear. But deep down, I didn't think it was that simple. One night, I heard a deep, ragged grunting near the back door. It sounded frustrated, like it was trying to get inside but couldn't figure it out. I grabbed my baseball bat. I didn't have a gun at the time, and I tiptoed to the door. There was this moment when the two of us, whatever was outside, and me inside, just stood there. I could feel it out there through the thin wood. I could hear a low, snuffling breath. My heart was racing so loud, I was sure it could hear that. Then, just like before, it moved on, leaving me there with beads of sweat dripping down my face. Things escalated a bit when it started to claw at the windows at night. I'd wake up to the sounds of nails scraping glass. Made me think it was trying to find a way in and was testing places. Once it left smears on the window, a greasy, foul-smelling residue that took me forever to clean off. I began to dread sundown out there, lighting candles around the cabin more for comfort than actual illumination, like a bit more light would keep that thing at bay. When it wasn't skulking around, I was dealing with my own misery. Grief for my wife, the stress of being broke and nearly homeless, the uncertainty of my future. The cabin felt like a prison sometimes, but I stayed because it was cheap and I didn't really have any other options. My friend said I was welcome to crash there indefinitely, and pride wouldn't let me go begging to family members for a spare couch. So I stuck it out, hoping the creature would lose interest. Then came the worst night, the night that I think it nearly ended me. It was late March by then, a bit warmer, and the woods around the cabin smelled of wet leaves and fresh sap. I was outside on my porch, pacing around with a mug of coffee, trying to just enjoy the peace. The hair on the back of my neck was up again, though, that sixth sense telling me I was not alone. Sure enough, I heard branches cracking to my left. I swung my flashlight around, catching a glimpse of that shape, big and hunched, covered in sparse, patchy fur, and that short hog-like snout. This time, it was only about 20 feet away from me, half hidden behind a tree. When our eyes locked, I heard it grunt at me, a continuous grunt that slowly rose to a high screech, and in one huge stride, the thing loped towards me. I began to panic. I dropped my flashlight and sprinted off the porch, hoping I could circle back around to the cabin door before it made it to me. My boots slipped in the mud, and I could hear the creature breathing. It was so close. I could hear snarling and snapping branches, and it was getting closer. I managed to weave between a few thick pines, the adrenaline in my body the only thing keeping me moving. I heard heavy paw steps, if you could call them paws, just behind me, and I swear I could feel hot breath on my neck. I whipped around a tree, almost smashing my face into the trunk. I then spotted my cabin's porch light in the corner of my vision. I pushed myself forward, half sliding and half running towards the door. By some miracle, I made it to the porch, yanked the door open, and hurled myself inside. My shoulder slammed into the frame, but I didn't care. I kicked the door shut with my foot and threw the bolt. Afterwards, I collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. Outside, I heard that thing howl. It was awful, a deep moan that ended in a pig-like squeal. It was so close, I could hear the wood of the porch creak under its weight. My entire body shook. I listened, heart pounding. For a few seconds, it pawed and scratched at the door. I prayed it wouldn't break through. Then abruptly, it must have run off, because everything went quiet except for the blood hammering in my ears. That was the last straw. I couldn't handle living in that cabin anymore. Within a week, I found a temp job down in a nearby town. I made enough cash to fuel up my truck, and I drove away. I told my friend he could keep my last month's rent. I was done, though. I don't know if he believed me about the creature. He just shook his head and said he would look into it. I thanked him over and over again for letting me live there. But I never went back to find out if he saw anything. Nowadays, life has been a whole lot kinder. Got a decent gig that pays the bills. Even moved into a small apartment where I'm far from any dense forests. I have the occasional nightmare about that night. I think that's normal for this kind of trauma. And it is trauma. Being pursued and nearly attacked by a large animal, it sticks with you. I may never truly know what that thing was, but I learned that we share the world with things we don't fully understand. Some things that might want to eat you, or at the very least, drag you through the hills of the Ozarks. Something wrong with nature. This happened when I rented a cabin in Minnesota. It was tucked away in the north, on a piece of land that's mostly pines and thick undergrowth. I thought it was quiet when I first checked it out. The place had a rustic charm, with a wraparound porch and an old wood stove. Plus, there were no neighbors for a couple miles. I'm not exactly a survivalist, but I can chop my own firewood and handle some simple repairs when I need to. On my first trip to the cabin, the weirdness started a few weeks into my first spring. I woke up early one morning, glancing out my kitchen window. About 20 yards away stood a deer. At first, I was in awe, seeing beautiful wildlife so close. Deer are common around these parts, but not common where I'm from. But this one was frozen in place and was staring straight at the cabin. It wasn't nibbling at the grass or flicking its ears at bugs. It just stood there, eyes locked on me, not blinking. It felt unnatural. I even tapped on the window to see if it would do something. Then I opened the window and called out. And still, no reaction. Finally, I went out onto the porch, thinking it might finally run away from me. But instead, it sort of just meandered off, slow and steady, all the calmness in the world. I shrugged it off as a quirk of wildlife around these parts. Again, I'm not experienced with wildlife. Then, a week later, around 2 a.m., I heard thumping. When I flipped on the porch light to check it out, I found a raccoon hunched over by the garbage bins. But like the deer, this raccoon was not acting right. It didn't scatter when the light hit it. It stared back with these glassy eyes, almost as if it was studying me. Then I watched it climb the porch railing, slowly, without that twitchy caution raccoons usually have, those I've seen on TV and YouTube. It actually pressed its nose against my screen door and just stared at me through it. I banged on the door and it hissed, but didn't budge. I ended up grabbing a broom and swinging it. Finally, the thing hopped down, waddled off a few feet, and disappeared into the woods. The whole thing just threw me for a loop. After that, more animals started to act strange. Squirrels would perch on the fence post for hours at a time, turning toward the cabin like they were listening to me. At one point, I looked out the front window to see a half a dozen crows crowding up a single branch, and all were completely motionless. Not a single caw, not a single flap, not even a single head turn. They were just perched and frozen, watching the cabin. It was the creepiest thing. I tried telling a buddy of mine in town, but he laughed at me. Well, if you think it's so weird, consider getting a wildlife camera. Could be a neat project. So I listened to him. I bought a couple of these cheap trail cams, setting them up around the property. The footage I got was downright unsettling. When animals would wander into frame, they would pause, turn right toward the camera even if I'd hidden it quite well, and remain there for minutes. I'd see a red fox approach, sit, tilt its head unnaturally far, and stare at the lens. Then it would leave like it suddenly lost interest. It reached a tipping point when a bald eagle landed on the roof one evening. I heard the scratching of talons on the shingles. I ran outside and saw it hunched at the peak, glaring down at me. That was the moment I truly felt something was off. Animals just don't behave like that. They just don't. The final straw came about a month after that. It was nearing dusk, and I decided to take a walk along the tree line. The air felt thick and still. I was maybe a quarter mile from the cabin when I heard rustling in the brush. I froze, expecting a deer or maybe a bobcat. Then I saw a shape emerge, large, definitely bigger than a coyote. It looked like a wolf, or something close to it. Its eyes were strange. They were all cloudy, not that sharp predatory focus that you see in documentaries. Some of its fur was missing in places, and where you could see its skin, it looked raw. It was staring me down with that same dull and eerie expression. I did what I thought you were supposed to do. Made myself look big, made a lot of noise. But instead of backing down, it padded closer to me. I could hear it breathing in rasping spurts. A primal fear grabbed me. Thoughts of this thing attacking me and how I would defend myself ran through my mind. Then it charged. A stumbling, uneven sprint, but fast enough to close the gap in moments. I turned and ran like a fool. I know you're not supposed to run from a predator, but I turned and ran anyway. In that moment, instinct took over. I couldn't really help it. My blood was pumping as I bolted back to the cabin. I could hear this ragged growling behind me. Almost sounded like a cough. I skimmed past a tree too close, tearing my pant leg. My knee screamed in pain. The wolf was so close, I could smell it. I made it to the front door and closed it behind me quickly. I nearly had a heart attack when the wolf slammed into the door, beginning to claw and scrape at it. That wasn't normal. I wondered if it had rabies or something. Maybe all these animals out here had rabies. Right when I was starting to think it might break through, everything stopped. There was only silence. The door never broke or opened. I peered out the window a few minutes later and saw nothing. No tracks, no wolf. Not even disturbed leaves where it might have been standing before. It just vanished. I left shortly after that. Let the owner know that I wouldn't be coming back for the rest of my rental stay. Instead, I stayed with a friend in town for a while, maybe about a week, because I didn't want to go home and be alone after such an experience. I didn't exactly broadcast this story. I mostly just told people I wanted to be closer to at work. But I know what I saw. Something was very wrong about those animals. Maybe it was rabies, like some widespread, insane type of rabies. I don't want to say it was supernatural, but then again, I don't really have the best explanations. I think if I'd stayed out there any longer, I might have been killed. Wendigo of Lake Nipigon. From just some friends. In 2012, me, my friend Yvonne, and 2 others, Ashton and Leland, heard about the awesome fishing and all the snowmobile trails near Lake Nipigon. We thought we'd get a taste of the wilderness before heading back to our regular routines. None of us had any clue what we were about to get into. That cabin sat up against a stretch of forest that felt heavier and darker than any of us expected. We arrived just before dusk, the sky already gray and the temperatures dropping fast. The cabin was one of those old wooden shacks with an iron stove in the corner and 2 bedrooms total. Cozy enough, I guess, but something about the way the wind cut through the pines made it feel ominous. It wasn't the friendliest welcome. The first occurrence happened the next morning. Leland woke me up at the crack of dawn and said, "Hey, come check this out." I followed him outside. The new fallen snow was covered in footprints, not the usual roundish tracks of a bear or moose. These were shaped like human feet, but elongated, too long and narrow. You could see distinct toe marks. They started from the tree line and circled the cabin twice before heading back into the woods. Whatever made them had a very massive stride. Yvonne joked that maybe we had a forest giant for a neighbor. Ashton, the most skeptical of the bunch, shrugged and said he'd seen weirder prints while hunting in other parts of Canada. Still, I wasn't sure about all that. I thought we'd be alone out here, but apparently not. Later that day, we found a frozen, half-eaten hare near those same footprints. No big deal, lots of predators out here, right? But the wounds didn't look right. It looked like something had clawed the fur away in long strips. Ashton said it looked more like a tool had been used than an animal's teeth. That's when he started to ask locals in the nearest town, whenever we were out, to see if they'd had any issues with wolves or bears lately. One old guy behind the gas station counter got this grim look on his face and shook his head, mumbling something about the Wendigo. None of us took it seriously at the time. It was just local folklore, a spooky story to scare tourists and children. We were tourists, but we weren't stupid. Over the next few nights, the wind kicked up pretty hard. In the cabin, it was like the place was rattling all the time. We tried to play some cards or heat up some soup on the stove, telling dumb jokes to pass the time. But almost every evening around midnight, we would hear what sounded like crying outside. We all assumed it was the wind howling in a sort of way. But as it kept going, I think we were all soon convinced it was more like a person sobbing, low and mournful. There was no pattern, no obvious direction. Just echoes that rose and fell, enough to give me chills, that's for sure. Yvonne decided to open the door during one of these crying sessions to see if she could find where it was coming from. The second she opened that door, the sound stopped. Outside, it was pitch black, except for the glow of the porch light. She stood there for a good minute, breath fogging in the cold, trying to see or hear anything else. Not a single noise. As soon as she closed the door, it began again, and that's when she started to believe something was out there, something that was playing with us. One morning, I took a walk around the cabin to check the generator. I found more fresh, elongated footprints around the outside. I called everyone out to show them. It was different than the tracks we found before. There were so many of them, like whatever it was had been circling our cabin the entire night. We looked at each other, unsettled, but trying to keep cool. If it was a wild animal, why would it circle us like that and for so long? Yvonne and I began to take turns staying up late, listening for crying or footsteps, hoping to catch more evidence and to finally figure out what it was. We left the blinds cracked just enough to watch the tree line. Sometimes I would see a flicker of movement when it was my turn. Pale and lanky movement. But the figure always ducked behind trees right in time. Could have been moonlight, I guess, but once, just once, I did see something directly step out. It had the shape like a person stretched way too tall, arms dangling at its sides. Its body was so skinny, you could almost see the outline of its ribs. I couldn't make out its face, but I soon realized I didn't want to. Whatever that thing was, it never lurked for more than a few seconds before sliding smoothly back into the shadows. And I swear, the footprints in the snow became more plentiful every night. One set of prints I found led right up to the front door. It must have been standing there for God knows how long, listening to us. The crying changed the following night, shifting from sorrowful to something else, a sort of plea, I guess. I thought I heard words buried in the sound, but I couldn't be sure. It sounded pained and angry. None of us were getting much sleep by then. We argued about whether to pack it up and leave, but we'd already paid for the cabin rental, and Ashton insisted we just needed to be cautious. Maybe we should start carrying bear spray as a precaution. On our 6th day, Leland and Ashton went out on the lake to try some ice fishing, but they came back early, both looking shaken. Leland barely said a word. Ashton pulled me aside and told me they'd found strange carcasses, fish with chunks torn out, not just on top, but on the sides, as if whatever ate them wanted to cause suffering more than get a meal. He also mentioned they'd spotted a set of footprints that led right to a hole in the ice, then back out again, and the shape was exactly like the ones near our cabin. Only difference was they seemed deeper, like it had been carrying extra weight on its return. That evening, none of us felt like cooking or joking around. We sat by the stove, glancing nervously at the windows. The wind picked up again, but every once in a while, we'd catch that wailing. It rose above the gusts, raw and desperate cries, like someone about to break in. Right after midnight, we heard a frantic series of thuds outside, like footsteps running, followed by guttural cries that made my stomach turn. A few seconds later, total silence again. I decided I had to see what was going on. Against my better judgment, I nudged Ashton, and we stepped onto the porch with our flashlights. Snow whipped at our faces, stinging our eyes. We scanned the area but found nothing, until Yvonne pointed to fresh tracks leading around the corner of the cabin. We followed them slowly. At one spot, we found drops of something dark staining the snow. Blood, maybe. Then the trail vanished into the trees. We could have gone after it, but we didn't. Chasing that thing was a bad idea. The next day, with less than 2 days left on the rental, I convinced everyone we should just leave early. It wasn't worth the money to stay. We packed up in a hurry, double-checking every window and door. But as we lugged our bags to the car, we saw one last thing that I will never forget. Just beyond the tree line, a pale figure stood, half hidden by branches. Thin arms hung at its sides, fingers way too long. Its eyes were sunken into the skull-like face it had, looked hollow. It was trembling, almost like it was crying, and I couldn't hear it. For a moment, I felt pity, just for a moment. I could sense despair in it. I could feel it in my chest, like it wanted me to know. Eventually, Yvonne grabbed me by the arm, urging me to the car. We drove off, throwing powder behind us. Nobody spoke until we hit the highway. Leland mumbled something about never wanting to set foot in the woods again. Yvonne just stared out the window. I think I saw tears in her eyes. Ashton was white-knuckling the steering wheel, like he was trying to outrun the end of the world. I think we all knew right then we'd witnessed something cursed.
Bad Cabin Trip from Addie Savage Slat. Back a couple of years ago, my family would like to rent cabins at this big lake with my grandparents about every summer. We'd usually barbecue, swim, and use pontoons on the lake to fish and do other fun activities. After a while, this place was a good getaway from my town for me. When we first arrived at that cabin, not gonna lie, it seemed pretty sketchy from the look of it. The neighbors had left the pool as soon as we got there and stared at us for a while. Fast forward to the second night. My brother and I both had trouble sleeping, so we decided we'd sneak out and go sit at this pond and smoke. Little did I know my brother was off painkillers and seemed to pass out around 20 minutes later on our phones. So me being the young, reckless teen I was, I stole my brother's share of the substance and proceeded to sneak out, finding a nice little stump overlooking the lake. I smoked and just sat by the water, looking at the moonlight and how pretty the night was. But soon, I began to hear a really strange sound coming from the opposite side of the pond. I looked over in that direction, and I thought I could see something moving. But I have to admit at that point, I was high, and I couldn't see too well past the pond. After looking in that direction for a few minutes, I saw a figure emerge. My heart sank. I saw this tall man with a hood over his head. He was dressed in all black, and he stood about 6'7". I looked down and noticed he was carrying a shovel in his hand. I froze. That's when I noticed he was looking directly at me. Then, I kid you not, he began to full sprint towards me. I freaked out, booking it back to the cabin. He was running around the side of the pond extremely fast, but I was closer to the section of cabins. I got to my driveway and hid behind my car. I noticed the man about 20 yards away looking around for me. And when he turned his back and walked behind an opposite building, I took my chance, sneaking back inside the cabin, locking every door. I went to bed, pretending nothing happened. The rest of the trip went by, but I couldn't shake that experience. I was just wondering what he was digging out there, and what reason he had to so suddenly begin chasing me. I can't help but believe that I had witnessed him burying a body. I'll never know for sure, but I do know one thing. I never want to meet that creepy giant tall guy in the woods again. Black Heart and Icy Eyes from Jurgen. Before I begin the story, I need to set the scene a little. During the events of this story, I was spending time at a cabin, more a cottage, in Ontario. The cottage was a part of a community of cottages, with there being 12 in total, all situated around a park making a semicircle. I was 9 at the time, and while we were there, my older brother and I had made friends with an older kid, who was maybe 14, named Brandon. Now, Brandon was a weird kid, the type of child who you could tell was a constant source of disappointment for his parents, who themselves I never got to meet. He never wanted to be with his parents, even going so far as to ignore their calls even late at night. Being a young kid, I couldn't fathom a person who wouldn't want to be close to their parents, but that could be because I was a bit of a goody two-shoes when I was younger. I didn't like Brandon too much, to be honest, but my brother did, and I worshipped my brother at the time, so I'd follow him anywhere. Unfortunately, my brother felt the same way about Brandon, so I was stuck with him. Eventually, Brandon got it in his head that he wanted to sneak out, and naturally my brother did the same. And because we shared a room, I came along too. At first, we just went to the park and hung out for a while. But then after that, it became obvious that we were all getting bored. I suggested we just go to bed,
But obviously, the older kids were going to call the shots, and Brandon suggested we explored the woods. I protested again, but was immediately shot down. So off we went into the woods using the dim light of Brandon's phone to light the way. These woods weren't very thick. You could even hear the low rumble of the highway just a few miles away. After a few minutes of walking around, I wanted to return, but I was met with two options: walk back in the dark or stay with them. After another few minutes, I noticed that the woods had gone silent. No crickets, no owls, no wind even. I pointed this out, and we all stopped and listened. After a couple of seconds of complete silence, the silence was broken by my brother, who looked at me and asked in an annoyed tone, "Can you be quiet? I'm trying to listen." "What? I didn't do anything," I protested. "That heavy breathing like a dying pig. Keep it down," he shot back. Just as I was about to protest again, I heard the breathing too. Heavy, labored breathing. Very quietly, I said, "That's not me. I can hear it too." My brother glanced at me. Suddenly the breathing got louder, like it was excited. Almost simultaneously, we all looked up. Above us was a pair of lights. They glowed a brilliant blue and swayed from side to side. We all stared, almost mesmerized, before we heard the most gut-wrenching moan I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like a lifelong smoker was trying to scream while being completely out of breath. That broke us from our trance, and we began to run. Behind us, we could hear the snapping of branches and trees shaking. Whatever it was, it had to have been in the trees. I've never been a strong runner, mainly due to my massive feet, so I knew I would not be able to run for long. Quickly, I felt pain all down my legs, and I needed to stop, while my brother and Brandon ran ahead of me, leaving me behind. Still, that thing, whatever it was, swiftly approached, so I did the only thing I could. I dove into a bush to hide. Luck was clearly not with me, because the bush I jumped into was a thorn bush, and in moments I was covered in cuts and scratches. I covered my mouth to prevent a pained cry, and as I sat there, I heard something heavy hit the forest floor. I watched from the bush as the two lights from earlier illuminated the tiny clearing I was in. The lights weren't lights at all, in fact, they were eyes. Those eyes lit up a creature that had been ripped straight from a nightmare. This creature stood about 7 feet tall. It was skinny, and its skin was a dark gray. The skin itself clung onto the creature unnaturally tight, so tight I could see its stomach through the skin. Its arms were unnaturally long, ending in clawed hands, but by far the most disturbing part of the creature was its chest. The chest looked painful. The ribcage wrenched open. It looked like it had no sternum. The skin painfully stretched over the sharp ribs, but in the indent left where the sternum should have been, there was a black mass, which beat and pulsated. I couldn't get a good look at the thing's face. Its eyes were too bright to make anything out, but I knew it had a mouth because it was still breathing heavily. It stood in that clearing for a while, looking around, looking for me, and after what seemed like an eternity, it left. I stayed in that bush for hours. I didn't leave, not until I saw the sun coming up and fully past the horizon. After that, I did my best to run towards where I thought the cabin was. I didn't care that I was bleeding a lot, or my clothes were basically rags after that thorn bush. I even completely ignored the burning in my legs as I ran for what could have been hours, until I finally saw a break in the trees. When I emerged, I found myself on a busy highway, and as I tumbled my way onto the road, I passed out. I woke up in a hospital. Apparently, someone saw me tumble out of the woods, covered in blood, in my torn pajamas. They brought me to a hospital. My parents came to pick me up soon after, and when I told them what happened, no one believed me. I insisted, but everyone assumed I'd spent too much time in the woods. While I was gone, my brother got home and waited until morning before he told them what happened. A search party had been made before they got the call to come pick me up. It's been over 7 years since these events took place, and I've scoured the internet looking for something that matched this creature, but I found nothing. If anyone could help me identify it, I would very much appreciate it. It wanted me to follow. From Anonymous. My family and I were out in Tennessee for my mom and dad's honeymoon. I was around 6 at the time. We had rented a cabin, so my dad and I went down to the lake near the cabin. My dad was getting the boat ready at the dock. That's when I saw a deer, and I, being the nosy and animal-loving child I was, went wandering into the woods, following that deer. I walked into a dark part of the woods. It wasn't long before I got this feeling like something was watching me. And in my experience, more often than not, that feeling turned out correct. I looked behind me and saw that deer. It was staring right at me. It wasn't even 10 feet away from me. But the weirdest part about this deer was that its eyes were like staring into a human's eyes, except these eyes were red. I'll never forget them. I then noticed its neck, which looked to have been stitched to the head. I walked slowly around it, trying to get to the closing where the lake and my dad were. This strange deer and I never lost eye contact. It scared me so bad, not knowing what would happen if I looked away from it. I tried to speak to it, if only to help myself feel better. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." My voice was shaky, and it was very obvious I was scared. The deer's face changed a little, and I swear it smiled, showing teeth that were perfectly square, like a person's teeth. Then, I still can't believe what happened next. This deer spoke to me.
"But what if I hurt you?"
The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my gut was telling me to get out of there. I then heard a man's voice. I turned around, and my dad was running towards me, screaming my name. I guess when the deer heard my dad, it ran quickly into the dark, because when I turned back towards it, it was gone. My dad asked me why I was in this part of the woods, reminding me that I knew better than to wander off away from him. I told him that I'd seen a deer, and I wanted to follow it. I then told him that its eyes had been human-like, and so had its smile. His face grew serious. He grabbed my hand and told me to ignore it, to come get in the boat with him. For a long while, I didn't think about what happened. We had a great time until we got off the boat, at which point I was trying to take off my vest. I looked up and I saw that same deer, but it was standing on its hind legs and its jaw was just dangling. It was so bloody. I screamed loudly and the thing took back off into the woods. It ran on 2 legs with a limp. Startled, my dad turned and asked what was wrong with me. I pointed to the forest as a man with deer hide ran deeper into the woods. I didn't go outside the rest of the night. When I got older, I remembered that night, and I decided to look up the area we stayed in, wondering what the heck I might have seen. Turns out we were staying on old Native American land, and what I had seen may have been a skinwalker. I wasn't sure what to do, but I was grateful I wasn't there any longer, because who knows who or what else would be there. Because of this experience, these days I might have a panic attack whenever I walk home from school and see a deer on the road or on the pathway. I never go on hunting trips my dad invites me on. I feel bad about it, but I don't want to ruin it for him with my panic attacks. I wish I never followed that man-deer thing into the forest. Terror in the Cabin, from Cerberus. In my high school years, I went to a particular summer camp. One year there, I met a girl I'll call Rebecca. She was a tough, confident kid. A little edgy, but I respected her. We were in the same cabin one year, along with a mutual friend. I found out after this event that she was afraid of the dark and had a light on at all times in her room at home. On the night the encounter happened, there was a big storm, one that came with a tornado warning. We rushed to our cabins from the dining hall. I ran through rain and thunder. It felt like the wind had the power to blow me away. It was that strong. I've never felt such force from the wind before or since. Everyone went to bed and all was well. Then sometime during the night, we were awakened by someone crying and the lights being turned off. After being awakened by the cry and hearing the storm outside, I was suddenly overcome by fear that my family would be hit by the same storm, but they wouldn't be okay. The light was left on for the remainder of the night. In the morning, Rebecca explained what had happened. As she tried to fall asleep, she saw a dark figure filling the corner. Its head touched the ceiling. It was completely black, with 2 glowing red eyes. Just the thought of it chills me now. She said that she saw the 2 counselors as well, but distorted. One, who was a petite girl with very long hair, was hung up on the bunk opposite her, dead. The other had 2 smiling heads. The real versions of these counselors tried to calm her down by singing to her and turning the lights back on. As a young teen, the experience shook me up pretty bad. I hadn't had anything paranormal happen to me or anyone I knew before. And Rebecca had always been a no-nonsense type of girl. She wasn't lying, and she wouldn't be caught dead crying unless something really scared her. I believe what she saw that night were demons, and in the corner, Satan himself. It sounded like my brother. From your boy G. This happened at my family's cabin in southern Manitoba, Canada. It was the summer of 2021, and my whole family, save for me and my mother, were having afternoon naps. My mother was out working in the field, and since I was bored out of my mind, I decided to go for a walk through the woods. We own about 80 acres of land here, and the majority of it is forest. It was a pretty normal day and nothing strange had happened to me there until that point, so I was totally unprepared for what I would experience that day. I walked down an overgrown trail in the woods, just enjoying myself, when I suddenly smelled an awful stench. The only smell I could compare it to was the smell of death and mold. I thought that maybe an animal had died around there, so I walked off the path and began looking around to find what was causing that awful smell. I didn't get far before I heard something strange. My baby brother's voice calling me from deeper in the woods. He was telling me to come with him. I started panicking, thinking that maybe he had awakened and gotten himself lost in these woods. So I hurriedly tried to follow the voice. When I was about 20 meters from where the voice was, I heard something else. The sound of something huge moving through the underbrush. This sounded way too large to be a toddler. Shortly after, I heard the voice again, this time a lot closer. I was starting to freak out, so I sprinted back through the woods into my cabin. The whole way, I heard something following me, but I never turned around to face it, in fear of tripping over something. When I reached the edge of the woods, the sounds finally stopped, so I slowed down and I started walking across the field to our cabin. When I made it back, I found my little brother, fast asleep in his bed as he had been when I left. I then knew instantly what I had encountered in those woods was not human. For a few days after that, I did not go back into the woods out of fear that I would find it again, or that it would find me. I hope I never have to feel that kind of fear again. Let this be a lesson to all who love the outdoors. Don't listen to those strange voices in the woods. The Demon in My Dreams. From CO.AG. I'll begin by saying that, for context, my family was never particularly religious when I grew up, despite living smack dab in the middle of the South. Heck, I can honestly say the most religious thing we'd ever done was be forced to go to a highly televised church in my home city, because my granny loved the clout of it all, and not because she actually wanted to worship respectfully. Which I know now to be true, but everything involving that whole wrong situation is an entirely different story. So this took place around 2 years ago, as of writing this. It was pre-Rona, during a time my mental state and relationship with my parents wasn't all that great. Lots of arguments, emotional abuse, negative energy, just bad mojo all around. And to top it all off, a good friend of mine at the time, and a man I'd gone out on a couple dates with, had taken his own life. The entire situation was just absolutely devastating, and my soul just felt utterly dragged down with the weight of grief and pain. Eventually, I began to have these dreams. God-awful dreams, and whereas few of them I can remember everything that happened, the one thing that's universal is as follows. The room, or whatever the setting would be, would progressively turn darker. All my dreams, of course, are in first-person perspective, so it was like the weird dark haze would start to encroach my vision, but worse, the entire room would go dark, kinda like that one scene in Lord of the Rings, where Gandalf gets mad at Bilbo for accusing him of trying to steal the ring, and everything suddenly darkens. That's the best comparison I can really give, but in my dream it was darker and heavier. Next, I would begin to feel this gross, icy, heavy feeling welling up in my stomach along with utter terror, even if I wasn't seeing anything other than the darkness and nothing had happened yet. It was like I just knew something was about to go down, and my body was bracing itself. Third, if there were people present in my dream before, when the darkness came, they would all suddenly disappear, or all of a sudden in the blink of an eye they'd all be staring at me with utterly blank, dead expressions. Happening one time in a bad dream is enough, but this happened every single time without fail. If they didn't disappear, they'd be staring me down. And lastly, the feeling would come. It's really hard to describe this, so please bear with me. If you've ever had a limb fall asleep on you, and you get that weird pin and needle sensation, it's kind of like that but worse, and it progressively gets heavier. Heavy like something is grabbing me, enveloping me into a bear hug, just crushing me, sometimes even focusing on my throat and strangling me. This feeling is accompanied by abject terror, darkness, and then often this roaring loud static in my head, like TV static and cicada song mixed together. It makes it hard to think, impossible to speak, and absolutely impossible to fight against it physically. This goes on until eventually I'm able to break free and force myself to wake up. But the terror doesn't always end there. Sometimes I'd lie awake for like an hour or two, unable to go back to sleep, because even if I tried, the dream would pick up right where it left off, and whatever it was that was doing that to me would just do it again, rinse and repeat. Anyway, it was 2020. I ended up cutting ties with my parents, going through several bad living situations and life changes that I won't go into detail about. I ended up living with my best friend, who owns a small cabin in the middle of the country. Let's call her HC. This friend is extremely religious, and all around just a wonderful, amazing human being. I slept upstairs in the tiny loft of her cabin on a small twin-sized mattress. One night while HC was gone babysitting overnight, as she did for another friend, I was alone in the cabin, trying to rest. It had been over a month since I'd last had one of those dreams, so not thinking anything of it, I went to bed that night pretty easily. Normally, there's something of a delay in my dreams, but this time it was like sitting down in a movie theater. Suddenly a part with all the action and zero context is played in front of you at max volume. So, in the dream, I vividly remember stumbling out of the cabin, jumping inside of my Jeep and driving full speed down the darkened back roads where we lived, nearly flying off the road at several points, but either way, I was hauling it while frantically calling HC on my phone. I told her nervously I was driving myself to the hospital for whatever reason, and that I didn't feel good, and that something terrible was about to happen. She wanted to know what was wrong, but her voice started to cut out, only to be replaced with this deep, guttural, growling voice. It hissed indistinct words into my ear, and it didn't even sound like it was coming from the phone. It sounded like it was coming from behind me. I looked to the dash mirror, but then the darkness part of the dream came, along with the headlights of my Jeep suddenly cutting off, and I couldn't turn them back on. It was beginning to envelop my vision. By then, I could practically feel my heart in my throat, and the terror part was in full force. But then, for the first time in any of my dreams, I felt something new. A huge hand weaved through my hair on the back of my head, easily big enough for what felt like the bottom of its palm to rest on the back of my head near the nape of my neck, but its fingers still reached my forehead. I could even feel claws lightly scraping at the skin of my forehead. This hand was suddenly grabbing a fistful of my hair at the base of my scalp, jerking my head violently back to where I was pressed hard against the seat of the car. While it held me there, the growling got louder and louder, along with this crushing feeling. It was more intense than it had ever been before, and I was so scared that I was silently screaming, my mouth wide open but no sound coming out. Whatever this was, I knew it absolutely hated me. With every fiber of its being, it wanted me to know that. Suddenly, I remembered something that HC had told me when I told her about these dreams. She taught me the Lord's Prayer and to call out for God to send the Holy Spirit and Saint Michael down to protect me. I'd never done this before that moment. I remember practically screaming in my mind for God to help me and to save me, promising that if he would help me beat this thing and make it go away, I would believe in him forever. Well, as soon as I cried out to God, the grip on my hair began to loosen. Little by little, it was like this thing was letting me go, but slowly, reluctantly, the tingling feeling in my stomach and ringing in my ears was beginning to fade. Then, at last, I was completely awake. However, the feeling was still there. I quickly sat up, looking over towards the loft stairs and window, and I saw it. For the first time ever, I saw it outside my dreams. I saw that darned thing in real life. There's no light pollution in the cabin. Our nearest neighbor was at least half a mile away from us, and mind you, I'm on the second floor. So I knew that those two red eyes staring at me from the chimney window, they belonged to that thing. They were huge slashes of red, but the entire eyeball, whites and all, were red too. And while I couldn't see any other defining features other than the malformed head, the fact that this was the second-story window, and there were no trees, no AC unit, nothing for it to stand on, said it all. Whatever it was, it had to have been over 8 feet tall to use that window to peer in at me. I called HC immediately, and I begged her to stay on the phone with me while I recounted the entire dream to her and what happened. It was 3 a.m., and thankfully her friend was home, so HC could get on her way back. She had me put her on speakerphone as she prayed loudly for me, and she even had me burn some white sage. Soon, the tense, dark feeling in the cabin was gone. By the time she got home, everything was perfectly normal. After that night, I began to go to church with HC. I would regularly pray with her, start reading the Bible, create my own personal prayer to say before bed every night. Now, as long as I say the prayer, the dreams have stopped. I haven't seen that thing or felt its presence ever since. My life has really started looking up as well, and I moved into a new apartment on my own, though I still keep in touch with HC, and I still pray every night. I know some people will probably call me crazy for this or tell me that I can't possibly believe that that thing was a demon. But all I have to say to that is that when you're actually facing something evil, something that wants you to know what it is, and that it wants nothing more than to hurt you greatly, you just know.
Grandpa's Best Friend, from Mythology Loves Horror. The hunting cabin was just as I remembered it. It was tiny, hardly bigger than a tool shed, and after a year of neglect, dust now coated every surface. I hadn't been there in almost 10 years, not since the last time I went hunting with my grandfather Sebastian. I'd been so terrified by the thing we saw in the woods there that I hadn't wanted to return,
and my parents just assumed I was too bored to want to spend 2 weeks with the boring old man. But Gramps still came to visit us. Thankfully, we never went there. When Gramps passed away a year ago, he left the cabin and the 30 acres surrounding it to his only remaining grandchild. At 20 years old, I had never expected to set foot on the rural mountainside again, much less inherit it. But a bad breakup had left me with the decision of moving into the cabin or into my parents' basement. The choice had almost been hard to make. The local newspaper, the Village Times, had claimed that Gramps died of a bear attack while out chopping firewood behind his cabin. I didn't really buy that story though, and even as I pulled my beat-up old Ford into the unpaved driveway, I had my hand on my rifle. Though if that thing came back, I was sure it wouldn't do much to it. But still, it made me feel better. I hadn't seen it in a decade, but if that creature was still out there, I would be prepared this time. At least I hoped. Several hours later, I was unpacked, and the cabin was decently clean. All of the utilities were still hooked up, and the refrigerator was well stocked. I had taken the week off of work to adjust to my new life, and I was planning on just relaxing for the next few days. My first night and day passed uneventfully, but by the second night, things were getting a little weird. I had spent enough time in the country as a child to be familiar with the wildlife here. Raccoons, skunks, bears, other mammals. But the freshly made claw marks on the side of the cabin, they weren't anything that I recognized. I woke up on my third morning to gouges in the wood, and I was definitely unnerved. They were too large to belong to any small critters, and far too high up to be from coyotes. They were even too wide to be a mountain lion or bear. In this neck of the woods, that ruled out everything logical. As I studied the claw marks, I wondered how I could have slept through them being made. They definitely hadn't been there when I first arrived, and the fresh marks stood out in a bright contrast to the weathered wood of the cabin walls. I supposed a human could have made them with a knife, but I didn't have neighbors for miles. Who would be skulking around out here just to prank me like this? It didn't make any sense. It crossed my mind that maybe my ex might have done it, just to freak me out. But Sandra lived almost 50 miles away and did not have the address for the cabin in the first place. I don't use social media enough to bother listing my new address, and we didn't have friends in common or anything like that. I eventually shrugged it off, deciding to let it go. I knew that worrying about it wouldn't help. That afternoon, though, I found myself driving the 10 miles into town and buying some motion-activated floodlights and a motion-sensing camera. 2 more nights passed, and each morning, I woke up to the claw marks getting closer and closer to the cabin door. As much as I wanted to believe it was a prank, I had to admit to myself that the evidence was overwhelmingly against that idea. The floodlights would turn on, and the camera would snap. Yet somehow, all I would ever see in the photos was an empty yard. I had even tried to set up a video on my phone, but all it managed to capture was a vague blur of movement at the edge of the screen. I had enough. On the 5th night, I went outside, rifle in hand, settling comfortably on the porch steps. There was no noise, no sound to indicate that the usual nocturnal critters were up and about. I shut all the lights off and waited for the creature that I knew would come. Hours passed, and as 1 a.m. rolled around, I snapped myself out of a doze. I could hear something moving quietly out by the edge of the woods, where I could make out a figure skulking about, its features hidden in the shadows. As the animal drew closer, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, because there stood Sebastian, my supposedly dead grandpa. He wasn't wearing any clothes. He paused mid-step, his head slowly turning to face me, probably hearing me gasp from shock. Grandpa looked sickly, with skin pale and ribs visible. He was bald now, his once Santa-like beard and hair gone. "Grandpa?" I called out. I could hear the quiver in my own voice, and my hands were shaking from terror. The rifle had fallen to my lap, nearly forgotten in the intensity of seeing my presumably dead grandfather. I'd been so convinced that what I was about to see would be that antlered creature that I saw years ago, the one I knew killed Sebastian. But I never considered once that my grandpa was still alive. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Come inside." Tears were streaming down my cheeks. I didn't care what my grandfather had been doing this whole time or why he was out there. All I cared about was that he was still alive. I wanted to hug him again.
Run. Run, you stupid boy. It's coming.
His voice barely sounded human anymore. His voice came out all wrong, and before I could respond, Grandpa was bounding into the woods on all fours. He was gone in the blink of an eye, the bushes hardly swaying where he had passed through. The woods remained as eerily silent as they had been before, even though my grandfather's retreat should have made a large amount of noise. Not a second later, a low growl came from behind me, the sound reverberating off the cabin walls. A massive creature, the one that I remembered, approached from the side of the cabin. Within seconds, it became clear to me that it wasn't a human or an animal, unless someone was wearing an amazing and terrifying costume. The creature was every bit as surreal as I remembered. Long, pale limbs sprouted from an emaciated torso. An ivory deer skull shined in what little moonlight managed to bleed out through the clouds. It was wearing ragged old buckskin leggings and had beads around its neck. I could not see its eyes though, but I knew without a doubt that if it had any, it was staring directly at me. I knew not whether it was a Wendigo or a skinwalker or something else, but it didn't matter. It was here. Before I could take in any more detail, the creature began to laugh, a guttural sound that echoed in my head hauntingly. It was laughing so hard at me that it nearly doubled over. I realized that its limbs were able to wrap around its body almost twice. I raised my rifle, firing several times at it point blank, all of those rounds lodging firmly into the creature's neck and torso. The being looked down at its new piercings. Then, without a problem, almost comfortably, it began to dig out the bullets at an unhurried pace. It dropped them onto the ground like a child plucking flower petals, and it seemed to sigh in irritation as it dug out the final one.
Pointless.
It just spoke. What was going on? What did this thing want? Did Grandpa always know about this horrendous-looking thing? My head began to ache with the strain of trying to understand all this. It seemed to sigh as if annoyed by the bullets. It then lifted its claw and pointed it at the cabin.
Inside. Go.
I was all I could get out in reply to this thing speaking to me. I blinked profusely, and the next thing I knew, the monster was gone, and standing there was Rufus, my grandpa Sebastian's best friend. Rufus had been around as long as I could remember, and had always been a kind old man. He supposedly lived on the other side of the mountain, even though I'd never actually seen his house, let alone been to it. Rufus just always sort of appeared out of nowhere, often startling us so badly that we had almost shot him a few times. "What in tarnation you doing out here, whippersnapper?" "Rufus? Am I dreaming?
Nah, you're not dreaming. But you need to get inside before that thing comes back. That thing that looks like your grandpappy.
I was shaking so tremendously from fear that I could barely move my limbs at the time, but I managed to navigate the steps. I'm not entirely sure why I obeyed Rufus after seeing that thing, but after seeing Rufus's familiar face, there was something calming about it, making this insane situation more easily dealt with. I needed some semblance of normalcy in that moment, so I went about my usual pre-bed routine, ignoring the fact that nothing made sense anymore. Mindlessly, I made sure all the windows and doors were locked. I took a long hot shower to relax myself. I crawled into bed, my adrenaline finally calming down. I think I was in shock. I noticed I was repeatedly reassuring myself that I would wake up and everything would be as it should be. Just writing this down was hard enough. I have no idea, no ounce of understanding for what went on that night at the cabin. I'm more confused than I ever thought possible. Who really was Rufus? And what was that thing that looked like my grandpa?
First night at the cabin. From Anonymous. It was mid to late August 2016. We had just closed on the purchase of a 1.5-story log cabin bordering the Ouachita National Forest. This was a property with about 15 wooded acres, 2 ponds, and a wet weather creek. I'd fallen in love with the area on the drive to see the property. Driving along the winding mountain highways, I couldn't imagine anything more beautiful to look at than the tree-covered mountaintops. What I saw was a rolling sea of trees, a welcome distraction from the shoulderless edges that dropped off into dark, creepy, rocky woods below. The air felt different out here. It was lighter and easier to breathe. I was ready to begin unloading things as soon as we signed the papers to close and were handed the keys. After unloading some of my things, my 8-year-old son and I were back on the road to load up some more things, and then drive to pick up my father the next day to show him our new cabin. Once we arrived, it was already pretty late in the evening. Due to our long drive, we were all ready to call it a night. My father passed out in an oversized quilted hammock in the living room, and my son and I had a queen-sized air mattress in the master bedroom upstairs. We hadn't been in bed long before I heard what I presumed to be some unusual birds making a woot sound. There were 3 distinct vocalizations. I wondered what kind of bird these sounds were from, and why was it so loud at this late hour. Soon I heard little things hitting the glass, as if swarms of bugs were flying into the glass, possibly at the sliding glass door to the back deck. It continued, and it seemed excessive. I went to look to see what it was, and little twigs and pebbles were hitting the deck after bouncing off the glass. I heard something rather large coming from the tree line behind the cabin. I could also hear branches breaking, leaves rustling, and I kept hearing thuds, which sounded like large rocks were being tossed or pounded into the ground. It was so unexpected, but I thought there were many animals accustomed to the property being vacant. It could be a black bear, I thought. However, I then heard the knocking sounds. This was unmistakably the sound of a piece of wood being used to knock into a tree. At that point, all I could think of was Bigfoot. There was a very heavy downpour coming down around 11:30 p.m. There could have been lightning and thunder, but I didn't really notice. This rain was so heavy, I couldn't be certain if those things were still out there. The noises seemed to have stopped. I didn't even attempt to sleep because I was thinking so many things about what had just taken place. And to be quite honest, I had never actually believed in Bigfoot stories or those shows on TV. But did Bigfoot really knock on trees? That always seemed so far-fetched to me. And did Bigfoot make weird hoot and holler sounds? If not a Bigfoot, then what really was it? Finally, the rain stopped,
and it still seemed peaceful outside, at least for a while. It wasn't long before the branches breaking and tree-splitting sounds began again. Another set of loud and aggressive knocking came again on the trees just in front of the cabin, below where we had been the whole night. This was soon followed by a big bam against the cabin wall below. This shook the entire structure and scared the heck out of me. I quickly woke up my son and took him to a room I felt safer to be in. I didn't trust those sliding glass doors, and I don't know why I'd think the flimsy office door was safer just being out of sight. I turned on the deck light and the front and back porch lights. I opened the upstairs office window and yelled out, "Leave us alone! We're trying to sleep!" I checked all the windows, then opened one slightly to listen. And all was quiet now, except my son, who was complaining that I woke him up at 4:30 a.m. My dad then woke up, checking all the windows. He started to talk to my son. My dad was upset that I didn't wake him up yet. At daylight, he insisted we go out and walk around the cabin, looking for evidence of this wild experience. I didn't see all the broken branches or big rocks that I'd heard the night before, though I did notice later the tree in front of the porch was nearly split in two. That tree's trunk was easily 8 centimeters around. My father is the one who found footprints, which I never would have found myself. They were pressed into the mud through the fallen yellow and brown leaves, and there were 3 of them, 3 very large human-looking footprints. No claws, no nails. There was also an ape-like, juvenile-sized handprint. These prints were going up to the stone walkway leading to my covered, wraparound porch. My dad insisted that it must be a black bear, but has since become a believer, thinking it may have been Bigfoot. As I write this, I'm wondering if that first woot was an announcement of their presence or greeting. It is strange that they stopped harassing us once the lights came on. I also wonder if hearing my voice directed at them had made some kind of impression. There really should be classes on proper Bigfoot etiquette for moving into their neighborhood. From what I hear, they can be pretty bad neighbors, and if you cross them, they'll come for you. How a birthday party can go wrong. From Gianna. This happened about 3 years ago. I'm 17 now, but still, I was traumatized after this happened on my birthday. I live in a small town in New Jersey. I had about 9 friends. I was about to turn 15, and I was getting ready for my birthday party. I was very excited. I decided I wanted to have it at a cabin in the woods. So my mother arranged for us to have a small cabin in the middle of the woods, where we'd have access to a kitchen, a living room with a TV, 3 bedrooms, and a bathroom. It was going to be so cozy and peaceful. My mom helped with the decorations before my friends could arrive. We hung balloons, streamers, and string lights to give it all cottagecore vibes. By the time we finished putting up the decorations, I heard knocks at the door. I went to get it. My cousins and friends had arrived. As soon as I saw my best friend Ernesto, I gave him a tight hug, then welcomed them all inside, saying, "You're all just in time." As soon as we got settled, Mom ordered up some pizza. After chowing down, we all huddled together, telling stories. Sometime later, my mom told me she had to go into town, but she was a bit hesitant, worried about leaving us all here alone. But I assured her that we were all older and that we could take care of ourselves. I promised her I would check all the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked down. Once my mom was convinced, she left, and we all went out to start a fire, cooking up some s'mores. We were having a great time, telling some scary stories by the campfire. One of my friends, Jessica, started to tell this true crime story about some sort of female serial murderer. We were laughing and giggling, hiding the fact that we were actually a bit scared. But then Ben told us that his mom and dad got a divorce. We felt horrible for him. We asked what happened. He said they decided to get the divorce after he came out as gay. While his mom was supportive, his dad wasn't so much. After they split, his dad constantly harassed him and his mom. His mother got to the point where she had to file a restraining order against his dad. As Ben explained the story to us, he was nearly crying. Just in case, we asked him what his father looked like. He showed us a photo. A little while later, after the tension settled down, we began to hear loud crunching noises coming from the woods. Keep in mind, we were in the middle of nowhere, and the next neighbor to the cabin was like a mile away or more. Ernesto gasped. "What the heck was that?" I answered in as calm a voice as I could muster. "Maybe an animal." Alan, the bravest of our group, said, "I don't think so. I've never heard an animal walk around like that before. Sounds like a person." I started to agree with Alan. It really did sound like 2 legs walking around, not 4. We tried to focus again on making s'mores, but that's when my cousin Ruth began telling another story. We were so interested in the story that we forgot about that sound. Until we heard it again. It sounded much closer now. We all got creeped out to the point we had to go back inside. We all power walked towards the cabin. As soon as we all got back in, I locked the doors behind us, making sure the deadbolt was locked in tight. As soon as we all got inside, we decided we should watch a show before bed. We decided on some anime on Netflix. After watching a straight season of something, we all decided to go to bed. 6 of us got the beds upstairs and downstairs, while the rest of us 4 slept in the living room. That included me, Ernesto, Jessica, and Ryan. We slept downstairs in the living room. Before going our separate ways, we wished each other good night. Then we headed to bed. My 3 other friends already went to sleep, while I was still on my phone, scrolling through Instagram. Eventually, I felt my eyes getting heavy. Once I felt a bit too tired, I plugged my phone into the charger, and I drifted off to sleep. I may have been asleep for just a few minutes, when loud banging at the door woke me up. All 4 of us were awake. One of us had to see who was at the door, so I decided to be the one to check it out. I think all of our hearts were pounding. This cabin was a bit old. It didn't have a peephole, so I couldn't see who or what it was through the door. The rest of us decided not to wake up the other friends, as we didn't want to creep them out. We were all positive, or just hoping, it was probably just an animal or a stray dog. But the direction of the sound changed, moving towards the window, specifically the living room window. Someone began tapping very hard on the window pane. I got down on my hands and knees, carefully going to look out that window. I pulled back the drapes just a little bit so I could see outside. What I saw made my body freeze up. I was face to face with a very tall man who was probably in his 50s. He was shirtless, in nothing but boxer shorts. He wasn't even wearing shoes or socks. He was holding what appeared to be a hunting rifle in one of his hands. The moment he saw me, he smiled this creepy, big smile. He also waved at me, as if he was taunting me. He pointed at the front door then, as if telling me to let him inside. But right away, I recognized who he was. It was Ben's dad, from the photo that he showed us. I dropped the curtain back and ran to my cousins and friends downstairs. I told them what I saw and who was outside. They were all just as freaked out as I was. We all ran up and went to get the rest of our friends upstairs. Ernesto, Ryan, and I went to wake up Alan and Tim in the room next to Kai and Ben's room. We told them there was a crazy man outside the window. They were scared then too. When I said crazy man, they all jolted awake, now fully on guard. When Kai and Ben asked who was outside, I was hesitant to say, but eventually I relented. "Ben, I'm pretty sure it's your dad." I saw Ben's face change into a horrified expression, and I saw that there were tears filling up in his eyes. He started to have a meltdown. Jessica and Tim tried to comfort him, including Kai. Some of them were a bit skeptical, asking me if I wasn't dreaming. I assured them I was fully awake and aware of what I saw. The moment I said that, we heard a loud, hard bang on the door, along with a voice from Ben's dad, saying, "Let me in, kids." We were all so scared, standing still, not knowing what we should do. One of us, or some of us, had to go downstairs to get one of the phones to call the police. We decided it would be best to go down as a group. Ben's psycho of a father already knew that we were in the cabin, but we didn't want to let him know our location within the cabin. Tim went to grab his phone. You're probably wondering, did we look for weapons to defend ourselves? Well, yes, that's exactly what we did. The rest of us were ransacking the closet, looking for something, anything to defend ourselves with. Jessica and Ruth took out 2 chopping knives from the kitchen. Ben got some pepper spray he found in his bag. I found a metal bat, and Ernesto grabbed a pocket knife from his back pocket. Tim, who was tasked to call the police, said that the service was spotty and that he was having trouble getting through. I told him to hold on, that I would check my phone. Before I could even get to the living room, we heard a loud banging from the front door again. Ben's dad was trying to kick it down. After several more kicks, he kicked a big hole in the door and screamed he was going to kill all of us. The rest of my friends were all screaming. Before he could unlock the door, I ran over and approached him. I sprayed him in the eyes and nose with the pepper spray we had. His dad jumped back and screamed in pain, yelling all sorts of curses. Ben swung open the door and yelled at me, "Gianna, hit him!" I picked up the metal bat, swinging as hard as I could on his dad's head. His psycho dad fell on the ground then, not moving. We all ran back upstairs. We all worked together to barricade the door to one of the bedrooms. I remembered that Tim still had his phone. I asked to let me see it so I could dial 911. Luckily, that call managed to get through. I told them our situation, our location, and how many of us there were. The operator told us to stay in that barricaded room until the police arrived, that they would send a few officers to the scene. We hung up the call, but we realized that the door was so damaged that the psycho could now come in and nothing was stopping him. We sat in that room for what felt like an eternity until we heard sirens in the distance and we could see flashing lights from outside the cabin. There were about 5 police cars outside. Luckily, the sicko was still unconscious when police arrived. They took him away in handcuffs. When he woke up, he found himself in a cop car. The police then greeted us, asking us to give a statement. We told them everything we knew, everything that happened. They made sure we weren't injured. We were all untouched, luckily, but quite traumatized about what happened. It left us very shaken up, and we all wanted to go home. The cops stayed with us at the cabin until our parents came and picked us all up. Like I said in the beginning of the story, we live in a small town, and it didn't take us long for us to hear the news. We found out that Ben's father had somehow found out that I invited Ben to my birthday party at the cabin, and he had actually been planning to kill him and all of us. According to the police report, he was also hyped up on illegal substances when he tried to break into the cabin. Today, Ben has now been seeing his therapist, but I thank him and myself that day. If it wasn't for our quick thinking and reactions, we wouldn't be alive, and I'm so glad we made it out of those woods in one piece. The Crawl Space Dweller. From Edward. When I was younger, around 12 years old, My parents booked a 4-night stay at a log cabin somewhere in California with my grandma. The events that occurred scarred me for life. I felt the crisp air on my face as I opened the car door. I looked at the woods around me, and I started towards the cabin door. My mother called after me, "Ed, sweetie, why don't you go up to your room and unpack?" When I opened the cabin door, I was surprised at the sudden creak it made. Just inside was a large space with a sofa parked in front of a flat-screen TV. There was a kitchen attached to the living room. There was a counter lined with bar stools. I walked up the stairs and past the bathroom. Down the hallway, I entered the room I was supposed to be staying in, and I screamed. Because there, right in the middle of the floor, was a dead rat. It looked like something had been gnawing on it. Its insides had been smeared all over. I bolted down the stairs, seeing my dad wheeling my grandma's wheelchair into the cabin. "Dad, there's a dead rat in my room!" I practically screamed. "You're old enough, why don't you just go clean it up?" I did just that. I ended up using an entire paper towel roll and a can of Lysol to clean that thing up. It was around 6 p.m. when my mom made some mac and cheese with cut-up hot dogs. That was my favorite at the time. I was walking to the couch Grandma was next to with my bowl when I noticed something. There was a trap door in the middle of the room. Not sure how that got past me earlier. "Mom, what's this door doing here?" I asked my mother. Probably access to the crawl space. They used to keep floods from coming into the cabin." I sat down on the couch and turned on the TV, satisfied with that answer. I vividly remember how much I liked the food that night. It was great. And before long, it was time for bed. My dad had told me in the car how much fishing and kayaking we were going to do, and I was super excited. I got into my bed and fell asleep fast, the warm covers making it that much easier. Around midnight, I think, I woke up to this sound of shuffling. I stepped out of my room, leaving the door slightly ajar. As I peered into the dusty hall, I noticed nothing but the moonlit shadows dancing on the wall. The shuffling sound continued as I crept down the stairs leading to the living room. I placed my ear to the floor, and just as I suspected, these sounds were coming from under the floorboards. Dread washed over me as the fear of something scurrying around under there hit me. Being the idiot I was, I thought I could take whatever was down there. So I grabbed my flashlight and decided to go find it. I opened up the trapdoor. Maybe a dozen rats scattered as I climbed down into the cold, damp space. It was huge, reminding me disturbingly of a maze. I crawled deeper. I can't tell if I was being really brave or really stupid, but I crawled until I reached a dimly lit corner about 10 feet in front of me. Suddenly there was movement, and I shone my flashlight at the source. There was a figure, a silhouette with long arms and pale skin, hunched down in the corner. Its eyes reflected white off my flashlight. I was completely stunned as the thing started to screech. Looking back, I noticed the flashlight probably hurt its eyes and startled it. You better believe I turned myself right around and began to speed crawl as fast as I could. I glanced back at one point, only once, to see that thing following me, and quickly, wrapping long fingers around the support beams to help it along. I could only assume that this thing had been feeding off the rats, and that I had found its leftovers in my room. If it could do something like that to a rat, I was terrified at the thought of what it could do to me. I was beginning to think I was lost, with how long it was taking me to get back to the trap door, and with every foot I moved, that thing was gaining on me. I thought all hope was lost, until I finally saw the trap door coming up. As soon as I reached it, I tackled it open and scrambled out. I felt something beginning to grab at me, and I swear I felt hot breath. I kicked and slammed the trapdoor closed. Something began to claw and push at it on the other side, so I threw my body on top of the door. After a while, the thrashing and struggling stopped. I then bolted upstairs to my parents' room, and I began to bang on the door, screaming, "Dad! Mom!" My father groggily opened the door, asking what in the world I was doing. I tried to explain. "Dad, we have to go. There's something trying to get in the house." But he didn't believe me. I tried to explain that it wasn't a nightmare, but my efforts were pointless. I was sent to my bedroom, where I did not sleep a wink. I was too scared. The following morning, I ate my breakfast and went out onto the lake with my dad. He got the fishing rod set up, and we got on this little boat. I didn't catch any fish, but I was still able to enjoy spending time with my father. Anything to get my mind off of last night's events. Eventually, dawn turned to dusk, and we roasted up some marshmallows, an activity both Grandma and Mom loved. They used to go camping when my mother was younger. The s'mores I made were delicious, perfectly gooey. It was finally bedtime again, but I was terrified of the thought of that creature trying to hurt my family. I didn't think I could sleep that night, but somehow, some way, I was able to doze off. I awoke at some point, hearing the unmistakable sound of the trap door creaking open. My heart sank into my chest as a sense of dread like no other hit me. Right then, I heard the sound of cupboards in the kitchen slamming open and shut. I wondered if it was that thing looking for me. I started to hyperventilate as I heard the steps creaking. Was my door locked? Could it even open doors? Then again, it had opened the trap door. Hundreds of questions went through my mind, but to no avail. I had zero answers. I heard scratching sounds coming from the hallway. Then the doorknob jiggled, and I held my breath. Suddenly, everything stopped as I heard another door opening. My dad then shouted, "Get on out of here!" Then there was this awful ear-splitting screech and shattering glass. I bolted to my door, and I saw my dad standing just outside his doorway with his fishing knife. I looked to my right. There was a trail of blood leading to a broken window. That same night, we packed our things and we left the cabin without a word. My family has not been anywhere near the woods since. Keep safe as best you can, everyone. If you hear strange noises at a new place, don't hesitate to run or to call the police. You never know what lies near you, or rather, beneath you. Cabin in the Rocky Mountains of Albuquerque. From Anonymous. I'm 50 years old and I've been seeing things you might find interesting since I was 11 or 12 years old. I'll start with one of my newer stories. So I used to live in the Manzano Rocky Mountains by Albuquerque with my black lab in 2000 and 2001. It was a log cabin tongue-and-groove kit house. One side of the roof was asphalt shingles, the other side was cement shingles. I lived at the back corner of Cibola National Forest. It was very cold in the winter. 2 degrees from November until April, 4 feet of snow. Even though I hate the cold, it was one of the neatest places I've ever lived. I bought a yardstick just to check the depth of the snow. When I dropped it in, it disappeared. I had to turn my head sideways and stick my arm in the snow to find it. This was just a clearing, not a snowdrift like up against the house. I lived there for 1 year, and during my time there, something kept landing on the roof. Something big that sounded like it had claws. You could hear those claws crunching on the cement tiles. It made the house rattle. It was very heavy. I carried a .41 Magnum revolver pistol with me inside the house and out. It's an older caliber pistol, but more comfortable to shoot than a .44 Magnum, and more powerful than a .357 Magnum. I would often smoke outside. I had a deck back then that was 50 feet long. Now, sometimes I would hear that big, clawed thing land on the deck, and let me tell you, whatever it was, it could cover all 50 feet of that deck in about 4 steps. Even if I exaggerated my own steps, I could not cover 50 feet in 4 steps. I'm 6'2", 220 pounds, and that thing was much bigger than me. On 4 different occasions, I almost blew a hole in the roof. I wanted to put a 210 grain bullet in it. One of my friends who came to visit every once in a while laughed at me when I told him about this. He said it was BS. But he wasn't laughing when it happened when he was here. He carried a .25 caliber pistol and almost blew a hole in the roof with me. I never actually did shoot through the roof. I was afraid the roof would slow the bullet down too much, and if it hit that thing, it would just tee it off. Then it could just reach around the roof and take me home as a sandwich. I never did actually see it. I'm glad I didn't. I was afraid it might give me nightmares for the rest of my life. Osoyoos Lakeside. From Monochrome Night. In my late 20s, I was working as a sales rep for a medical software vendor based out of Canada. It was a really interesting role, and not at all that consistent with what one would expect. My organization was a non-profit, which ironically led to extremely high compensation and fewer working hours than what my older jobs gave and required. The client market was also very different in the sense that it was unique, as I'd primarily work with medical office assistants and doctors, demoing software functionality and the likes. It was a really enjoyable role, and while offering the aforementioned things, the organization also provided fun and interesting team-building activities, ranging from seminars to remote getaways. My most recent experience with the latter is what I'll be discussing here. For my occupation, my workloads were about an even split between demonstration for clients on site and from home. I know that might sound strange, but on our sales team there were multiple dedicated on-the-road type traveling agents, a group I was actually a member of before I graduated up. Typically, they would connect with clients first and foremost, and through the power of the internet, they would add people like me into a call, then patch me into either their showcase laptop or a client computer, so I could show some of the more advanced aspects of the software. Think day booking, prescription generation, drug interactions, anything a doctor would need on a day-to-day basis. I wanted to mention this dynamic split because it's important to know. I didn't work closely with many of my teammates, physically or otherwise, and as such I wasn't really friendly with any of them. This sets the scene for what comes next. In September of 2022, I was informed I would be attending a mandatory, albeit paid, sales training seminar. Now that might sound awful, but really it was an effective vacation. I had joined one 2 years previous, which was in essence a few 3-hour-long sessions over the course of a week, on a lovely vacation-oriented area of Vancouver Island. It was very fun and leisurely, and so I was excited for another. This time it was taking place in Osoyoos, a nice and fairly tropical town in British Columbia's Okanagan Valley, one situated directly above the American border. It began on a Tuesday. The Monday before was allocated to all the attending staff to enable their ability to travel. I ended up driving because I'd recently gotten a new vehicle that I wanted to break in. And already being located in BC, it was a little less than a 4-hour drive down the south border. A long ride, sure, but when you're being paid in time and gas, it's hard to say no. When I arrived, it was a little past 7 in the evening. To better explain the retreat, we received lodging that we would spend the night and off hours of the day in, and there was a main location in which we'd all go to for presentations and training. As I landed at the former, I took in the setting. Osoyoos, contrary to what your mental image of British Columbia might be, is actually a desert. In this case, we were maybe 2 kilometers inland from Spirit Lodge, if you happen to know where that is. There was a medium-sized body of water central to the spot, with 9 small cabins and a central large but exposed building. Based on how many of us were invited, though, only maybe 6 of the cabins were occupied. Fair to say it was pretty remote. If I had to guess, the location was probably built for summer camps and the like. Whether or not corporate retreat rentals were intended, I couldn't say, but the spot was lovely. My lodge in particular was pretty central to everything, and right next to the open canopy-type area. Anyway, when I got there, I checked in at this little management-type building, across from the cabins on the other side of the lake. I got my key before heading over to my spot. The trails weren't really intended for vehicles, so I left my car parked by the entrance building. Now, I guessed it was because of the lake at the time, but as I began walking around it, I noticed a fairly heavy fog. It wasn't exactly typical, but I'd never been in Osoyoos at that kind of elevation, so I didn't think anything weird. It was thick though. Like, can't see to the other side of the not-too-big lake kind of thick. Not uncomfortable, but definitely eerie. After a few minutes, I was maybe halfway to my cabin when I heard a really strange sound. It sounded like something large and heavy splashing about in the lake. I had only about 10 meters of visibility into the water, and whatever was disturbing the water was just beyond that. I could tell because I could see ripples popping and bubbling on the surface of the water, but I couldn't make out anything else past them. Given the kind of displacement I was hearing, I guessed it had to be a person, or a person-sized something anyway. I didn't call out, and it stopped pretty quickly after, maybe lasting a total of 15 seconds, but I continued on, arriving at my cabin without much issue. The cabins were simple buildings. When I unlocked the door, I was greeted with a small divided entryway. There was a shoe rack and coat hanger on one side, and additional storage on the other. Then you entered the main room with 2 parallel windows, a nice fireplace, and an entertaining space, if you could call it that. Neatly, the fridge and cupboard were stocked with a variety of food. The sleeping area was in a closed room beyond that. Once I settled in, I saw on my phone the work chat was pretty busy as the remaining people arrived. Like I mentioned earlier, I didn't know any of them that well, and so I didn't invite anybody to my cabin. I kind of just hung out on my laptop. And yes, for reference, the cabins did indeed have electricity. I spent some time working on random projects until I went to bed for the night. The first part of the workshop was the following morning. I say workshop because that's what they labeled it as, but it was really a seminar. I effectively sat there, listening for 2.5 hours, and I really didn't find the information all that relevant. Not to fault the speaker because they were concise and engaged with the many questions they were given, but I felt distracted. The fog that I'd seen the night before had subsided by then. Well, almost. It wasn't in and around the trails anymore, nor did it permeate the undercover presentation area. Instead, a noticeable ball of it hung loosely over the surface of the lake, right in the center. It was really weird, like a low-hanging cloud. I wrote it off as a regional phenomenon mentally, but the rest of my coworkers were certainly interested in it. Even the speaker went on to make a reference to it as she talked about emotional presentation and proverbial storm clouds over people's heads. When the session wrapped up that day around noon, we were left with a nicely catered lunch presented under the same canopied area. During that time was the first instance I had engaged with the people I worked with. There were 7 people aside from me. 5 men who I'd estimated ranged from their early to late 30s, and 2 women, one my age of 28 and one a senior. We had a pretty social lunch, which was a rare event for me considering there was no booze. When the food was finished and the caterers were packing stuff up, we were left wondering what to do. Now, the majority of them did return to their cabins, but my social battery was charged, and I felt like continuing to hang out. So me and one of the other dudes, Michael, joined up with the younger girl, Maria, and we went for a walk around the lake to where the parking lot was. Michael told both of us how he'd actually brought a kayak along and was planning on taking it to another body of water. Since there was a perfect lake here, however, he opted to go grab it from where it sat on his truck so he could take a pass through the lake in the afternoon. Now, I thought this was a little goofy. This lake wasn't really that big, and he would mostly end up paddling in circles after a few minutes. But I agreed to help him ready up the kayak. Our conversation kept going back to the heavy fog set over the lake, which was now pluming and spilling over onto the path. Again, it was strange. It felt and looked like fog and wasn't irritating to any of our senses, but it presented itself more like smoke, like it was being sourced from the lake itself because of how little it dispersed. I'm not super adept at social outings, and by the time we were nearing Michael's truck, I could more or less feel I was the third wheel here. They seemed to be enjoying each other's company a lot more than mine, and it sounded as if they were both getting a little flirty. I didn't mind all that much. He moved his truck from the parking lot to the near edge of the lake, which was a pretty difficult lineup considering the fog. Then I helped him demount and place the kayak, a task that was more difficult than I expected, because it was a heavy two-seater. Knowing what came next, I naturally didn't feel like sticking around. I decided to say goodbye to the pair and make my way back to the cabin. As I did, I heard Michael invite Maria to join him in the kayak. She said yes, but I don't think I would have joined him if I was in her shoes, considering how foggy it was out there. Anyway, I get back to my cabin a little while later. I didn't get up to a whole lot. We didn't have another workshop until the next day, so I just relaxed a little. The lodge I was staying in was freshly stocked with a variety of herbal teas, so I ended up boiling some water for one of those. As I'm sitting inside enjoying it, I began to pick up on a loud conversation passing by my cabin. I go and head outside, only to be greeted with Michael and Maria in an apparent argument down near the edge of the lake. Well, I say argument, but really Maria is just screaming obscenities at him as he remains quiet. Simultaneously curious and wanting to de-escalate the situation, I walk down my short gravel path to meet them, still holding my mug. It was then I noticed they were both soaking wet. It becomes obvious to me what Maria might be mad about. As I got close, she looks at me, before starting to yell about how Michael was a huge idiot and almost got them both killed playing games. She then takes my tea from me, thanking me and sipping on it because she knew it was hot and she was freezing cold from the water. So I'm like, what the heck happened? While she's drinking the beverage, Michael is just staring right at me, like a completely vapid blank stare. It lasts for a while too. I ask him if he's alright, before Maria butts in with a, "Who cares if he's alright? He almost got me killed." Again, I ask them both what happened, and she, still a tad hysterical, starts explaining that he tipped the kayak over for fun. Mind you, we're at the edge of the lake, and I didn't see the kayak anywhere, so I asked where it was. She yells it's still in the lake, now upturned. I was baffled and a little amused with the absurdity of the situation. Maria calls Michael a few other colorful words before handing me back the now half-finished mug of tea and leaving, en route to her own cabin to clean up, presumably. Michael, meanwhile, is still just looking at me. At this point, I'm wondering if he was in a state of shock or something, because he was just staring at me. Not glaring, right? He wasn't mad. He wasn't upset. He was just vacant, statuesque. So once Maria was out of earshot and he's still just looking at me, I hit him with a, "The heck happened, man?" And he says nothing for maybe 5 seconds. 5 super slow, long seconds. And after that painstaking period ends, he just shrugs his shoulders in a really odd manner before walking away. Not after Maria, not towards the cabins, but rather around the perimeter of the lake. Keep in mind it's intensely foggy, even more so than it had been when I'd left them at the other side of the lake. I figure he's going to try to get his kayak back. I can't shake the weirdness he was giving off, though. Like, seriously, the way he had been looking at me without verbalizing was so darned creepy. But I try not to dwell on it. I figure he was just super upset by the way Maria had been berating him, which made sense to me at the time. I'm pretty sure I poured my tea out, because it being sipped on by a woman soaked in lake water didn't make it very appetizing. The rest of the evening was fairly uneventful. I got a lot of reading done on this one novel I brought, but that's about all. Come the next day, we had a continuation of the presentation and workshop dynamic from the day previous. I walk out into the canopy space a few minutes before it's supposed to begin, and everyone else is there already, a notable absence being Michael. Maria is sitting on her own, and when she sees me, she gets up and comes over. She starts off with apologizing for how she was the day before, which I happily accepted because it was pretty understandable to be mad when you'd suddenly been splashed into a lake. She then asked if I had seen Michael, and I was like, nope. But I interject, asking her what had happened the day before, why she had said Michael tipped the kayak over on purpose. The other company members were sort of standing about, not quite listening to us, but not having a conversation of their own either. Apparently noticing this, Maria moves us over away from the group, because presumably she didn't want the others to hear about it. She goes on to tell me that they were having a great time, even through the fog on the lake. Michael was super funny and charming and whatnot, but when they got close to the center of the lake, the kayak began to sway back and forth, and then around them there was a series of large splashes. I remember her saying it reminded her of how, when she used to feed fish in her pond back home, they would all swarm around the surface and crash about. Super chaotic. She said it goes on like that for a little while, before the kayak suddenly turned over. Immediately, she specifies Michael turned it over just to scare her. And while admittedly not knowing the guy, I'm like, why would he do that? She says she doesn't know, but it's the only thing that makes sense, because there couldn't have been a single thing big enough in that lake to have possibly flipped over the large kayak. Now, right away, my mind goes back to the splashing I'd heard when I'd first arrived. It did sound like something big, but I decided not to interrupt her. Maria continued on, explaining how she was dunked into the lake and struggled for a few seconds to climb up onto the now upturned kayak. I did my best to sympathize. Then she tells how, as she was up on the thing, Michael wasn't anywhere to be seen. She's calling for him, wondering if he's playing some kind of joke on her. She emphasizes about how after maybe 15 seconds, she decides to go back into the water to try to see if he's down there. She says the visibility was poor, and she couldn't find him. Then she bobs back up, gets onto the overturned kayak, only to find Michael there, right in her face. She tells me how she nearly had a heart attack because of how she was startled. Of course, I find the story pretty scary, because they both could have very well drowned. I'm trying to sympathize with her more, but she cuts me off, engaging me with a question. She asks if Michael and I talked after she left, wondering if he'd been acting weird at all. I tell her no, explaining that he just kind of left along the rim of the lake, but I do specify about how he was just weirdly staring at me. She nods and explains that's exactly what he was doing after he came up onto the kayak. Apparently, despite not ever kayaking much before, she has enough of a mind to try and get Michael to help her roll the thing over. but still, he just stares at her. She says he put on a super weird smile, and that's when she'd had enough. She decided to swim the few minutes to shore. The entire time, he swam behind her. They then arrived at the shoreline where she began to verbally unload on him. And you know the rest from there, with one addendum. A little while after she'd gotten to her lodge, one of these site attendants had come by to check on her, along with a police officer, something Maria described as an unsolicited wellness check, which she assumed was because of how angry she'd gotten. But they didn't accuse her of anything. Instead, they left pretty much as soon as they saw her. I'm super creeped out by this story. It seems Michael had a complete dynamic shift from being underwater for a few seconds, and Maria seemed pretty upset by it too, because they'd been hitting it off so well before. It grew all the more concerning because he wasn't anywhere to be found in the workshop. She asks me if I think she upset him and caused him to leave by yelling at him. But based on what she'd told me, she seemed more or less justified. So I responded telling her that I was sure he was fine. Our workshop came and went. I spent the majority of the time engaging with Maria, since we were getting along pretty well. Michael didn't show up the entire time, and upon the conclusion of the seminar, the speaker that came by asked all of us if we knew where he was. We said no, and while maybe I should have, I did not inform him about the events of the day prior. He then told us he'd have to mark Michael as a no-show, something we knew the company would not be happy with, as this was effectively a paid vacation. Following the conclusion of the workshop, Maria and I take a walk around the lake. She wanted to see if Michael's truck was still in the parking lot, so we worked our way over there. Curiously, it was still there, so Michael had not left and had just decided to skip the seminar entirely. We both found that super weird. Now at this time there was still some fog, but it wasn't localized to the lake anymore, and it was instead spread about the area pretty evenly. As we're at the far end of the lake, I spot in the water Michael's orange kayak. It was still there, still upturned, not tied down to anything. So apparently, he had not come back to get it, like I thought he was going to. Seeing the kayak upsets Maria. She says she's going to go back to her cabin. Before leaving, she goes on to say she wasn't even sure she wants to stay the rest of the few days. I nod in understanding, then haphazardly suggest that we go over to Michael's lodging and check on him, talk to him, saying that the two of them might be able to have a clean conversation now that they've both cooled down. She seems to agree, asking me to come along, as she was still creeped out by how he had been silent and weird. The two of us then head on over. Here's where things get really strange. About halfway through our walk there, we were dead center down one axis of the lake when I hear that incessant splashing, pretty much identical to the one I'd heard the initial day. We both turn looking into the lake. A meter or two in from the coastline, there's something sending out big disturbances of water. It doesn't appear to be traveling linearly, and instead, we see a crash and a ripple breaking the surface of the water every few seconds, a few feet from the previous location each time. It's very uniform. I'm watching pretty intently, wondering what kind of animal could be doing that. So is Maria, it seems. And it just sort of continues. A really bizarre sequence. After a minute or two, we continue walking around the lake. The disturbances seem to more or less keep pace with us. They still maintain their distance into the lake, but are parallel with us as we walked down the trail. I don't know if Maria saw this, but as I watched on, I saw that each time the water seemed to ripple and splash, a plume of fog came up into the air. I know that sounds crazy, but it's pretty much what I saw. Noticeably thick fog escaping the water, darker and more opaque in contrast to the light fog that already occupied the area. Maria definitely noticed this bit, though. As we were maybe 4/5 of the way back to camp, the splashes seemed to stop. We were both weirded out, because the only explanation we could think of was that some large species of aquatic animal had been attracted to our conversation and was somehow putting on a super bizarre display of interest without so much as showing itself. Incredibly odd. The two of us don't wait around much after the activity stops. Right as we were nearing the bend that curves around to the lodges and the beachfront, we were startled. Michael's head pops out of the water. Well, I say Michael, but he was different. It looked like him, but nearly every strand of the rich head of hair he had previously was gone, and the few that remained were slicked against his head from the water. His skin, meanwhile, was bluish, like it had been deoxygenated. He looked right at me. His head, the only thing visible, with the water too dark and the fog too obscuring to let any other detail seep through, I just stared at, bewildered for a few seconds. Then, in this super unnatural motion, he tilts his head back so he's looking directly up at the sky, before exhaling this massive and thick plume of smoke. It was kind of like how your breath looks when you exhale in the middle of winter. As he's doing it, he sinks back down into the water, and his exhale is cut off, replaced with bubbling as the surface closes over his head. Obviously, I'm like, what in the world did I just see? I look right over at Maria, completely shocked, to find her expression was the same. She was shocked too. We both stared at one another, not speaking at all, before, on some instinctual lower level, we decided on a mutual sprint back to the lodges. A minute or two after this, we were out of breath, skidding into the canopied presentation area, where there was still the majority of our other coworkers talking amongst each other. And there was a new, notable addition. Michael. A clean, normal-looking Michael. He's there, talking to the presenter. As we see him dry and normal and everything else, Maria starts hyperventilating, like she's having a panic attack. Everyone else sort of turns their attention to her, including Michael and the presenter, and they're kind of just wondering what happened. Anyway, to save you some really awkward banter and my half-baked explanation attempt, everyone else in the group begins to understand that we saw something in the water, something that looked identical to Michael. And as Maria begins to relax a little, she asks this Michael what the heck was going on, and where he was throughout the day, why he was joking around by swimming in the lake, looking all weird. Then Michael is super confused. He says he just got back. We're both like, back from where? He says the hospital. Hearing that, we were even more clueless. Now here's where I'm totally freaked out. He goes on to explain that after their kayak capsized, he was yanked down and swept into what he described as a current, before he ended up on the far side of the lake with a nasty gash running down his leg. He never saw Maria, so he called the site attendants, who in turn called emergency services, because he thought she might have drowned, hence the cop from earlier. Then, supposedly, Michael called an ambulance and was sent to emergency for the nasty wound on his leg. Obviously, Maria and I were both flabbergasted, because from both of our perspectives, Michael was with Maria following the kayak turning over, like we both saw him. But of course, he was not him. He wasn't talkative, he wasn't responsive, he looked completely zoned out. Now, as far as we're concerned about the figure in the water, well, we don't even know what to think. Once all the facts are out in the open, with Maria and I corroborating each other's stories, and Michael's plain as day stitching on his leg combined with the emergency admission paperwork he'd gotten to show the presenter so he wouldn't be reprimanded for missing out on the seminar, everyone was clueless. I was creeped out, and Maria was just done entirely. She ended up leaving that evening. However, I stayed, as did Michael and everyone else. I wish I had some sort of clarifying ending to wrap this story up in, but I really don't. I presented the facts exactly as I have them. Somehow, some way, while Michael was gone from the lake, there was another Michael. When I think about the way I guess I can call it he, stared at me, I still get chills. And that weird amphibious look-alike, I honestly have no explanation for. If it was just me who saw it, I might think I was seeing things. But the fact that Maria was there, and we both saw the figure in the water, makes that an impossibility. I've heard a modicum of folklore in and around Osoyoos, and while these stories remain popular and engaging, I still haven't found an urban legend that effectively consolidates this experience. I'm hoping someone else out there knows of one, as I really can't think of a logical scientific explanation for what happened. Something to note, the fog didn't really go away all throughout our stay. It remained in its intensity, primarily hovering around the lake, like some sort of cloud. If that means anything significant or not, I can't tell you. That's all I got. Should you ever be up in that area, I guess I'd recommend you avoid going kayaking. Good luck, and stay safe. Cabin in the Woods. From Eagle Drift. Growing up in a small town in northern Maine, I was more concerned with practical matters like chopping firewood and helping Dad fix our beat-up truck than ghost stories or urban legends. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. This happened to me in the summer of 2006. It was early June, and I had just finished my junior year of college. I was looking forward to a quiet summer back home, working at the local hardware store and spending some free time fishing at the lake. My childhood best friend Grayson had other plans. He'd heard about an old cabin deep in the woods, about a 3-hour drive from our town. Supposedly, it was abandoned, but still in decent shape, and he thought it would be the perfect spot for a week-long getaway. I wasn't so sure about that. The idea of staying at some random cabin in the middle of nowhere didn't exactly appeal to me just yet, but Grayson was persistent, and eventually, I gave in. We only live once, and we don't stay young too long. We packed up his old Jeep with food and sleeping bags and fishing gear, even threw in a couple of rifles just in case. The drive there was uneventful, mostly winding roads through dense woods. As we got further from civilization, I noticed my cell signal was getting weaker until it disappeared entirely. Grayson assured me it was normal for this area, and I'll assure you that back in that time period, that happened quite a lot in the mountains. Even so, I wasn't entirely comfortable with having no cell reception. We arrived at the cabin at sunset. It was smaller than I'd expected. A simple one-room structure with a small porch out front. The wood was pretty weathered, but it looked solid enough. Inside, there was a stone fireplace, a couple of old chairs, and a rickety table. It was basic, but it would do for a week. The first couple of days were actually quite enjoyable. We hiked, fished in a nearby stream, and sat around the campfire at night, sharing stories and beers. It almost felt like we were kids again, no care in the world. It was on the third night that things began to take a turn. We'd gone to bed early, planning to get up at dawn for a long hike. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by a sound I couldn't quite place. It was this low vibration, not like an animal, I would say. It seemed to be coming from all around us, vibrating through the cabin walls. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart pounding.
"Grayson," I whispered. "Do you hear that?"
There was no response. I looked over to where Grayson had been sleeping and saw his empty sleeping bag. I felt a bit of panic rise up in me. Where did he go? Did he go outside? Why wouldn't he wake me up if he was leaving? The vibration grew louder, and I swear it sounded like a growl. I then heard something moving around outside the cabin. Heavy footsteps, but not like any animal I'd ever heard. They were slow and deliberate. Reminded me of a person, but not exactly that either. I grabbed my flashlight and one of the rifles. Slowly, I made my way to the cabin door. Suddenly, the growling stopped, but I could still hear the footsteps. They circled around the cabin.
"Grayson!"
I called out, my voice barely above a whisper.
"Grayson! Are you out there?"
No response, just more footsteps. I don't know what made me do it, but I opened up that door. Outside, the night was pitch black, no moon or stars visible through the thick canopy of trees. I swept my flashlight beam across the clearing in front of the cabin, and that's when I saw it. About 20 feet away, just at the edge of the trees, stood something. It was tall, about 7 feet, and vaguely human in shape. But its arms were way too long, nearly touching the ground, and its legs seemed bent wrong. Its skin seemed to shift and ripple, like it couldn't decide what texture it wanted to be. And I saw its face. It didn't have features so much as suggestions of features. Where its eyes should have been, I saw dark, empty holes, and its mouth was a gash that opened and closed rhythmically, revealing rows of sharp, thin teeth. I stood there, paralyzed. The thing slowly turned its head, angling it towards me. For a moment, it just stared. Then, it took a step forward, and I snapped from my trance. I slammed the door shut and fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I backed away from the door, rifle aimed up and ready, though I doubted it would do much good against whatever that was. The cabin was silent for a moment, and then I heard her scratching. Something was trying to get in. I'm not sure how long I stood there listening to it, rifle pointed at the door. But eventually the scratching sound did stop, replaced by that low rumbling growl I'd heard earlier. And then silence. I didn't move for the rest of the night. As the first rays of sunlight started to filter through the cabin's dirty windows, I heard a noise outside. Footsteps again. But normal this time, very much human. "Hey, you up?" It was Grayson's voice. I nearly cried with relief. I rushed to the door and flung it open. There stood Grayson, looking confused at my disheveled appearance and the rifle in my hands.
"Where the heck have you been?" I demanded.
What are you talking about? I went for an early morning hike. Told you last night I was going to do that, remember? No, I didn't remember. In fact, I couldn't recall much of anything from the previous evening. Had I dreamt the whole thing? But then I saw them. Deep, jagged scratches on the outside of the door, splintering the wood. And on the ground was a set of footprints, unlike anything I'd ever seen. They were huge, twice the size of my boot. They led from the tree line to the cabin door, circling around, then back into the forest. Grayson saw them too. I watched his face go pale. What made those? I then told him everything that had happened last night. To his credit, he didn't laugh or tell me I was crazy. He'd grown up in these woods too, and he knew there were things out there that couldn't easily be explained. We packed up right away and left. The week-long trip cut short after just 3 days. The drive home was tense and quiet. I think the two of us were quite jumpy. And for a few weeks, I had trouble sleeping. One doesn't get over the most horrible-looking creature sighting they've ever had in their life just like that. I haven't been back to those woods since. I doubt I ever will, 'cause it's probably still out there. And I've always wondered, is there more than one of them? I used to scoff at people who believed in the paranormal, but after this, I had to rethink everything. I won't go back to that cabin. From Landman. I've got a rental property up in the mountains. This old run-down cabin, sitting on a few acres of dense forest. It's not the most popular of my rental properties, given the location and the general state of the place. But every now and then some city folks will rent it out for a rustic getaway. Well, a couple years back, I got a call from the latest guests. This young couple from the suburbs. They were in a total panic, saying there was something weird going on at the cabin, begging me to come check it out. I was thinking, great, probably just a busted pipe or a raccoon in the trash, but I agreed to drive up there and take a look. I got to the property, and right away I could tell something was off. The place was dead quiet, which is strange for those woods. Whenever I was out there, I had never not heard birds chirping and leaves rustling, those kinds of things. But this, it was just a total eerie silence. I go to knock on the door, but it swings wide open before I can even touch it. The couple is standing there, wide-eyed and shaking. Once they see me, they practically yank me inside. They then start babbling about hearing weird noises coming from the woods, seeing strange shadows moving between the trees, generally just saying very odd things. I'm trying to calm them down, telling them it's probably just wildlife, or their imaginations getting the better of them. But they weren't having it. They kept insisting that there was something out there, something watching the cabin. As anyone would, I think, I was starting to get a little bit freaked out myself. But I didn't want to show it. I told them I would go out to look around the property to see if I could find anything out of place. I stepped out onto the back porch, and right away, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. There's this weird heavy feeling out there, like the whole forest is holding its breath. I had to basically force myself to walk out into the yard, shining my flashlight into the trees. That's when I see it. I'll describe it as best I can, but believe me, it's gonna sound a bit crazy. There was this pale, vaguely human-shaped thing, darting between the trunks, moving far too fast to be a person. I saw it for just a few seconds, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. I freaking booked it back inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. The couple was huddled on the couch, looking at me expectantly, but I didn't even know what to say. I wasn't even sure I believed what I just saw, but I knew that I didn't want to stay in that cabin a second longer than I had to. Long story short, I ended up giving the couple a full refund, putting them up in a motel for the rest of their trip too. I've never been able to bring myself to go back to the cabin at night, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. I'd rather pay someone to do that, if it came down to it. I've owned and worked with a lot of properties over the years. I've dealt with my share of weird crap, believe me. But that night, at the cabin in those woods, that was something else entirely. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Maybe it was my own fear getting the better of me. but all I know is that there's something deeply, fundamentally wrong with that place. Don't think I'll ever know what it was I saw. The Bigfoot at the Cabin. From Troy, Texas. It was early 1973 in East Texas, somewhere in the Big Thicket area, north of Beaumont. It was late on a Friday night. My mother, stepfather, stepbrother, uncle, and aunt had arrived at a secluded hunting cabin for the weekend. My stepdad and uncle were planning to go hunting. Everyone else was along for the ride and to spend some time out in nature. I came along as well, of course. We arrived late as everyone had to finish work that Friday evening. It was after 11 p.m. when we finally got there. Of course, it was pitch black. However, there was a light attached to the power pole, which provided electricity to the cabin. We hurried inside as a light, misty rain began to fall. Once inside, the cabin looked normal, rectangular in shape with the main area in the middle containing the kitchen and sitting area. There were bunks on each end of the cabin. My brother E and I went to the rooms on the right side where there was a set of bunk beds located next to a window. Our parents chose the rooms at the other end, and before long, we were all asleep. Around 1 in the morning, I woke up to my brother screaming at the top of his lungs. I put my head over the edge of the top bunk to peer below to see what was wrong. My brother was pulled away from the bed, standing at the edge, staring at the window. The window was large enough to be visible from both bunks. As I looked, I saw movement out there past the window. A silhouette, brown and furry. I quickly spun around back onto the top bunk, and there I came face to face with a horrible sight. An animal, a beast, with large eyes and a snarling upturned face, was exposing dangerous-looking teeth towards us. It quickly moved away from the window. I found myself screaming, and soon my stepdad and my uncle were on the scene. Shortly after, we could hear that creature outside screaming, and the pole with the light began to shake until it and the power to the cabin went out. My uncle and stepdad then went outside with rifles, assuming it was a bear. Shortly after, I saw them run back inside, locking and barricading the door. They did their best to calm us down. We all stayed in the living area together. My aunt aggressively tried to get the men to say it was just a bear, probably for us kids' sakes. After a while, as I lay there pretending to sleep, I vividly remember overhearing my uncle say, "There's no way that was a bear." The next morning, we hurried to pack and leave. One of the cars we drove was a Pinto. We found the right front corner panel dented in as if something had pressed down its weight on it, and there were smudges on the windshield as if something had been leaning in and looking into the car. There were some tracks around, but the rain had made them unclear. My brother and I trailed them in to the back of the cabin. We examined the area next to the window. The cabin was on a slant with the ground significantly lower on one side than the other, sloping down the hill to the driveway. For an animal to put its face in the window, it had to have stood over 8 feet tall for its eyes to be even with the top bunk I was in. My dad said if it was a bear, it had to have been huge. We all got in the cars and left, everyone on edge. No one spoke on the ride home. Wendigo at the Cabin. From X Necrotized X. When I was a young adult, my parents bought a beautiful cabin where they ended up spending every summer. From mid-spring to late fall, they would stay at this cabin, returning home only for the winter, since the cabin wasn't winterized. Their cabin is located in New Hampshire, on a road that borders Crystal Lake. Being big fans of horror, My wife and I always joked about the lake's eerie name. At 37 years old, I have a wonderful life, with my beautiful wife of 14 years and our 5 kids. However, years ago, something happened that shook me to my core. For context, I am a Satanist. No, we don't engage in the crazy rituals you see in horror movies. I love my family, enjoy scary movies, I'm an avid gamer, and I believe in the paranormal and cryptids. Though I've experienced minor paranormal events, nothing substantial ever happened to me, until one incident at the cabin. Occasionally, my wife and I would arrange with my parents to stay at the cabin, while they returned to their primary residence. This cabin is close enough to my workplace that I don't need to schedule time off. The last time this happened, we had only 2 kids. My son was around 9 or 10, and my daughter was around 4 or 5. We packed up and went over to the cabin, a place we truly adore for its sheer beauty. One night, probably around midweek, we had just finished dinner, and we were getting the kids ready for bed, a task easier said than done with young children. My daughter was her usual spirited self, and we were trying to get her to settle down for the night. The cabin has 2 bedrooms. We were in the master, and the kids were in the guest room, which has 2 beds. Our son at the moment was in the kitchen getting a drink, and my daughter had just scampered away from me, giggling, as I tried to tuck her into bed. The windows in the guest room were open, letting in the cooling evening air, when suddenly I heard my daughter's voice say, "Daddy," from outside the window. The voice sounded distorted and electronic, as if it had come from a small Bluetooth speaker and not from my daughter herself. Instantly, my body grew cold with concern. The backyard outside those windows extends about 15 feet before turning into a wooded area. Knowing lore about wendigos, creatures said to mimic voices to lure victims into the forest, I feared the worst. There was no way my daughter could have reached that spot outside in that short of a time frame. I rushed out of the bedroom, finding my wife and children in the kitchen, my daughter still giggling about her bedtime antics. The night proceeded without further incident, but I didn't share the experience with my wife until we were back home. Afterwards, she was just as concerned as I was. Life has since moved on. We've had 3 more children and are thriving in our careers. We've even bought a house, so it's been years since we visited that cabin with just our family. We still go there for family events, and everything does seem normal. However, the memory of that voice still haunts me. Even years later, it chills me just as much as it did that night. Be wary of what's in the woods. You never know what might be lurking just out of view.